Okay, now we're live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Daytona 500. And we have been waiting 3 months for this. So I'm just a tad late. I had to go get lunch with my parents. But I'm here, and I'm ready to roll. I'm gonna have the radio feed up, but I'm gonna have it just a little deafened while I'm out. So
His girlfriend has got cancer again.
are you serious?
Came back over the holidays.
Oh my god. Guys, we got some bad news in the NASCAR world. Martin Truex Jr.'s girlfriend, Sherry Pollux, her cancer's back. Just fan-freaking-tastic. So, it's either going to be Chase or Truex. That's going to be my pick for today. If not Chase, then it'll be Truex. Anyway.
silly. So, being able to put deals like that together to welcome sponsors. Holy cow! Yes. Daytona 500 NASCAR is back. I mean, this is why I wanted to be a race car driver and a NASCAR driver. But yeah, no, it's just every aspect of the business, from competition to the business side, working with NASCAR and the tracks, and just doing things like this to try to grow the sport.
Yeah, and you locked up Chase Elliott, that 5-year contract. More on that, but so you stepped into the analyst role, did a nice job. Tony's doing that. How do you handle media and reporters? Here's a little clip I want you to see that I can assess for Tony today. We have that.
We have this program is get up and drive as fast as I can to Burger King. I'll wreck my mom to win a championship. I'll wreck your mom to win a championship. We just made it all day without getting fined. You better be worried. That's all I gotta say. I learned my lesson there. I'm gonna run over him every chance I got. I'll do it at the end of the year, every chance I got. I'm just thinking that petty crap that you think of. You give that mic away. You don't even deserve to have that mic right now. What the hell's wrong with you? He just want to drive something. I'm gonna bust his ass. Thanks, Tony. Thank you. Welcome to Daytona. Do we not all miss that, Tony? You go the last 5 years and drive it. That was the first 5 years, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah, well, that was actually about half a season. They cut out the rest of it.
Now he's nice with us with the media, so it should be a lot of fun. Oh, so first locking up Chase. By the way, Henrik has had a champion the last 2 years, so there, you just don't screw it up.
I was going to say, I mean, the bar is set here. How am I going to succeed in this?
I don't know how you keep doing it. It's timing. We're talking about Daytona, right? To win this thing, you wanted, unfortunately. How many times?
Two or three.
You're so good at timing. Then you quit Chris and I leave us up here with these two. And walk back into another ball. You're just dominating the front row and everything else. How do you figure out timing?
Man, you know what? It's good living. Good living is good chili. Good living. You know, Boyer. Chili don't let you know. One of NASCAR's biggest stars. It's her name, Regis and Kelly. And I heard you say earlier this week, you talked about wanting to get your drivers into that same type role. What's the plan there to try to do that, and are they receptive to wanting to do that, guy? Well, first and foremost, I mean, you're right. I'm stepping into a role with the most amazing car owner, leader, Rick Hendrick, and he has a culture and a vision, and I've been a part of it as a driver, and now I'm having a lot of fun working with really smart people to keep that vision going. But, the thing is, all I wanted, when I look out here, right, and I say, this is why you want to be a race car driver, this is why you want to be a superstar. It makes it a lot easier for me to have those conversations where I just want the guys to be themselves, but just step outside just a little bit, or at least to the edge of their comfort zone. No different driving a race car. If you're not uncomfortable in a race car, you're not going to win. And I think it'd be good for those guys who want to do that, but with their personality, with their sponsors, with their fans. And I think the sport has thrived over the years because of those things. But I want them to be something they're not.
Yeah, they know nobody's not better than you. Yeah, and three, multiple Daytona 500s. I want to mention Denny Hamlin, who's won, 3 of the last 6 500s. He's been in contention, really, to win the other. When you look at these numbers, I mean, these are staggering. And by the way, now at age 41, he's yet to win a championship. But for Hamlin's 23-11 team, they added Kurt Busch with Bubba Wallace this year. Last year, the driver sat down with Michael Jordan and Michael Strayhorn. This year, they were ready for another sit-down, surprising Michael.
We got Kurt Busch really on 23-11.
He just keeps getting better and better.
So he does. There's one empty chair.
Who's that going to be? Well,
Michael was in the house. Michael, I was there.
as I can see,
You said it. Tell me, how's it been? It's new with you and Michael, and what's it been like?
It's been seamless as far as transition, and this kid, like the older statesman here, it started around you. That's kind of made me feel really proud seeing how much this thing has taken off. It has really changed the whole game of the sport, I feel like. We've been able to do a lot of things inside our four walls in 2311 that have promoted ideas for new things. And so now bringing Kurt on board with the experience and the knowledge there, I think we're really shaping up to make a long-lasting spot in the sport and do some big things with it. So it's been fun. That's awesome. And Denny, this is your other baby, and we've gotten so He's like, nope, I want a new hand already. It's like, I like that. I always say this, he's probably getting tired of it. So I'm glad I got the first win for MJ and you didn't cover the score of the show. We chased these checkered flags with pride. All of it has come together so quickly, and now it's just a matter of performing and getting the job done. And that's what we live for. It's Sunday. I just know what our potential is, and certainly I think that, Kurt's got a proven resume and winning races. And Bubba's now been a guy that's won in our series, and y'all go 1, 2, 3. That made me happy. Let's roll the dice, figure out which one's won.
Interesting news, Bubba and Kurt. It's interesting and it's not new to NASCAR. I mean, some people tuning in the way, but a guy who owns a race team, right? He's part owner like Danny Hamlin, and then he's racing for, the Joe Gibbs Racing in his Toyota for him himself. And you've been in some unique situations, Jim. But let's talk about this team and Bubba Wallace's chances. He's run okay on the non-restricted plate races. Got a good shot today.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I thought the Toyotas looked good. I know we've all been talking about the Fords being strong, but, this race is not won by cars. It's won by people on the teams. And I think this is going to be one of the most unique Daytona 500s we've ever seen. It's going to be a battle for 500 miles of getting yourself in position late in this race. First, you got to be in it. And Bubba does a great job getting himself in that position late in the race.
You have a thought on, you talked about guys to beat. They like Brent Keselowski. You guys can jump in with who you think. I mean, Hamlin's obviously a favorite, but this is a wild card kind of a race.
It really is. I'm going for Chevys. They certainly did show everything they have in the duels. I think, we're going to see a much different race today than we did on Thursday. And I just want to wish you good luck being up there for 3 hours race, guys.
Yeah, I think I'd rather just drive a car today. He'd rather be in a wreck than deal with no, I'm kidding. We did. And you're going to be with us later in the year, too. Of course,
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to that.
Hey, and I know you're a big football fan. You're 49.
I want my Niners to go against
His Chiefs again. Well, now you can root for the USFL until the NFL season rolls around. The USFL is back, ready to spring into action starting in April on Fox. Remember the teams, the Philadelphia Stars, Birmingham Stallions, New Jersey Generals, Michigan Panthers, they're all back. New Orleans Breakers, Tampa Bay Bandits. Football, USFL, coming to Fox begins April 16th with the whole season. Playoffs, title game, 7:30 Eastern. We hope you tune in for that. All right, so Tony and Quinn, you'll head up to the booth with Mike Joy.
Hey, have a nice ride, guys. We're in the track up at the booth.
And we're going to let you go. So, what do you just wander around and shake hands and get money, or what do you do?
Listen, my job's done now. It's all of those guys. Well, just wish them luck.
Good seeing you, Jeff. Always a pleasure. Say hi to the Red Hendrick for us as well. Enjoy the race. Good luck to your guys. You guys have fun in the booth. Jamie McMurray and I'll continue here. We're getting closer to the start of the race of the quick walk. Coming your way live from Daytona.
Hey, Joey, you can save money if you fill the shell if you use Advanced Auto Parts Keepers. Dude, I'm way ahead of you. You saved at the pump? Yeah, I saved at the pump. The pump? The pump. They saved at the pump.
Now you can save at the pump when you shop at Advanced Auto Parts. Learn more at advancedautoparts.com/gasrewards.
Now, my turn.
Unbelievable. What a track David Suarez for your first driver at Trackhouse. Well, first of all, they gave me the opportunity to come to Trackhouse. They already had it put together, but what is there not to love about Daniel Suarez? You're talking about someone that's a hard worker and a true American dream, coming from Mexico, chasing his dream of becoming one of the best NASCAR drivers. Trackhouse, car number 99 and car number 1.
Yo, Pitbull, when you're rolling in the 305, what you cruising with? Sincerely, Mo.
Running to the 305. Listen, they suspended my license a long time ago. It's been a while since I've been driving. Just gotta be real with you. Dear Mr. Bull. I like that. Dear Mr. Bull. As long as it's not dear Mr. Bull.
I think you're gonna start to a NASCAR, maybe you can get that's just Donna NASCAR. Hells, Elio, Jacob.
Whoa. Okay, well, it's a shared bond with me too, David. Dolly Earnhardt. That's a blessing right there. That's a true honor. Dolly Earnhardt. Wow. So let's do it, ready? Armando Christian Perez, Pitbull, Mr. Real Fry, better say Mr. Worldwide, what should I say? Dolly Earnhardt. I love it. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, man. You rest in paradise. Miss Dale Earnhardt. Big shout out to Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Just one of the many personalities of the sport. Another one is our Michael Waltrip, who's standing by with his Daytona Bring Walk. Michael.
Oh, Chris, this is a message up in a long time. I love hearing Mr. Worldwide getting us geared up and going. Also love talking to Charles Woodson, NFL Hall of Famer. Pleasure to see you. Thanks for coming to Daytona. Tell me how this feels.
Man, it's great to be here, man. To have all the people in the stands, man. You feel this energy. I can't wait for the race.
Been in some big events. This feels good.
This feels great. I can't wait.
I'm glad you're here. Awesome. Michael, I gotta know, what has the last year been like? How's it changed your life? I know you're such a good man. I know it means a lot.
It's a dream come true, so many years of grinding it out and not getting the victory lane to finally do it at Daytona. It was just huge. And then this week's been so special. Just having all the fans and the sponsors and everybody here and enjoying the moment, hanging out in victory lane and taking pictures with the trophy. Kind of got to relive some of those moments we didn't get to have last year. But, it's been awesome. It's just a dream come true. Really thankful for the opportunity. And got another opportunity to do it again today. So let's see what happens.
Who doesn't love love?
Everybody loves loves.
I love love. Ryan Blaney is with Big E. Big E, how's it going? Hey, Ryan, have a fun day. Hey, we need to get our band pumped up. Get it going here. What do you think?
Who we have right here is a man known around the world as Wyatt. Right, everybody, look at this man. 3 wins in 2021, and this is his year.
I agree. Let's go. Appreciate y'all coming out. Thank you, Big E. Thank you, Big E. You want to drive for me?
You got that. You need to drive it.
Hey, Big E, pick him up over here. Oh, man, that was funny. Where's Harrison Burton? I have to know. 21 years old, first Daytona 500, is it? You watch your dad race here. It's big, and it's as big of a dream come true as you thought it would be.
Okay. I am back.
Yesterday, it was a double header. It was the
Oh my god. I am nervous for this Daytona 500. I really am nervous for this Daytona 500.
followed by the Beefus What's for Dinner 300 for the NASCAR Xfinity Series.
Yeah. No video feed, but I am doing the audio.
And now,
I am in the NASCAR Discord,
for the Daytona 500,
so
500 miles, 200 laps around this speedway. And when we do go through
500 miles.
an update from the garage. Chase
Start the
Briscoe's
NASCAR
car
season.
has failed inspection twice. He will fall to the rear of the race.
Ouch.
And engineer George Spencer has been injected.
Double ouch.
Also,
Chase
AJ
Briscoe,
Allmendinger car failed 3 times.
AJ
And
Allmendinger
fall to the rear from the start.
to the rear.
Serve a passenger penalty at their first opportunity after taking the green flag, and car chief Jeannie Fry has now been removed from the property as well. With all this being said, the pomp and the circumstance is over. It is time to race, my friends. We have waited for this all winter long, and the time is finally here. Right now, trackside, everyone is poised and in position. It's time for pre-race ceremonies for the Daytona 500.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we ask that you please rise and remove your hats as Robertsdale High School Junior ROTC presents our nation's colors.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time,
Here to offer today's invocation, please welcome Chaplain of Advent Health of Central Florida, Farzad Noria.
Alright, pre-race ceremonies are getting underway at Daytona. We're about a few minutes away from green.
Please protect and bless the drivers in the race today, our officials, crew members, fans, and their families. And please protect and bless our men and women in the military and law enforcement as they serve this country day and night. And please bless their families. For these things we ask in Christ's name. Amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome award-winning, multi-platinum country music icon and star of the upcoming Fox series Monarch, Trace Adkins.
Wait, Trace Atkins is going to be a TV star?
By the dawn's
Radio broadcast and TV broadcast are a few seconds apart.
at the twilight's last gleam, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streamed, and the rockets red glare, the bombers sting in air, Katie proved through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
The pomp and circumstance is over. It is time to race. Charles Woodson and the command to fire engines coming up.
Alright,
15 minutes could save.
Charles Woodson and the command.
Wait a minute. I've heard it before. That's the no cure.
Great rendition of the national anthem by Trace Atkins.
Because it's from Geico.
Yeah, wait, here it
I
is.
think those were F-15s flying over the track.
15% or more.
So, yeah, we are just about ready for green in the 2022 season. Daytona 500 coming up.
Copy deal? Yeah, that actually does sound like
Oh
something
boy.
we can do. Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
We are just about ready to go. Let me check and see who is in the chat. And there's no one in the chat. Click on it. So,
From Daytona International Speedway, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR. Hi, this is Mike Bagley. Join me along with the cast and crew of the Motor Racing Network every Tuesday night for NASCAR Live. Hear exclusive interviews.
Whenever you're done racing, and we can look back on what we accomplished, that's when you really appreciate it.
The best moments from each of NASCAR's premier series. It will be a victory by mere inches. McDowell wins the Daytona 500. As well as break down the upcoming race weekend and more. It's NASCAR Live every Tuesday night at 7 Eastern.
Check out MRN.com for a podcast series called The Tough Trucks of NASCAR. 25 years and still trucking. We'll take you back to some great
yeah, so I'm trying to have race audio on.
some wild moments.
This is the I have the MRN broadcast on. I'm trying to commentate as best I can with that broadcast on. Hopefully I don't mess it up.
Every February for the last 63 years, the eyes of the motorsports world have become affixed on Daytona Beach, Florida. It is here at the Daytona International Speedway where an emotional roller coaster awaits for 40 NASCAR Cup Series drivers. This race has coronated racing royalty solidified a driver's legendary status. And Dale Earnhardt is going to win the Daytona 500. And on occasion, made the improbable a reality. Earnhardt throws a tire in turn number 3. Derek Cope wins the Daytona 500. Welcome to a career-defining and life-changing day for one of 40 NASCAR Cup Series drivers. Live from the World Center of Racing, it's the 64th running of the Daytona 500. Live flag-to-flag coverage of the Great American Race begins now, exclusively on the Motor Racing Network.
Live on the Motor Racing Network, it's the NASCAR Cup Series.
Okay, big thumbs up. Get ready to rock and roll past the race start today, pal. Both boys with Texas, never to dead.
Today, the Daytona 500 from Daytona International Speedway. Sponsored by Geico. Switch to Geico today.
Alrighty.
All the ways you can save. By Blue Green Vacations, the official vacation ownership provider of NASCAR, invites you to believe in the power of vacation. By eBay Motors. With all the right parts at the right prices, visit ebaymotors.com. By O'Reilly Auto Parts, your professional parts people. By Ruoff Mortgage. Welcome home. From Ruoff Mortgage, the official mortgage partner of NASCAR. By Skechers, comfort and food. And by Toyota. For the latest Toyota racing information, visit toyotaracing.com. The Great American Race, 40 drivers that have thought about this moment for a lifetime, the chance to be a Daytona 500 champion, and for one, today that dream will become a reality. What a sight, what an absolute display of entertainment and energy, Alex Hayden. As we welcome you into the broadcast booth, Jeff Striegel, Alex Hayden, NASCAR Hall of Famer Rusty Wallace. And Alex, how do you sum up this moment?
Oh,
Nothing like it in the world of stock car racing, and you can actually take it a step further in athletics.
Fox has Scott Eastwood doing narration.
Everything that comes along with it.
I wonder if he's any relation to Cliff.
Electricity is even higher than it's ever been here at the stadium, and that's what this place is, truly a stadium.
Hard to believe that just last year we were about at 30% capacity for this race. This race is a sellout in 2022.
Rusty, the emotion of Daytona. How do you put that into words? You've been there. You've sat in those seats.
About like 10-15 minutes to green.
This particular race is one of the biggest races that I can remember in a long time, guys, because of the new car. We got a brand new design car. We got a lot of young drivers out there that are excited.
Final preparations are done.
You look down at the like you guys just said, it's
About time for Charles Woodson to take the stage.
perfect. Everything is set up and ready to go for a fantastic 500, maybe the best 500 we've ever seen. A lot of questions about the new car. How's it going to perform? How's the pit stop going to go? What's the strategy? Things like that. But overall, I would tell you this is one of the greatest experiences I've ever had before a Daytona 500. So Rusty's point, Jeff, this is the first time. We've been coming down here collectively decades. This is the first time I really don't have a real idea what we're about to witness here because of the new car, because of so many drivers.
What are we about to witness in this 500?
We just don't know as drivers what to expect.
It's the great unknown with these new Generation 7 cars.
Stock car racing in the world, waiting for somebody at the end of 500 miles. They're going to get out and they're going to race.
And we're going to see that happen with a brand new race car. We'll talk about some of the differences in this car compared to years past as we work through the broadcast. But I think he's absolutely right, Rusty. They just don't know what they've got.
Yeah, you're exactly right. You say, hey, I know about
Ah,
this
boy,
car.
Queen Elizabeth just tested positive for COVID. Doggone it. Not the Queen. How are they going to work the sequential shifting?
No more of that. Not at all. It's time to get the Daytona 500 underway. Why don't we now go trackside for the command to fire up the engines?
And now, race fans, here to say the most famous words in motorsports. Please welcome Pro Football Hall of Famer, Heisman Trophy winner, and Fox NFL analyst, Charles Woodson. Daytona, are you ready? Drivers, start your
That's how you do a command!
I think you can tell by the roar of the crowd, everybody is ready here in Daytona.
The wait is finally over.
Inbound, the Thunderbirds, Starburst, right over top of the broadcast booth. The 64th annual.
Oh, those were
Daytona
Thunderbirds that flew
500 is
over.
Live, and it's next right here on the Motor Racing Network.
My mistake.
And we're back with breaking news. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan, so make sure you... Jim. On the air.
Yeah, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news. I need to try it first. Goodyear tires keep vehicles that are thousands of pounds traveling at high speeds firmly connected to the road for thousands of miles. Now imagine what it's like having the same performance and quality on your Skechers. Introducing Skechers footwear with Goodyear rubber. We've taken the same high-performance rubber compound in Goodyear tires and infused it into Skechers high-quality, stylish footwear. Skechers rubber to enhance our
Hate
footwear
commercials on radio.
and stability. Skechers and Goodyear, where the sneakers meet the road. Find them at Skechers.
I think we've got 3 parade laps before green. Stages 65, 65, and 70 for this Daytona 500. 35 to 38 laps is the pit window. Pit road speed 45 miles an hour. And this is the first true test of the Generation 7 cars and all the changes that they've made, from the sequential shifting to the single lug tires. Let's check that again. Nothing yet. We have the connection. Sorry. I'm dealing with allergies. Why do they always have to happen? But what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Ugh. Yeah. Jeez.
As we come back, the field now just beginning to roll away behind the Toyota Camry pace car. It will lead the 40 cars out onto the high banks. Before we get to that swing around the racetrack, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Motor Racing Network.
Of course, they do this at the top of every hour.
500 miles on a 2.5 miles super speedway. Welcome to Daytona International Speedway. The Daytona 500 about to go under the green flag. Why don't we take a swing around the racetrack right now and bring in 3 more voices ready to call. The action for you today, we're going to start out in turn number 2 at Daytona. There, as always, from Barrie, Vermont, it is Dave Moody.
Thank you, Jess. Good afternoon.
Dave Moody, the guy who shut down Jason Jacoby 3 times.
Daytona International Speedway. Let's give you the lay of the land at this west end of the racetrack. Turns 1 and 2.
They call him the Godfather for a reason.
More than 4 stories tall, plenty wide enough to race 2 or 3 wide at will, 4 wide in an absolute emergency. Where things get a little bit interesting is coming
I
off
would
turn
not
number
be
2.
going
That
4
banking falls
wide
away
at Daytona.
fairly quickly from 31 degrees to just 5 on the Daytona super stretch. That can snuggle cars up a little tighter than that outside wall.
4 wide
that
at
they
Daytona
might
is a
otherwise
mistake.
want. We'll watch it all unfold today from the Sunoco Tire, high top, turn number 2. Now let's go to the other end of the property in Milford, Delaware's Mike Bagley.
Thank you, Dave, and good afternoon, everyone. As the Thunderbirds make one last
The
pass
bagman,
at
Mike Bagley.
We become affixed on the back straightaway here, the Daytona Super Stretch, 3,000 feet between turns 2 and turns 3. And this is all about the draft, but we don't necessarily have a full context of how the cars will behave in the draft. These cars are new, and the characteristics and the style of drafting could change. That's one thing we're looking for here today, but there's no doubt about it. If you're going to go to the front, you've got to have help. The question is, how do you get there? We'll cover it all.
And how do you get the help?
At the end of the Daytona Super Stretch, as the field rolls by us now to check turns 3 and 4 for the first time, they will roll into the view of Killingly, Connecticut's Kyle Rickey.
Thank you very much, Mike, and good afternoon, everybody. From atop the Sunoco Tower,
He's a new
just
one.
off of turn number 4, with the sold-out grandstand of over 100,000 to my right, thousands of more across from me in the infield. To my left, turns 3 and 4. 31 degrees of banking, top to bottom, wide enough to accommodate 2 and 3 wide racing. I'll watch all those traffic lanes form up and often fall apart, and the lane of choice going forward can often change lap to lap. Going to be a spectacular day of racing. We'll have it all covered from turns 3 and 4 for this, the 64th Daytona 500.
There are 200 total laps in today's event before we figure out who would be down in Ruoff Mortgage Victory Lane. You need a home loan. Ruoff Mortgage has the knowledge, expertise, and technology to make it a fast, stress-free
I don't think Alex
process.
Bowman likes that
Visit
nickname,
Ruoff.com
Front Row
to
Bo.
learn how.
Larson and Bowman, row 1. Row 2 is Chris Buescher, Brad Keselowski from RFK Racing. No, not Robert F. Kennedy.
Hey, remember
Michael
that
McDowell,
20
defending
Progressive?
Daytona 500 champion Austin Cindric, the rookie, row 3.
Hologram phone. Because, you know, it's the future and everything's
Harrison
holograms
Burton,
now.
Ryan Blaney in row 4.
Progressive and save big because those savings can add up in the future.
Talking with Blaney on row 4 on Fox right now.
Customer survey to save with Progressive in 2020. Potential savings will vary.
And our honorary starter is Lachlan Murdoch, chairman of the board at News Corp. More propaganda. Yuck. It's propaganda from Fox that's gotten us into trouble. Kyle Busch, Chase Briscoe, row 5, Briscoe to the rear, for failing pre-race inspection. Christopher Bell, Chase Elliott, row 6. Then we got Truex, we talked about him earlier, and Eric Jones in row 7. Row 8, Bubba Wallace, Tyler Reddick. Gonna be moving to row 9. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Busch, in his new ride at 2311. 10th row, Joey Logano, Ross Chastain, Logano to the rear, failing pre-race inspection, and he's in a backup car. Kevin Harvick, Daniel Suarez, row 11. And they're talking with Harvick now. Tony Stewart calling the race. Cover the Joy, William Byron, row 12. Byron, the worst performing of the Hendrick guys. Ty Dillon, Justin Haley, row 13, as we get the one to go from the flag stand. In row 14, Greg Biffle making his return, and Landon Castle. Danny Hamlin, Todd Gillen, row 15. Hamlin looking for his 4th Daytona 500. Cody Ware, Cole Custer in row 16. David Reagan, Daniel Hemrick to the rear. Kaz Gralla and Austin Dillon in row 18. Row 19 is Eric Almirola in his final season, and BJ McLeod. And in row 20, Jacques Villeneuve in a backup car, and Noah Gragson. One pass through pit road to judge pit road speed.
In the past with the older cars, due to the transmission differences, you were able to put the car in neutral. Not the case really here today with this new car. The driver's going to leave their car in first gear just to make sure they can get it back into gear when they're ready to leave the box. We'll also watch some of the pit stop procedures as well. We've heard a couple reports of just due to the suspension components, left front tires being difficult to get on. In addition to fueling, the teams are expected to have to wait a little bit longer than the tires to fuel the car completely. So lot to do, even if you're a pit crew.
Another thing I'm looking forward to today is the Season 7 preview for the Masked Singer coming up after this race. So,
And Dylan, it can be a challenge bringing your car down from the high speeds of Daytona.
I'm bored with Truex.
Speed of 55 miles per hour, especially during green flag stops. And now with these new generation of cars, drivers having to adjust their braking. And also Kyle Busch told us in our pre-race, you have to get used to the new shifting as you downshift to the right gear for pit road. We saw Denny Hamlin make that mistake in Thursday's duel, going spinning at the entry. A mistake like that turns what would have been a fuel-only stop or a two-tire stop into a four-tire change, and a longer pit stop could put you at the end of your group on exit, making it harder to suck up into the draft. That's something we'll be watching
Field
down here.
in 3.
Now back to Jeff Striegel, Alex Hayden, and Rusty Wallace for the start of the 64th annual running of the Daytona 500.
Thank you, Kim Coon.
Get ready, everyone.
Come now off of turn number 4, the 31 degrees of banking. We are ready
Pace
to go.
vehicle is in.
Running of the Great American Race. Up front, a couple of teammates, a couple of Camaros, and now for the start of the Daytona 500 from Goldsboro, North Carolina. Here is the Motor Racing Network's Alex Hayden.
Green flag goes in the air, and Kyle
Green flag is up. We're racing.
Crosses the start-finish line. He'll go to driver's left, fall in line at the bottom of the racetrack to be.
There we go.
The field to turn 1.
Larson to the number 1 spot. Alex Bowman, his Hendrick Motorsports teammate, follows right behind in second. The battle for third now rages on. It's Brad Keselowski at the bottom of the racetrack.
Clean and organized so far.
Teammate Chris Buescher.
It is already a 4-car breakaway up front. They are in single file formation. The stacking up of traffic begins.
Single file already
through
the top 5.
Already. Brad Keselowski and Austin Cindric dart to the high side of the racetrack.
Keselowski will waste little time stepping out of line, pulling up alongside Kyle Larson. He wants to lead lap number 1 here at Daytona. He's in the top spot off turn 4.
Here they come now, racing back to the stripe. Lap 1 about to go in the books. The outside lane's got a roll.
Lap 1 about to be in the books right here.
Number 1, he's got his teammate tucked in.
It'll be
So much for easing into this Daytona 500. Keselowski right to the point.
Keselowski
Got indeed the teammate
leading the
right
first
behind
official
him.
lap for his new team.
The rookie rides in the number 2 spot as the Fords go to the front.
Fords go to the front.
Fords have been fastest so far all speed weeks.
Brad Keselowski, Austin Cindric, Chris Buescher. You've also got Michael McDowell, the top 4.
Keselowski, Cindric, Buescher, McDowell, Kyle Busch, your top 5.
Help from behind, and Christopher Bell. The side-by-side racing begins from 7th on back. Here's Kyle Larson leading to the inside of Martin Truex Jr.
Thunder off turn number.
Blaney and Elliott falling behind early.
Pit lane and serve a pass-through penalty. They failed 3 race inspection 3 straight occasions, along with a crew member being ejected for the day. A pass-through penalty. The field goes back to 1.
Here comes Brad Keselowski.
Allmendinger serving his pass-through.
Number 1, Cindric rides in second. Chris Buescher shows in the 3rd spot. 4th position, the defending 500 champion. That's Michael McDowell.
Now the front 9 are all in single file.
3 of 65 laps in to stage number 1.
Kyle Larson leading the inside line. They're losing steam as everybody goes by right now. Stenhouse, Blaney, Eric Jones will bypass Larson.
Larson has traffic help from his Hendrick teammate and Alex Bowman. Also Harrison Burton, Chase Elliott, Daniel Suarez all lined up on the bottom, but fading through the field.
That outside lane moving fast. They got organized pretty quickly.
A lot of talk that the outside lane wasn't going to come in right away, but right now all the cars are glued to the top of the wall. The lead cars all as they enter turn 1. The rest of the cars
And
kind of gathered up in the
reason
bottom.
being is because Keselowski and Cindric got hooked up pretty quickly.
He said, I think the bottom lane's going to be the fast one, but right now it seems like the top's the fastest. And he said he really doesn't know what the cars are going to do.
In order for the bottom lane to be faster, they're going to have to get Keselowski and Cindric. They're gonna have to split up Keselowski and Cindric. The quicker they get those Fords split up, the quicker the bottom lane will start to come in.
These drivers still don't exactly know how their cars are going to handle out there with this brand new race car.
As we go on board with Suarez.
We're officially into the season now. This is the new race car that we're racing. Dave, the field is still for the
99 was bouncing a lot. That's a lot of that dirty air, making the air on Suarez's car mad. It doesn't know what to do.
Before he was finally able to shoehorn his way up into the high lane.
There is a low lane, but it's mid-pack on back. And that low lane is led by Sunoco Rookie of the Year contender Harrison Burton. He's got Chase Elliott, Daniel Suarez, and about a 7 other car freight train behind him.
Also on the bottom of the racetrack.
Uh-oh. Someone went below that double yellow line. That was dangerous. Look, yeah, it was. It was Harrison Burton that went below the double yellow line. That is out of bounds at Daytona and Talladega. You cannot advance your position below that double yellow line. If you do, you'll have to give those positions back, or you will be penalized.
Kind of unusual for so many people to put their fate in the hands of a rookie early, but Harrison Burton, not just any rookie. He will lead that low-line charge, but they've still got a lot of work to do.
Here's one driver looking out of line. Ryan Blaney was in the top line. Coming out of 2, he pulled that Ford Mustang out of line, started to run, but quickly...
I don't know why you put your fate in the hands of a rookie, but this is no ordinary rookie. This is Harrison Burton.
Inside lane with some positive momentum into turn 3, led by Harrison Burton and Chase Elliott and Daniel Suarez. They're now
Here comes Burton and Elliott.
That inside lane's
charging quickly.
Momentum led by Harrison Burton. He's got the legendary Wood Brothers colors, and seeing what that lane is doing, Ryan Blaney's going to turn left and go down in front of them. As a matter of fact, the inside lane's beginning to get some numbers.
Blaney likes what the kid was doing. He's going to join him downstairs.
I see a bright future for Harrison Burton coming up. He's going to win himself some races. Might not be this year, but 2023 or 24, he'll come into his own. Busch to third. He's broken up those Fords. Kyle Busch with help from Christopher Bell. That's his Gibbs teammate. Busch now challenging the Fords of Keselowski and Cindric. And new leader, Kyle Busch. Leads lap 7.
Well, I'll tell you what, guys, the bottom looks the hot spot right now. Waiting too long because the Toyotas, Mike Bagley, have lined up on the inside.
And they are led by Kyle Busch. Kyle now draws.
The Toyotas got organized now.
Kyle Busch now inching forward.
We're just waiting on the Chevys to get organized.
With the help of 4 other Toyotas lined up behind them, Christopher Bell, Martin Truex Jr., Kurt Busch, and Bubba Wallace. As practice, Lasky continues to lead the outside lane. Essentially, the front of the inside
on board with we were on board with Kurt Busch. Oh boy, here comes Keselowski again. Help from Cindric.
Side by side for the lead in the Daytona 500.
Kyle Busch has got at the bottom of the racetrack. Brad Keselowski to the outside lane. A couple of former series.
Kyle Busch led that lap.
Nose to nose now for the top spot in the Great American Race.
Toyota and Ford side by side. It does indeed.
But now Keselowski has to lead back again. Help from Austin Cindric made that possible. Kyle Busch has that group of Fords broken up.
Penalty, he better pedal hard because here comes the entire field bearing down on him. 9 laps complete. Brad back
I thought
out
someone was talking.
Guess
not.
Kyle Busch.
Hey Bob, thanks for inviting me to your ultimate tailgate. I thought we were going to watch the game. No, I said come check out the ultimate tailgate on my Chevy Silverado. It's the available multi-flex tailgate. But this isn't a tailgate. Sure it is. It flexes into 6 different configurations to help you work harder.
We're through 9 laps. It's Keselowski, Cindric, Kyle Busch, Buescher, and Christopher Bell, your top 5. Then McDowell, Truex, Stenhouse, Kurt Busch, and Eric Jones rounding out the top 10. Oh boy. Looks like the 16 got caught up. And Fox is going to commercial as we cross the 10th lap.
10 down of the 200 here in the Daytona 500. 500. The outside lane is back out front, led by Brad Keselowski and his teammate Austin Cindric. Or check that, Austin Cindric in a Ford. Then comes his teammate. That is Chris Buescher. On the inside continues to be Kyle Busch, but he is drifted back now.
Emma Ryan thought Keselowski was still at Penske. So far, 3 lead changes among 2 drivers.
Go behind the scenes each week with me and championship-winning crew chief Todd Gordon for MRN Crew Call.
11 laps complete so far.
We'll talk to some of the biggest names working
Again, the stages are 65 laps for the first and second stage, and 70 laps for the third and final stage. Basically, this race is split into thirds.
Looking to rent a scanner? Racing Electronics rentals must be purchased in advance online at racingelectronics.com. No walk-ups will be allowed. With a Racing Electronics scanner, hear uncensored communication from every team in the race.
Hey guys.
Radio broadcast. Don't forget to rent early.
What's up, everyone?
Last day to rent for Auto Club is February 25th. Last day to rent for Las Vegas is March 3rd. And the
How are you guys?
March 11th. Head over to racingelectronics.com.
Okay.
Secure your scanner rental today.
Welcome back to Daytona Beach, Florida, the Daytona International Speedway. We are now 13.
Luca couldn't draft a team if his life depended on it. Thank you, Heinz. Anyway. By the way, Harry, when's the All-Star draft in your league?
Yeah, he won the first race in the duel, and then his teammate Chris Buescher won Blue Green Bay.
I gotta get my schedule straight here, you know? So,
They've got a pretty good run going in that outside lane, but Kyle Busch and the Toyota can, they're doing some experimenting down low, and Mike Bagley, they're not far from the hunt.
No, they are not. They are lined up. You've got the JGR teammates of Kyle Busch, Chris Bell. You've also got
just let me know when it is, okay? Let me get my schedule straight, and I can plan accordingly. Alright? Let's see.
Mike Bagley, quick observation that you made during the break. Brad's out front. He looks in the rear view mirror and sees a very familiar sight.
Isn't it amazing and quite ironic that as Brad changes teams and goes to Roush Fenway Keselowski Racing, he vacates Team Penske in the 2-car, but Austin Cindric in that 2-car has got his nose buried on Brad's back bumper, and it is the car that he
let's
used
see.
to race. That is
All-Star.
into the lead of the
There.
Daytona 500. They all work
Okay.
the slower car right now. Jacques Villeneuve, the
Let me
Formula
check
One
the
World
announcements
Champion,
tab in
Indianapolis 500
your
champion.
server
These
there,
drivers
Harry.
having to learn on the fly. That team has struggled with engine issues.
Well, we haven't had a sim. We have not had a sim since Thursday the 17th.
On Saturday. So I guess, Dave, when you got to get out there and learn how to drive these cars, you got to do it in the Daytona 500.
I gotta know when these things are, okay? Just let me know when these things are. Jeez. Like, I'm sorry.
Side-by-side battles where Kyle Busch on the inside faces a challenge from Alex Bowman topside. Suarez also in that outside lane. Kyle Busch to the bottom. Then next row.
On board with Landon Castle in the Fox Nation Inc. car.
Guys, I can tell you in the past with the older car.
I did not like that scheme when I first saw it. Moving to the onboard for Logano and the Coke Zero Sugar onboard. He started 38th, had to go to a back car. He's now 21st.
A little bit wider tire on it right now. What's going to happen? We saw it Thursday night where they were able to make
On board with Hamlin looking back at Chase Elliott.
But it was pretty cool that night and it was dark outside. Now we got a warmer temperature, higher track temperatures. Is it going to be the same?
Come on. What's with this timing scoring
in the past? I mean,
nugget? Nice going. This timing scoring is defective.
Will it happen to this new car? I'm really taking a look at it right now.
Okay, let me
Others are not. The fast movers so far, 17 laps in, Eric Almirola
Oh
up
boy.
17 spots. Noah
Possible
Gragson
trouble in
started
the
out
18.
back, didn't stay there long. He now is actually up 21 spots. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has advanced 13. Daniel Suarez on the move, along with his teammate. Mitchell up 12. Ross up 8.
Just checking my Facebook messages.
Side of that coin, all the drivers headed the wrong direction in the draft right now. Chase Briscoe in the Mahindra Tractors entry has dropped 22 positions.
Yipes. Big drop for Briscoe. Big drop. Fox is showing lap 18. This, I got this timing scoring thing from Reddit. So I don't know what is going on. I am going to have, I might have to restart it. Yeah, I might have to restart the timing scoring app.
Nope, Geico will assign him a designated claims team to help him out too.
Wow, nature is so cool.
Geico, great service without all the drama.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to restart the timing scoring app, so let's see if I can get this fired up again. Come on. It's still saying lap 14 of 200. So, what the heck is going on?
No change in the top 5. It's Brad Keselowski leading Austin Cindric, Chris Buescher, Michael McDowell, and Ricky Stenhouse for your front 5. 20 laps about to go up on the board here in the Daytona 500.
Okay, so there's 20 laps on the board.
This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
I don't know what's going on with this timing scoring thing, but I'm gonna try and roll with it. I call you big klutz. I am a big klutz. There we go. Lap 20 and 200. There we go. There we freaking go. Ugh.
Visit ruoff.com to learn more. That's ruoff.com.
Check out mrn.com for a podcast series called The Toughest 25 years and still trucking. We'll take you back to some great races.
Skinner wins it by 2/100ths of a second.
Some wild moments.
Kyle Busch, he's top shelf, digging up top. Motor Ice Vision.
And the stories that go with them. Bob wanted a junior. He is Aaron. Download on iTunes and at mrn.com.
Okay. Shoot.
On a sun-drenched day at the world's most famous beach, the Daytona 500 rolls on. 21 laps complete and Brad Keselowski leads it. We want to take a moment to welcome in a few new radio stations to the Motor Racing Network family. 102.5 The Game, WPRT FM out of Nashville, Tennessee. In Salina, Kansas, 910 AM and 107.5 FM, KINA AM. And AM 760 and 95.1 FM, the Hawaii Sports Radio Network, KGU AM.
Wait,
in
Hawaii?
Honolulu, Hawaii. Thank you
Really?
for coming on board for the Great American Race.
And the Motor Racing Network says hello to everybody listening to us in Hawaii and around the world. All right, let's give you a quick look at the top 10. The top 6 run free of one another. Nose to tail they go. Keselowski, Cindric, Buescher, Michael McDowell, last year's winner of the Daytona 500, goes fourth in front of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Eric Jones. Behind them, Kyle, a couple of former champions, and Kyle Larson and Kyle Busch go at it. Kyle Larson side by side with Kyle Busch. That is just outside of the top 5 as Kyle Busch continues to lead that inside line. It's
Yes,
certainly
Dad.
worth continuing to talk about. It's a new race car.
Kyle Larson 7th, Kyle Busch 8th. There's that battle.
Ryan Blaney's a driver that's been basically stuck in the middle of the pack working the outside lane. What is he saying?
Well, and Ryan Blaney, not a guy that likes to be stuck. He's one of the guys that tends to go up in the front. And what he's complaining
First
about on his car is
7 or 8 drivers are single file. This was what I was fearing to start off this Daytona 500.
itself is a lot shorter as well. So he is complaining a little bit about that. Not major complaint, but Chris was a little bit smoother ride out there at the racetrack. Ryan, the winner in August, and right mid-pack right now in that Menards.
That report from pit road is presented by Goodyear. Goodyear, the official tire of NASCAR. Always focused on the road ahead.
They're just waiting on someone to get knocked out of line at the wrong time, and then all hell will break loose. Keselowski has led 22 of the first 23, he got 23 of the first 24 laps to this point.
Which is something that's not bad. It's something the driver's going to have to get used to. These cars are
41 to go in stage number 1.
Because of that, the wheel travel they've got is only like about a half an inch of wheel
On board
travel.
with Hamlin
Very little compared with
as they work down the Daytona super stretch.
Very big springs in the front and in the back, and all the drivers I've talked to said, boy, this thing is really rigid around the racetrack. So
What?
if you felt the bumpy racetrack last year, unfortunately for these drivers, it's going to be about twice as bumpy this year versus last year. The cars in the past made downforce by pushing down on the car aerodynamically. These cars, it's made by pulling down on the car with
Baseline heart rate was 53? How did I do that?
Get rid of what we used to call the aero push and make it so these cars can handle better. Because right now, it looks
I have no idea how they keep their heart rate down. I have no idea. Nor do I want to have any idea. Busch and Bell making their way to the front on that inside lane.
We're almost back to side-by-side racing for the lead. Kyle Busch has run down.
Busch running down Keselowski again.
Brought to you by Skechers. Skechers, the comfort and fit specialist. Try Skechers, wax fit, wide fit.
Keselowski continuing to lead from Cindric, Kyle Busch, Chris Buescher.
Currently being scored as the race leader. Austin Cindric is second. Kyle Busch goes third. Chris Buescher fourth, and Christopher
And then
Bell fifth.
Christopher Bell in 5th. McDowell, Truex, Stenhouse, Kurt Busch, and Eric Jones. Your top 10.
Right now, Bubba Wallace 11th, Kyle Larson is 12th, then Denny Hamlin, Alex Bowman, and Chase Elliott.
Back on board with Kurt Busch. That's 9th place.
Ryan Blaney, Ross Chastain, William Byron, and Harrison Burke. Right now, that's your top 20, but that's going to change here shortly.
It will indeed. It will change at the start and finish line. Kyle Busch by a fender on the inside lane leads in the turn number 1.
Busch's drafting help drops a little bit too far off his back bumper. He was getting the shove from fellow Toyota driver Christopher Bell. Bell fell back a bit, and that allows the lead back to Keselowski.
Kyle Busch has an amazing drafting partner in Christopher Bell. Brad Keselowski has one in Austin Cindric. Both are paid dividends. Here's Bell. He's going to give Kyle a shove to the lead.
To the top spot goes the M&M's Toyota of Kyle Busch as Brad
Busch to the lead. Keselowski trying to fight back with Cindric.
They are lined up nose to tail, are they
But
not?
can't get it done.
Right down on the double yellow line.
Busch to the lead.
Kyle Busch.
But for how long?
This time back to 1.
Busch at the head of the class in terms of that Toyota charge. They did a lot of experimenting, altering their line a little bit, entering higher, entering lower, drifting up in the middle. Well, as they figured out something that worked, it's Kyle Busch to the lead.
Kyle Busch now on the inside line.
4th lead change of this Daytona 500.
Because as he's leading, Austin Cindric is just burying the nose in his race car, and Brad Keselowski's back bumper. Brad Keselowski had the lead for about 100 yards going into turn number 3, and here comes Kyle Busch again. Back to the inside with help from Christopher Bell and Martin Truex Jr.
So far it's been Busch versus Brad K.
Only for a moment, they'll lead this lap as well. Kyle Busch at the front of the field. Now Greg Biffle has taken his car behind the wall at the center section of pit road.
Why did they bring back the mounts of Busch ad? That one was dated in '85.
Tough break for Greg Biffle in his return to the NASCAR Cup Series with this race team. The field side by side.
Greg Biffle apparently done after just 29 laps. Tough Rick Graham his return. I haven't seen him since like 2015.
Chase Elliott, and others. Outside lane led by Brad Keselowski, Austin Cindric, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Michael McDowell, also Chris Buescher topside as they go off turn 4, still side by side.
30 laps down. Remember, stage 1 complete at lap 65, and we see some of the teams getting ready. You may see pit stops coming up.
Green flag pit stops coming within the next 5 to 8 laps.
Nose to nose at the front of the pack in turn number 1. Kyle Busch on the bottom has the advantage by about a car length. Keselowski and company up high struggle a little bit in the middle of the corner.
But they've not abandoned their plan to stay in single file formation, and this has not been a deterrent to Austin.
By the way, I have no interest in SmackDown. I am useless when it comes to wrestling.
Trying to get in on the action as well. Buescher third in line, topside, side by side with Christopher Bell, who is the second car on the bottom.
Oh, I see a lot of shuffling there. This is not going to end well.
Well, guys, these cars can run about 40 laps on field. They're coming to the line of lap 31 right now. I mean, if they pit around 32 or 33, that's halfway in the run. That's something they can do, and everything's going to be fine. I mean, stretching it clear of 40, maybe some will do that, but we did see last year in some of the stage races that halfway is what a lot of drivers done. So I wouldn't be surprised in the next 2 or 3 laps to start seeing cars hit pit road. And remember, like the other
31 complete.
probably be all the Toyotas in one plunk, and then all the Fords,
So,
then all the
I think in the next
ideally, the drivers like to signal
4 laps,
on the back
3 or 4 laps, we'll be seeing green flag stops. They're trying to split the stage in
You gotta be at
half.
the bottom of the racetrack to do that. As we sit right now off turn 4, Jeff Striegel, we're stacked up double wide. The inside lane, well, they're the ones that can easily get to pit road. If you're planning on a pit in the next lap or 2 on the outside lane, you've got yourself a peck of trouble.
We got Fords working the outside lane, Toyota's working the inside lane. Dave, if Brad was thinking about coming to pit road, he's got work to do.
Well, it's going to be a tough road to hoe if he wants to come from the wall to the bottom, because Kyle Busch and company have pretty much got that piece of land claimed. Keselowski leads the pack off 2.
Keselowski back to the front.
Trying to come down to the inside. Good luck with all that, because that is the great wall of drafting right there.
Oh, great wall of drafting. Nice one. Nice one there, Mike Bagley.
That's the great wall of Toyotas on the bottom of the racetrack, led by Kyle Busch, and it's the inside lane.
And I have no interest in winning a Ford Mustang.
Everybody keeps their right foot hammered down on
Back
the
to the lead is
firewall.
Kyle Busch.
Accelerator is pushed to the
And the
floor as
Gibbs
hard as they
team.
can. Nobody coming to pit road this time. They stay racing hard for the front spot.
Outside line on the charge again. Here come the Fords. Brad Keselowski. Help from Austin Cindric around the outside. Keselowski by a half a car length, by a full car length. Keselowski back to the lead.
Jeez.
The way this is shaping up, there are manufacturer helpers out there. You want to line up with your manufacturer. Someone's going to have to break ranks and leave someone high and dry in the next handful of laps just to make it to the pit lane. Back at the front of the field, side by side once again.
Yeah, someone is going to have to break away from their own manufacturer if they want to make it to pit lane.
34 laps are complete.
All throughout Speed Weeks, we've been seeing Fords go with Fords, Toyota with Toyota, Chevy with Chevy.
Kyle Busch, but he's never won it, but he will lead the field across the line at the moment.
I think we might have to see Chevy with Ford, or Chevy with Toyota, or Toyota with Ford in the next few laps. If you want to see guys coming to pit lane. That's what I'm thinking here. The way this first run is shaping up.
Ready for the biggest, baddest, most patriotic celebration ever. Join us for the Heroes Honor Festival this Memorial Day weekend at Daytona International Speedway, featuring a star-studded lineup, including country legend Toby Keith. This welcome home tribute honors our Vietnam veterans with a grand display of appreciation for our nation's heroes. Everyone is welcome at the Heroes Honor Festival. Veterans, family and friends, and all Americans. Free to Vietnam vets, military half off, open to all. Get your tickets now at heroeshonorfestival.com.
35 complete, 30 to go in stage 1.
Kyle Busch and the Toyotas are pulling away now from Brad.
And the Toyotas
Up on the outside lane.
in the lower line are pulling away. Lower line single file.
This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR. If you suffer from heartburn or other
Ugh. And I hate these commercials. I
better digestive wellness and heartburn relief. Praxin not only provides relief of heartburn, but Praxin takes a 360-degree approach to support better digestion, protect you from harmful bacteria, and also balance your stomach to improve digestive health. We like to think of it as the multivitamin of digestive health. It's the only product to combine all natural ingredients known for the digestive health properties into a single patented product. Praxin also comes in easy-to-carry packs. Praxin relieves, restores, and maintains a healthy digestive system. Praxin is available here for only $39.95. Shipping and handling is free, and your money back is guaranteed. To take advantage of this special radio
Okay, thank you very much, Harry. Once everything's all figured out for All-Star Drafting your Sim League, I can get my draft strategy squared away. But again, thank you very much.
Lap 37, the Fords are on pit road. Brad not able to get there. Steve Post, what do you got?
Yeah, Ryan Blaney's the only Ford down here.
Oh, Ford's coming down pit lane. Here we go.
Racing fuel on that automobile. There's going to be 2 tires, Dylan.
2 tires there.
Michael McDowell, and interesting
Only McDowell.
to jack the left side of the car up just to make sure it's full. That's what they did on McDowell, to jack the left side up, but fuel only for him. Kim?
Had Austin Cindric tires on that machine as well as Sunoco Fuel. Todd Gillen for Sunoco Fuel as well as signs out for Martin Truex Jr. The Toyota Brigade is in. We'll follow Martin Simon. Right
Toyota's coming in.
They come in tandem. It will be tires for Keselowski. Right
Oh, Chevy's breaking rank.
for Martin Truex Jr. 2 tires for Brad Keselowski. Dylan Welch.
Toyotas are in the middle of pit road. 2 tires. Right side for Kyle Busch, waiting on the fuel. And there
He stops coming at lap number 38.
a host of others here in the middle. Steve Post.
Bruce Chevy's in the middle of this as well. Those right side tires for Christopher Bell. They had to wait a little bit on the fuel. A couple of drivers' cars snapped sideways as they get back on the gas. Chase Elliott is in getting pit service. Bubba Wallace, Eric Jones, and others. They're on the turn 1 end of pit road.
What a sound in the background with these engines, these race cars. First round of pit stops.
Whole
almost
gaggle of
complete.
cars.
Up to turn 4, we see more. This will be the final group when the car is spinning. Coming to pit road, locking up the brakes. It's Jacques Villeneuve. He'll spin the car
Ooh,
completely
Jacques Villeneuve
sideways, get it pointed
with a
in the
spin.
right direction, and go ahead about his business. Cars in front of Kim Kuhn.
Both Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Joey Logano in.
And he's able to right the ship.
Sunoco Fuel, Steve Post.
Harrison Burton brings that famed Wood Brothers car in. Going to be right side tires and Sunoco Racing Fuel. The very first pit box is Kyle Larson. Right side tires as well. Sunoco Racing Fuel. Dylan.
Both of the column cars, Justin Haley and
Ty Dillon speeding on pit lane.
along with Landon Castle. They all three some fuel only and are down and away.
That's going to be a pass through.
Dylan, thank you very much. We've got a black flag waving over somebody. Alex, who is it?
Ty Dillon getting busted for speeding on pit road, and that's going to be a backbreaker for that team, although we are still in the first stage of the race. Plenty of time to make up that lost ground, but speeding for Ty Dillon.
I will recap it, reset it for you. Pit stops are complete. We're working lap number 40.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive save over $700
That is a
on average.
killer for that 42 team, Ty Dillon. Speeding on pit lane.
Progressive 30 years ago to buy tickets to the championship game. You know, between those 2 teams that didn't exist 30 years ago.
Oh, yikes. That was quite a ride for the F1 champion, Jacques Villeneuve.
Because those savings could add up in the future.
That experience coming in handy as he was able to save it, right the ship, and get on pit lane. As we complete lap number 40.
Sir, are you aware you were going 40 miles an hour? This is a residential area.
Sure, but I'm on my lawnmower. Wait, am I getting a ticket?
No, I've just never seen anyone top 9 miles an hour on one of those bad boys. And mow their entire lawn in 30 seconds? What got into you?
Well, I did fuel up at Sunoco this morning. At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance.
And a caution?
Racing for over 50 years.
What for?
Your best.
Well, lap number 40 was very interesting. Welcome back to Daytona. Caution flag is out for a couple of things that unfolded over in front of you, Dave Moody.
Hasgrala had a wheel come off on the race car, and then also Also, Chase Briscoe spun his car around as well, and that's put us under the caution flag.
So,
As we can see that
Loose Wheel and Casgrove, the 50 car for Floyd Mayweather. And then Chase Briscoe went for a spin. And that put us under yellow.
Bagley joined me along with the cast and crew of the Motor Racing Network every Tuesday night for NASCAR Live. Here
I'm gonna go down, get myself a snack. I will be right back.
The best moments from each of NASCAR's premier series.
it will be a victory by mere inches. McDowell wins the Daytona 500.
As well as break down the upcoming race weekend and more. It's NASCAR Live every Tuesday night at 7 Eastern.
MRN Classic Races. Terry Bradshaw, the honorary starter, puts the green out, and they are underway.
Here's all of the greatest moments in NASCAR history.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. comes back to Daytona International Speedway, leading the pack, coming to the line. He will win.
From Daytona to Talladega.
It's over here in Talladega. Dale Earnhardt has won the race.
To the sport's greatest champion.
Dale Waltrip calling the bluff, and he's on his way.
Live, right here on the Motor Racing Network.
That's enough. I have returned.
Welcome back to the World Center of Racing, Daytona International Speedway, and the running of the 64th Daytona 500. The stock car portion of Advent Health Speed Weeks here at the World Center of Racing.
Oh, seriously? You were in commercial during caution, Fox? Come on. What happened to if trouble breaks out, we break in? What happened to that policy?
Absolutely. On Saturday, Mark Stretch Jr. Foundation hosted their signature Catwalk for a Cause event just across the street from where we are right now at 1 Daytona. The proceeds from the event are going towards building a new Sherry Strong integrative clinic at Advent Health. Give us an idea what the impact of this new clinic will be with your new patients.
So Alex, I will start out by saying I had the privilege yesterday.
Oh, go! Oh! Saved it.
Awe-inspiring. Just watching women who are survivors, who are strong, and women who are committed to NASCAR was so inspiring. So, you know, in Advent Health, we are very committed to the whole person here. And so this clinic for women who need care that is integrated, spiritual care, physical care, emotional care, it will be just inspiring and awesome and integrated program.
Fantastic event for sure. As the official healthcare provider for Daytona International Speedway, it's not just the official title that goes along with it. There's a lot that goes on with providing care for everyone here.
Absolutely, Alex. Our Advent Health team takes care of all the competitors and we take care of all the guests throughout the duration of Speed Week. And so this includes everything from on-track incidents, pit road injuries, and major health crises. But our care center is not just available during Speed Week. We are available during many events that happen at Daytona International. And for us at Advent Health, it's just such an honor to have this great partnership. But also, just so you know, we're now in the Kansas Speedway, providing another needed access point to quality healthcare in our community. And this for us is awesome because it allows us to extend the healing ministry of Christ, which is our baseline mission. And so it is just the most wonderful thing for us.
Obviously, a partner here with the racetrack and everything around in the community. But there's a car in the race today. It's got Advent Health on it today. Ross Chastain, the driver. How excited are you with not just you and your 80,000 employees to see the company name working around Daytona, and this is the biggest stock car race in the world?
I will tell you, Alex, it is so special. Not just because Ross is this incredible person, but also, you know, it's been a really tough 2 years for our team. As healthcare providers, this is, I would say, a signal for us that things are almost, if not back to normal, almost heading there. But more importantly, I think it allows us to have our brand, and it allows us to really say to our employees, thank you. When they see that Advent Health brand, they know they're a part of something great, something bigger than they are, and so we are excited.
I really don't like this Geico commercial at all.
It's an added bonus for us.
Absolutely. Dr. Gregory, thanks so much for your partnership and being parked up here at the World Center of Racing and enjoy the rest of your Daytona 500. Thank you to a pleasure. Absolutely ours as well. Dr. Audrey Gregory, CEO, Advent Health, Central Florida Division, North Region.
And you haven't missed a thing. We continue to work under the caution flag, now 43 laps in. Remember now, stage 1 complete at lap 65. We did have a couple of cars come to pit road. We'll take a break and come back and cover those.
Hey, everybody up here. Have you ever cooked a really fine gourmet meal? Yeah, me neither. But I'm told it all comes down to the ingredients. And when I need ingredients to improve my car, the place I go is eBay Motors. Whether you roasted your last transmission, graded your current floor mats, or pureed your side view mirror on a lamppost, eBay Motors has the right parts at the right price.
eBay Motors? No thanks.
And by the way, if you recently fired up your grill, don't worry, eBay Motors has grills too. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
Goodyear tires keep vehicles that are thousands of pounds traveling at high speeds firmly connected to the road for thousands of miles. Now imagine what it's like having the same performance and quality on your Skechers. Introducing Skechers footwear with Goodyear rubber. We've taken the same high-performance rubber compounded Goodyear tires and fused it into Skechers high-quality, stylish footwear. Skechers uses Goodyear rubber to enhance our footwear's traction, durability, and stability. Skechers and Goodyear, where the sneakers meet the road. Find them at Skechers.com, a Skechers store, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
From Daytona International Speedway, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
It's your all-access pass to the world of NASCAR every weekday morning with NASCAR Hot Pass.
Man, just unreal to hit the fence, to go to the back, to fix it, to make
Whoa.
huge adjustments, and to be able to run as good as we did in there.
You'll hear from the sport's biggest stars as they talk life on and off the racetrack.
Great things going all around. You know, it's cool to come back to Kansas. It's
So a 4-race suspension just for that loose wheel.
Looking to rent a scanner? Racing Electronics rentals must be purchased in advance online at Racing
A
Electronics.
4-race suspension for a loose wheel.
Scanner. Hear uncensored communication from every team in the race, or tune into the live radio broadcast. Don't forget to rent early and save. Your last day to rent for Auto Club is February 25th. Last day to rent for Las Vegas is March 3rd. And the final day for Phoenix is March 11th. Go to RacingElectronics.com to secure your scanner rental today.
Going back under the green flag in one half of a lap. Let's check down on pit road. Steve Post.
We had 4 or 5 cars pit down here. Christopher Bell was in, Eric Jones was in, Kyle Larson was in, and Cliff Daniels said he gives some 4 options at the end of the stage break to make it work for pit stop, and Austin Dillon worked on some damage on the front of his car. Tim Coates.
We had Ricky Sittenhouse rear end lead to the left side, that's the right side to the first round. Some other players that did that as well. Austin Cinder taking the left side as well as David Reagan. And then that Kaz Gralla machine, they came in obviously to put tires on it. I checked it with the team. They said,
Yeah, Gralla's crew chief will be suspended for 4 races for losing a tire.
get that single wheel lock tight. We are yet to diagnose what actually happened though on that machine of Kaz Gralla.
Took the firing time to leave me loose.
Simply go to geico.com to get a rate quote and get started seeing how much you can save.
Lap 45, green flag goes back in here.
Going back green.
On the inside, the Toyota of Kyle Busch. To his outside, the Ford Mustang of Joey Logano.
And you are such a card, man.
Number 1, but getting away with the lead is going to be Kyle Busch. The battle now will be for second.
You are such a card, Hines. Goes without saying. Finally on stage 1. That first caution was 5 laps. Kyle Busch, Logano, Hamlin, Harrison Burton, Christopher Bell, your top 5. Then Truex Jr., William Byron, Keselowski, Kurt Busch, and Tyler Reddick rounding out the top 10.
Filling up off of turn number 4, back under green at the Great American Race. With that last caution flag,
Kyle Busch, with help from the 11, Denny Hamlin, they get by the 22, and Kyle Busch will lead this lap, looks like.
The official tractor of tough.
Kyle Busch, Joey Logano, Denny Hamlin, Hamlin, Harrison Burton, Christopher Bell. Top 5, heads up, Mike, they're headed your way.
Earlier in the race, it was a Sunoco rookie giving drafting help to Brad Keselowski. Now, a Sunoco Rookie of the Year contender in Harrison Burton is giving it to Joey Logano, and he gets a fender out in front for the top spot.
Those are the first 2 cars in the outside.
Logano with help from Harrison Burton. 22 to the front. Christopher Bell trying to help Kyle Busch exact vengeance.
The back of the pack because of they had to go to a backup car. They worked that baby all the way up to the front of this field. Just goes to show you can pass with these new cars.
And they will do so.
But great job out of Logano.
Busch maintains.
All the way to the front.
He's working his way on the outside lane right now. By the way, mentioned Daniel Hemrick got the free pass on that last caution flag. Came back out on the racetrack. He had to come back to pit road for another penalty that he had on the previous pit stop. So Daniel Hemrick is back in the same position. Had to make a pass-through penalty. As a matter of fact, Daniel Hemrick is working his way down pit road yet another time. This would be unscheduled, Jeff.
Lap number 48, Hemrick on pit road.
Unscheduled stop for Hemrick. Things just going from bad to worse for that 16-colleague racing team.
All of these cars, and it has to do with fuel. Can you explain?
Well, I think the mistake is because where the height of the top of the fuel tank is in these cars, sometimes teams are having to use gravity just to make sure they're filled up. So we've seen teams come down and jack the left side of the car up just when they're doing fuel. They're not changing tires. And that's basically just to make sure the tank gets full, because when it's level, sometimes the fuel nozzle where it positions in the fuel tank kind of misreads itself and it thinks it's full.
We're at 48 laps complete, 17 to go in stage number 1.
Gravity just to make sure it gets full. So it's not necessarily an issue because the teams are aware of it, but they just have to be extra cautious and maybe take a little bit of extra time each stop just to make sure these cars get full.
Part of the learning process with this new race car. Yeah, they've been able to have pit stop practice every day. Cars touch here just past the trioval. Look like Bubba Wallace and Ryan Blaney may have bounced off of one another. Big plume of smoke, but everybody keeps them pointed in the right direction.
Everybody gets away.
Possibly same song, second verse. Of course, that one happened 11 years ago this week. Of course, that one was Trevor Bayne. And unfortunately, he had to dump Jeff Gordon for that one. As we approach quarter distance in the Daytona 500. Oh, Ryan Blaney hung out to dry. Almost wrecks Kyle Larson.
Out of the throttle, and the 12 car of Blake got down in line, kind of saved his rear end, Alex, because it looked like he was going to get tussled right to the back.
This one was on board before Harvick.
Yeah, Bubba Wallace was able to squeeze by, but the right front of Larson's Chevrolet into the left rear of Blaney, that one could have been big, Jeff.
And Dave, you're watching, watchful eye over there outside of turn number 2. We are now 14 laps away from the end of stage number 2. What's caught your eye?
Well, it's been the quality of the
Yeah, he crossed the double yellow line to avoid a wreck. That is not a penalty. If you go below the line to improve your position, that is a penalty. Now, there was one controversy that involved the double yellow line, and that was at Talladega. That involved Regan Smith, who now works for Fox. And he was robbed of a win because of it, because he was forced below the double yellow line and improved his position.
But there is a chunk of debris on the racing surface. As a matter of fact, it's a wheel. There's a tire rolling down the banking, and again,
And the sanctioning body has always been very lenient when it comes to yellow line rule. But they robbed Regan Smith of his first win that day at Talladega. He would ultimately get his first career win a few years later at Darlington. But that yellow line rule, robbing a driver of his first career win because he was forced below the yellow line. No. That's where I draw the line. And we got a caution! For what?
assorted frozen veggies into
Our second caution of the day. Let me check Twitter.
Mortgage wants to welcome you home with their fast and stress-free mortgage process. Ruoff knows that when you're ready to move, you want to keep things moving.
Loose wheel again.
Make sure the process moves quickly.
A loose wheel again.
So you can close quickly and settle in sooner. Visit Ruoff.com to learn how you can qualify for the
Justin Haley, the 31 colleague racing team, lost the tire. Caution's out for the second time.
Dylan Welch, we're under caution flag, and the car that brought it out is hitting in front of you.
Yeah, and it's Justin Haley, and I'm over here just looking at the right front, and they basically just pulled a part of the wheel off. As you hear him drive away, they did replace the tire, but it was like the wheel center or the B-block of the wheel on the inside somehow came off there. So trying to get a closer look at it here when they bring it over the wall.
Something very unusual. We'll dive a little deeper into that in just a moment from Daytona International Speedway. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
So we have 13 to go in the first stage. Second yellow.
Behind the scenes each week with me and championship winning crew chief Todd Gordon for MRN Crew Call.
Yeah, I've been blessed with a lot of opportunities to work with great people and great drivers.
We'll talk to some of the biggest names working in the NASCAR garage stalls. Cliff Daniels from Hendrick Motorsports. Hello, Cliff. Welcome back to Crew Call. As well as break down the upcoming races and the weekend's best pit strategies. You can download MRN Crew Call each week wherever you get your podcasts.
Yep, a loose wheel. Picked a fine time to leave me loose wheel. Second loose wheel of the day. Oh my god.
12 laps to go in stage 1 of the Daytona 500 under sunny skies.
Before we go back under the green flag, let's pause 10 seconds. Station identification.
Yeah, top of the hour. That is twice.
This race update is brought to you by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Zero sugar and refreshingly delicious. Coca-Cola Zero Sugar, the best Coke ever. Try it today.
Well, we've had 10 different lead changes among 5 different drivers through the opening 3 laps of today's Daytona 500. Keselowski's led the most laps today, a total of 26. Kyle Busch has led 24 laps. Joey Logano, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., and Harrison Burton all have credit for leading at least 1 lap today in the Daytona 500. As we sit, Kyle Busch, Denny Hamlin, Christopher Bell, top 3.
And that voice
Sorry.
belongs to Alex.
What are the odds of having 2 loose wheels in one race?
Glad to have you with us. Live coverage right here on the Motor Racing Network of the 6th.
What are the odds of that even happening?
In the turns today, as usual, Dave Mooney, Mike Bagley, Kyle Rickey, and up and down the road, Steve Post, Dylan Welch, and Kim Booth. So far, we've had 5 different leaders, like we talked about, 10 different lead changes.
Yeah, I'm trying something different here on my channel. I'm trying the radio broadcast. I'm trying to have the radio broadcast on for you guys.
Because of what we saw in the Blue Green Vacation Duel Thursday night, a lot of the drivers were breaking up and running in 3 and 4 and 5 car drafts, and that was it. 40 of them out here and angle that big trophy, the Harley J. Earl out there, we get something different. Yeah, that's a whole different world. We put 40 cars on there, no doubt about that, Alex. I tell you guys, I am a little surprised how tight they're running. It shows me that the cars are all hooked up, they're all handling good. Probably better than I expected. They look really good out there right now. A couple things I'm looking at right now. What's going on with these wheels? How did the wheel fall off the number 50 car? You know, with the wheel breaking or something. There's many reasons for that. It could be a loose wheel if they got hit really hard on the track by another car. But these are all new things with the new car that NASCAR will figure out. And I think
still a lot of kinks to work out with this new car.
I love watching all the different things happen, all these questions I got. How's the shifting going to go? How's the braking going to go? I'm starting to get all those things answered right now.
Well, you were talking about one of the changes in 2022, the new wheel. Another one is the diffuser that is stationed underneath the rear of the race car, Kim Kuhn. That provides more downforce, but it also needs to stay in place. Well, that didn't happen for one driver.
That's right, that would be Chase Briscoe. And actually in the dual races on Thursday, we saw this happen with a couple of cars. The teams didn't seem too concerned because that was just a 60-lap race. Well, this race is 200 laps, so they had Chase Briscoe in. I asked the team, at what point do you think this happened? They said when he hit the track at one point, it came a little bit ajar, a little bit loose, so they were actually taking tape and bringing up the diffuser pad because it had been dragging a little bit. So it is currently taped in place now. It will stay on without that tape, but it was just bouncing a little bit, and certainly you don't want that if that's going to affect the aerodynamics of the race car. So Chase Briscoe with a taped up diffuser flap on the rear end.
And that'll help distribute the air differently for the cars up behind them. Dylan Welch, we look down and we see Justin Haley back in.
Well, and now they're trying to diagnose a brake problem. So it's the right front brake. So I don't know if that is related to that wheel braking or what, but they've got the hood up now just to try to get in there and figure out exactly what's wrong. So it's a problem after another. It looks like they're putting some more brake fluid in, under which is why they have the hood up here on the Justin Haley car. So interesting stuff down here. But as you guys have talked about, some of this stuff is things you can't really learn until we get in the race. But we obviously wish that it didn't come as a result of a problem.
Dylan, thank you very much.
We are going to get the green at lap number 56.
There are only 9 laps remaining in the stage. They will battle for sure. Getting ready for a Geico restart. Switch to Geico today and see all the ways you can.
We will have had 2 cautions for 9 laps. 35 cars are on the lead lap right now.
By Mahindra. Race fans, don't forget to cheer for Chase Briscoe in the Mahindra Tractor's number 14 car and race in your local dealer for big savings on Mahindra, the official tractor of Tough.
9 laps to go in stage number 1.
Blaney having issues on the wheels.
Kyle Busch is up there. Why don't you tell us? Ready to go from outside row number 1.
He is up there along with 2 other of his Joe Gibbs Racing teammates. Kyle Busch to the outside of Kenny.
Blaney started 33rd. He's currently... No, Blaney started 7th. He's currently 33rd. Yikes. After that long pit stop.
They hit the Geico restart zone, and flag person Shannon Bednarik will put the green flag in the air. We're racing again in Daytona. 9 laps to go. Stage number 1. Top 10 finishers in 9 laps get paid stage championship points. They're in 1.
And Kyle Busch quickly jumps away to the lead. No
'Green flag. 9 to go, stage 1.
And comes to the bottom through turns 1 and 2. Denny Hamlin through off the bottom for the 2nd spot. 3rd position belongs to Christopher Bell.
Up top, the Hendrick Motorsports Chevrolet and William Byron will lead the outside lane. He's got Harrison Burton behind him. That inside line is huddled up down at the bottom of the racetrack now. It's a 2-car breakaway in Busch and Hamlin.
Busch and Hamlin with the lead. 2-car breakaway front of the pack. It's Kyle Busch, Hamlin, Byron, Bell, Logano, Harrison Burton, Kurt Busch, Truex Jr., Elliott Keselowski. Your top 10.
We're about to learn a lot about this brand new race car. How racy will it be? Let's find out. They're headed to 1.
An outside line beginning to creep forward now. William Byron leading the outside charge.
Here comes Byron along the top line.
That's for the number 3 position as they hit the super stretch.
Up front, we have not had any 3-wide racing so far.
No 3-wide yet. We may have it soon. Hopefully.
Step out of line and try a 3-wide maneuver. Up front, here comes William Byron.
Here comes William Byron with help from the 21, Harrison Burton. William Byron around the 18. Byron to the lead.
That's on the inside lane in front of Kyle Busch. So William Byron leads this lap. Outside lane now being led by Harrison.
Now the Toyota's trying to give the 24 a push.
Bass Pro Shops entry.
The rookie's got all the help he needs. Let's see what he can do with it. He is side by side.
7 to go, stage 1.
Number 3 position. Denny Hamlin on the inside. Harrison Burton on the outside as they exit turn 2.
That is the way they'll stack it up from 3rd on
back. They race their way up the Daytona Superstretch. William Byron out in front by himself, but here comes that outside line. It's got a lot of steam. Harrison Burton powers his way to the lead of the
Oh, Burton.
Outside lane, Harrison Burton to the point, but that momentum will stall out by the time they get to turn 4. Here's Byron back to the bottom. Side by
Burton
side.
to the lead, but for how long? Byron trying to fight back through 3 and 4. Byron's gonna get it.
24-year-old, and that's William Byron.
The youth movement being televised.
Harrison Burton in his first Daytona 500 run, getting all kinds of drafting help on the back bumper, trying to finish the pass in that outside line.
That drafting help that Harrison Burton is getting is coming from the person of Martin Truex Jr.
Burton has help from the 19. That's Truex. 24 with help, somewhat, from the 18. That's Kyle Busch in the M&M's ride.
Martin Truex Jr. from the top of the racetrack to the bottom of the racetrack to the inside of Harrison Burton. Coming to 5 laps to go to end of stage 1, guys. This is all
Truex to the outside.
all the points you possibly can. This isn't about
Trying to get around the 21.
points. And these are so important at the very end of the year.
But Keselowski to the rescue. 5 to go, stage 1.
Martin Truex Jr. on the bottom, Dave.
A moment ago, a lap ago, Truex was Burton's biggest booster. Now he's trying to wrestle the lead away, but Harrison Burton is not going to go quietly.
No, he's not. He still has control of the outside. That's Harrison Burton, while Truex has control of the inside. New help for Burton. It comes from Brad Keselowski.
And those two cars able to break away just for a moment. Now Keselowski.
2-4 breakaway from the pack. Burton in the 21, Keselowski in the 6. Trying to get away from the 19, Truex Jr. Todd Gilliland, new 4th place car. Byron rounding out the top 5. Truex with help from the 24. He's going to get around the 21, Harrison Burton, for the lead as we come to 4 to go on the stage.
5 or 6 rows of 2x2 battling for the green and white.
Toyota of Truex Jr., Chevrolet of William Byron, 1-2. Burton now 3rd, not for long. Help again from the 6 of Keselowski.
Drafting help stacking up behind each of those drivers. One driver on the move further back, trying to make his way to the
Burton back to the lead.
Right now he's on the outside of a 3-wide move.
Joey Logano and Kurt Busch to his left elbow as he's in the extreme outside lane and will tuck back in the line just in front of Kyle Larson and just outside of the top.
And Truex back to the point with help from the 24 William Byron, 18 of Kyle Busch, 11 Denny Hamlin right behind him.
There's Kyle Busch stacked up there as well.
Drafting help starting to stack up as we come to 3 to go on the stage.
Cars in it. It looks like everybody else is going to settle back and hope they can avoid a crash.
Harrison Burton is not done yet, though. He's got a trunk full of Brad Keselowski. He powers to the outside of Byron. He'll take 2nd. Here, hold it! Spinning to the inside is Byron. Kyle Busch gets turned. Denny Hamlin gets turned, and they're wanting it up in the back of the pack.
Harrison Burton up and over. He'll flip that wood.
Uh-oh.
Christopher Bell.
Oh, trouble! Trouble!
Kyle Busch gets a piece of the
Byron hard into the wall. 18 involved. Harrison Burton involved. Oh my! Caution!
That will put us under the caution flag now for the 3rd time as Truex will break.
This will get us to the stage caution. Oh my! Harrison Burton was having a good day. He was in the stage points. Oh, Bowman! Bowman got it. He's done. Ross Chastain's done. That was his onboard. Who caused this?
He tried to drive it away and then figured out it wasn't going to work.
No, it was not going to work at all. Good news, window net is down. Harrison Burton.
Everyone's okay. Of course, Keselowski caused it. And Airborne went to 21. Oh my God.
Harrison Burton and the Alex Bowman car who have come to rest midway down the back straightaway. Harrison Burton, Alex Bowman, Ross Chastain, William Byron, Kyle Busch, Denny Hamlin are the drivers involved in the crash.
Hamlin's bid for a 4th Daytona 500 ends early. Oh my.
That feeling of being at the top of their game. So now's your time to stop dreaming the dream and start living it. The team at Advent Health has got your back. With expert care and resources, they can help you feel
oh my God.
supported. So So get pro-level care with Advent Health, the official healthcare provider of Daytona International Speedway and Trackhouse.
That's what happens when good bump drafts go bad.
On your ride home, catch NASCAR today to keep up with the latest.
It opened up, the lane did. Matt went to block the 12, and I just barely got inside of him with a huge run.
Every weekday, you'll hear from the top news
Some big-time favorites got tangled up.
Plus, some fun
William Byron got it, saw that. Harrison Burton got the brunt of it.
I'm Chase Tilly. Listen to NASCAR today.
Denny Hamlin got most of it.
Big crash on the Daytona Super Stretch. There were 6 Toyota Camrys that took the green flag in today's Daytona 500. 4 of the 6 have gotten damage in this crash. You can add Christopher Bell and Kurt Busch to the list.
Christopher Bell, Kurt Busch. Jeez.
Got damage. In just a moment from Daytona International Speedway, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
If you suffer from heartburn,
On board with Ross Chastain. Oh. He slammed it to the back of the 20. That's Christopher Bell. As all hell was breaking loose. Oh my. Right through the grass he went. Oh. That's nasty.
It's the only product to combine all natural ingredients known for the digestive health properties into a single patented product.
On board with Kurt Busch.
Comes in easy-to-carry packs. Prexit relieves, restores, and maintains a healthy digestive system. Prexit is available here for only $39.95.
Kurt Busch got some damage, but slipped through. Ooh. Chastain, Keselowski, Hamlin, Kyle Busch, Christopher Bell, Harrison Burton, William Byron, Alex Bowman, all involved. 8 cars involved in that one.
Slowed by caution for the 3rd time in the Daytona 500 here on lap number 6.
So this will bring us
We're going to be coming to the green and white
checkers.
At the end of stage number 1 this time by. It was Harrison Burton that got turned off of turn number 2 off the front bumper of Brad Keselowski. He went upside down.
It'll be
back down on all fours. Eventually, Alex Bowman got a piece of it.
Truex, Keselowski,
Kyle Busch,
Todd Gilliland,
and Kurt Busch, all the drivers that we have to this point, they got a piece of the crash as the field comes off.
It'll be Truex, Keselowski, Todd Gilliland, Stenhouse, 22 of Logano, Austin Dillon, Kurt Busch, 43 Eric Jones, Chase Elliott, and Kyle Larson getting stage points.
Brad Keselowski will finish the stage 2nd. Rookie contender Todd Gilliland will be 3rd. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 4th. Joey Logano is 5th. 6th was Austin Dillon. 7th will be Kurt Busch, even though he's got a little damage to the car. 8th will be
They're gonna have to pound out some of that damage.
And 10th, Kyle Larson.
They're gonna have to pound out the damage on that 45 car. Just brutal. Brutal.
I trip over a dusty crate of Honda air filters and then bang my head on some cheap old radiator hoses. eBay Motors never has that problem. All the right cars at the right price. 122 million of them, with everything from new headlights to vintage gear shifters. I can't imagine being able to stock 122 of these cars. I mean, where would I get all those shelves? eBay Motors. Let's ride.
Hi, I'm MRN Pit Reporter Steve. Let's go behind the scenes each week with me and championship-winning crew chief Todd Gordon for MRN Crew Call.
Yeah, I've been blessed a lot of opportunities to work with great people and great drivers.
We'll talk to some of the biggest names working in the NASCAR garage stalls. Daniels from Hendrick Motorsports. Hello, Cliff. Welcome back to Crew Call. As well as break down the upcoming races and the weekend's best pit strategy. You can download MRN Crew Call each week wherever you get your podcasts.
From Daytona International Speedway, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Hi, this is Mike Bagley. Join me along with the cast and crew of the Motor Racing Network every Tuesday night for NASCAR Live. Hear exclusive interviews.
Whenever you're done racing, you look back on what you accomplished, and that's what you really appreciate.
The best moments from each of NASCAR's premier series.
It will be a victory by mere inches. McDowell wins the Daytona 500.
As well as break down the upcoming race weekend
races. Terry Bradshaw, the honorary starter, puts the green out, and they are underway.
That was just plain brutal. It's just stage 1. They should not be getting so aggressive, but here they are.
Welcome you back to Daytona International Speedway. Steve Post saw Denny Hamlin bring his car to pit road, have all sorts of problems, and eventually take it behind the wall.
Yeah, indeed. Denny Hamlin couldn't drive the car to pit road. It was crap walking down pit road, and when they determined it was too much to repair out here, he couldn't even back it up pit road. And so they have finally got that car behind the wall. I'm not sure they made it back to the garage, kind of winding their way through the infield. The other Gibbs Toyota we're watching right now is Christopher Bell. A lot of damage.
Okay. I am back. Man.
They're down less than a minute, and the front end is still kind of hanging pretty true on that Toyota Camry. So Christopher Bell, a fair amount of damage, as well as his teammate Denny Hamlin.
Keselowski, what a jackass.
Has done everything right since he got here last week. He has qualified well. He has practiced.
For lack of a better word. There was no need to get that aggressive in stage 1.
Representing not only the family name but the Wood brothers. He had a great run going here. It was not something that he did wrong as he worked off of turn number 2. The bump draft was bad. But I'll tell you what, there's a lot to be proud of when talking about Harrisonburg.
Yeah, he didn't do anything wrong whatsoever. All week long, he's looked fantastic. And what happened? Off of turn 2, right where you come off the bank into the flat part of the back straight.
I have no words for this. Here to come down pit lane.
That's where he got the bump trap from Brad Keselowski. That turn inside.
Truex is a fake!
And at that point, he was just fast of what he probably Kurt Busch got a little damage in that crash. He's on pit road getting a good once-over from that race team, trying to look at that green and black monster Toyota, as Dylan Welch, Kyle Busch, for the 3rd time is making his way down the pit lane.
He is, and the area of emphasis is the right front, which from here doesn't look too bad. They've come in a few times, and I think have just tried to patch the work it back together a few times. So there are some cracks in the bodywork, and I can't tell if they're working on something in the underneath, in the bracing or something like that on the bodywork, but they don't appear to be majorly concerned about it, just trying to make sure that it's as patched up as well as it can be. Alex Bowman has also made it back to pit road. They had to push him back with a tow truck, and his damage actually doesn't look too significant either. Also working on the right
I got
front.
no
On his
words
truck, they've got
after
one
that
of the
wreck.
on that
No words.
as well, and I can't quite see the rest of the right side, but right front is the area of emphasis right now on the Ally Chevrolet.
Yeah, there's a lot of work going on. Kurt Busch, the work there continues. Kyle Busch, the work there continues. Same for Alex Bowman. You know, when you think of Kyle Busch, his 17th
45 car getting worked on, 18 with damage. They're working that out. They're both on the damaged vehicle policy. They get 6 minutes total to work on the cars if they're damaged in a wreck. And if they're taken behind the wall, that's it.
Trying to get that car repaired, hopefully back up to speed to be able to contend. And speaking of speed, the Xfinity fastest lap of the race so far has been run by Austin Dillon in his Chevrolet. He turned a lap at 195.742 miles an hour. Xfinity X5, internet that's more than just fast. Xfinity, proud premier partner of NASCAR.
As Kyle Busch continues to sit on the pit lane, he's working on the car. Same with Alex Bowman, as Dylan Welch described a moment ago. The green light's on. The rest of the field will come to pit road right now for routine service. Brad Keselowski, Martin Truex Jr., Joey Logano, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Todd Gilliland, Austin Cindric. Right side tires on. They'll quickly go to the left side, and it'll be a 4-tire change. Sunoco fuel for that group to Steve Post.
Austin Dillon brings his Chevy
I have a
Camaro
feeling these
in.
are all going to be 4-tire changes as they come down pit lane at lap number 68.
Eric Jones going to be the first one off pit road. Remember, he pitted late in that stage, so they were able to do their service pretty quickly. Ryan Blaney getting service, Chase Elliott, Kyle Larson, and 4 cars in front of Dylan Welch.
Looked like fuel only for Chris Buescher and maybe
Ooh,
Kevin
Buescher
Harvick
with
as
fuel only.
well.
Oh, he's gonna be sitting duck.
Road changed at least 2 tires. I think Eric Almirola had 4. Ty Dillon had a couple as well, but fuel only for a couple of the 4s that have been running up front.
Yeah, the guys who did fuel only are gonna be sitting ducks. So guys like Custer, Harvick, Eric Jones, Blaney, Buescher, they're all gonna be sitting ducks.
And Harrison Burton went for a ride.
You need the fresh rubber.
Okay, and
You need
what
the
happened?
fresh tires.
Yeah, I'm fine. It was, I paid a lot for that for sure. So, it's unfortunate. I hate it for the Wood Brothers crew. We brought it really fast, 4 Mustangs down here, and ended up on our lid. So that's never good. I'd like to look back and see what happened. I felt like, I don't know, just got pushed and didn't take it the right way.
I know what happened. Keselowski got into the back of you, Harrison.
I'm not sure. I couldn't really tell. I was looking out front to see where, what I had to do next to side draft the next guys on me. So, just a bummer. I don't really know what we could have done different, but we'll move on and get better from it.
Harrison Burton okay after an on-track incident early in the Daytona 500.
As we continue.
Yeah, Keselowski just got into the back of him, that dirtbag. Ugh.
NASCAR Blue Emu product support.
Why did he have to get so aggressive in the first stage? Come on.
Yeah, we'll step in and get a word with William Byron, who's part of that incident. What can you tell us from your seat as to what happened?
Yeah, it just looked like the top lane there, the 21 was kind of squirrely the lap before, and then off of 2 there, he just got loose and cleaned us out. So nothing I could really do. It's along for the ride, so it sucks that it ends that way. But I thought we had an amazing car. You guys did a great job, and definitely had plenty in reserve, I think, to win the race. But unfortunately, we don't get there.
That's William Byron done for the day.
Keselowski. Once a grifter, always a
He
grifter.
had 2 wins this week in Advent Health Speed Weeks over at New Smyrna Beach Speedway. A couple of super late model wins.
Hey, Bob. Thanks for inviting me to your ultimate tailgate. I thought we were going to watch the game. No, I said come check out the ultimate tailgate on my Chevy Silverado. It's the available multi-flex tailgate. Bob, this isn't a tailgate. Sure it is. It flexes into 6 different configurations to help you work harder. So you didn't invite me to an ultimate pregame tailgate then? Would you have come if I said otherwise? Probably not. The Chevy Silverado with available multi-flex tailgate. The strongest, most advanced Silverado ever. Find new roads at your local Chevy dealer.
Looking to rent a scanner? Racing Electronics rentals must be purchased in advance online at racingelectronics.com. No walk-ups will be allowed. With a Racing Electronics scanner,
69 of 200 laps. 4 laps complete in stage 2.
live radio broadcast. Don't forget to rent
Under
on
our third
Wednesday.
caution.
Your last day to rent for Auto Club is February
3
25th.
cautions for
Last day to rent
15
Las
laps
Vegas is
so
March
far.
3rd, and the final day for Phoenix is March 11th. Head over to racingelectronics.com to secure your scanner rental today.
We welcome you back to Daytona International Speedway. Let's go back to the Advent Healthcare Center. Kim Kuhn.
Ross Chastain was another driver that was involved in that incident. Ross, what happened?
I don't know. They were just wrecking, and I saw a car, I think upside down. I'm not sure, but just wrong place, wrong time for Advent Health Chevy, and bummer.
There you have it. Bummer for all these drivers. Part of that early incident here at Daytona.
And he did indeed see a car upside down. That was Harrison Burton, but you also know that Harrison is A-OK. Back to the green flag. Let's go back downstairs, Kim.
And let's get a word with the last driver that's here being released at the Care Center, Denny Hamlin. Denny, what happened?
I'm not sure. It's just all pushing up top that was uncontrolled, and they came down into us.
Short and sweet answer from Denny, as he will not go for his 4th Harley J. Earl Trophy here today.
We will not, but we'll see him and everybody else at the Auto Club Speedway of Southern California next week. From Daytona International Speedway,
next week
this is the Motor Racing
starts the
Network,
West
the voice
Coast
of
lane.
NASCAR.
Fontana, Vegas, Phoenix.
It's your all-access
First time in a while that Fontana has been the second race of the season.
Morning with NASCAR Hot Pass.
Man, just unreal to hit the fence, to go to the back, to fix it.
Yeah,
to
because
make
Keselowski.
huge adjustments and to be able to run as good as we did at the end.
You'll hear from the sport's biggest stars as they talk
Brad
life
Keselowski
on and
sickens
off the
me.
racetrack.
Great things going all around. It's cool to come back to Kansas. It's great to get back to victory lane.
NASCAR Hot Pass, weekday mornings from the Motor Racing Network. Check out MRN.com for a podcast series called The Tough Trucks of NASCAR. 25 years and still trucking. We'll take you back to some great races.
Skinner wins it by 2/100ths of
Eric. Download the shows for free on iTunes and at mrn.com.
We welcome you back to Daytona. The field is coming to the Geico restart zone. Switch to Geico today and see all the ways you can save.
Getting into the
Simply go to
restart zone.
geico.com to get a rate
Green
quote.
flag coming at lap 71.
Stage one is done, getting ready to put them back under the green flag and begin stage two in front of a sold-out stadium here in Daytona Beach. Green flag is out. Eric Jones on the inside.
Green flag.
Blaney on the outside.
Stage 2.
Austin Cindric right behind his teammate as they come up to speed and head to turn one.
2 by 2 and into the 31-degree banking of turns 1 and 2. They stay nose to nose now for the lead. Here they come out of turn number 2. Eric Jones on the inside by about a third of a car length, but up on the high.
Jones, Blaney, Busher, Cindric, Harvick, top 5.
Ryan Blaney's going to get the advantage halfway down the Daytona super stretch. He'll get the advantage.
Larson around Harvick for 5th.
From Austin Cindric.
Those two cars will break away at the point. The double wide racing begins from
Oh, Penske teammates.
to the inside of Kyle Larson, along with Chris Buescher.
Blaney and Cindric to the point.
Had Ryan Blaney take the old turn signal.
Told
left.
ya.
He came to the bottom of the racetrack.
Jones took
in a
no
hurry.
tires.
He
He's a
brought
sitting
his
duck.
Penske teammate Austin Cindric with him. They're going to go in front of Eric Jones and Corey. Check that. Chris Buescher as they race back to turn number 1.
Second time here in the early going that Austin Cindric has shown himself to be a pretty good pusher. He rides in the number 2 position. Blaney leads the way. Cindric rides in second. Eric Jones is third.
On board with Blaney.
Break free of double wide racing coming out of turn number 2. Now breaking of ranks further back, 4th or 5th. That's Chris Buescher. He looked to go 3 wide for a moment, but bailed out of it and will stay in 4th.
Able to squeeze back in the line just in front of Kevin Harvick in 5th, and it's Brad Keselowski, 6th car in line on the bottom. That's where the side-by-side racing resumes with Kyle Larson.
Kyle Larson, the driver that led the field to the green flag earlier this afternoon, in fact 73 laps ago. Right now, side by side with last year's Daytona 500 winner, that would be Michael McDowell, and that is the battle for 7th.
Haven't heard a lot from Kyle Larson since the green flag went in the air. He got shuffled backward, took his lumps, now beginning to fight his way back toward the front. Although Michael McDowell is going to be too much
about
for him
Kyle
right
Larson.
If that inside line advances anymore, Kyle Larson will find himself outside of the top 10. He does have drafting,
he's advancing.
Not as much as he needs. Right now, stacked up behind him, he's got Todd Gilliland, Cole Custer, and Tyler Reddick.
Michael McDowell goes by to the inside, as does Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Here's
I know. Stenhouse is going to cause a wreck. I just know it. He's going to cause a wreck.
The top 10.
We heard Ryan Blaney basically complaining earlier about how rough the cars are riding. Really upsetting his handling of his car down in turn 1 and 2. It looks like right now he's coping with it and everything's fine. I pretty well thought this is something you had to get used to because the car's going to ride so rough because of these springs.
Oh,
shock
they're already
combination
single
of the
file.
car, but he's doing a good job with it right now.
Hey, Russ,
I've been telling myself this. All speed weeks, they're going to get single file early in these stages in Daytona 500.
Surface, which is quite frankly starting to get a little bit worn.
Well, this track just gets more rubber built on it with no rain and all those races we had, which that's the reason I thought the cars were starting to lose in the handle, whether they would lose the back end of the car or the front of the car. But right now, they appear to me to have a lot of grip. It looks like they're nailed really good solid to the racetrack. And let's face it, it's not real hot. It's only like 74 degrees out there, and that's almost perfect racing conditions. But still, with that much rubber on the track, you'd expect something to happen as far as the way they're handling it. And I haven't seen that yet.
Christopher Bell, Rusty, will join his teammate Denny Hamlin in the garage. He just made the unfortunate left-hand turn just a moment.
Christopher Bell done.
Maggie, Moody was talking about Austin Cindric. I think so far he's got to be considered the MVP. If there's somebody I want behind me, I think it's him.
I think he's turning himself into the most valuable drafter, at least right now. He's side by side for second with Eric Jones.
Penske looking good right now at the front of the field. Ryan Blaney and Austin Cindric 1 and 2. Then it's Eric Jones
think
leading that outside lane.
the captain
Help from Stenhouse.
picked a reasonable successor for the G car.
Eric Jones driving for Petty GMS Racing. Currently running in position number 2.
Until
He
those
has
focus
it by
factor
just a
checks
couple of
bounce.
inches. Ryan Blaney is the race leader.
And we're back with breaking news. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan, so make sure
Jim. Jim. You're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
When you're on the go, missing the side-by-side action at the racetrack isn't a problem.
Do you believe it? And here comes Alex Bowman, and he will win.
Motor Racing Network brings the NASCAR race to you, wherever you are, so you don't miss one lap of the excitement.
Larson's gonna send it. Larson's in the wall. Larson's on Hamlin's back bumper.
The power
We
rating
are
to the imagination of
11 about to be
Bubba
12 laps
Wallace.
in to stage 2. 77 complete of 200.
List in your local area.
Still under the green flag, side by side for the lead. They go down to the end of the Daytona Super Stretch. Ryan Blaney with another shove, courtesy of his teammate Austin Cindric.
Yeah, so like a 5-second delay between radio and TV.
52 laps to go here in stage number 2 from Daytona International Speedway. This is the Motor Racing Network.
Stage 2 ends at lap 130.
Hi, I'm MRN Lead Pit reporter Steve Post. Go behind the scenes each week with me and
Then 70 laps to the end.
Gordon for MRN Crew Call.
Yeah, I've been blessed with a lot of opportunities to work with great people and great drivers.
We'll talk to some of the biggest names working in the NASCAR garage stalls.
Cliff Daniels from Hendrick Motorsports. Hello, Cliff. Welcome back to Crew Call.
As well as break down the upcoming races and the weekend's best pit strategies. You can download
Whoever's in chat, hello.
each week wherever you get your podcasts. NASCAR Coast to Coast,
The broadcast, radio broadcast is from MRN.
Whether it's late models out west or modifieds in the
Alright,
Northeast,
to that
this
broadcast,
show
go to
has it
them.
covered. Hosted by Chris Wilner and myself, Kyle Rickey, NASCAR Coast to Coast offers insightful interviews and fun deep dives into the what, when, why, and hows of grassroots racing in America. Offering a new show every Thursday on the Motor Racing Network
Better
YouTube
check
channel. This show
Twitter.
serves the heart of racing from coast to coast.
We welcome you back to Daytona International Speedway. Ryan Blaney continues to show the way over Austin Cindric.
We are right now 79, soon to be 80 laps complete of the 200 that make up the Daytona 500. Ryan Blaney running in front of his teammate Austin Cindric, then Chris Buescher, Kevin Harvick, and Brad Keselowski. That's your top 5. The rest of the top 10, Todd Gilliland, Cole Custer, Michael McDowell, Ty Dillon, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 80 down, 120 to go.
We want to welcome to the broadcast booth Paul Dolshaw, Group Manager Motorsports for Toyota. Welcome back to the World Center of Racing here at Daytona.
Thanks, glad to be here.
Absolutely.
Excited?
Yeah, it's 2022. There's a lot of change and a lot of cool things going on with Toyota.
There is a lot of change. The last year, with all the work from NASCAR and TRD and our teams and this Gen 7 car to where we are right now, was a lot of
So
work.
far, nothing.
They made massive improvements in the car over really the last few months. So we're excited to be here. It was not the best result just a second ago, so I'm a little sick right now, but we still got some good cars out there and some great drivers, and we'll see how it turns out, but it's been really busy.
It has been impressive to watch all week long, as it is all the time, how all the Toyota teams and all the Toyota drivers work together. From practice sessions, after they get out of the car, everybody gets together and huddles up together. You have your Stage 1 winner already in Martin Truex Jr. Pretty good bullets still out there running here in the Daytona 500.
Yeah, that was the first DNF for Hamlin since Indy in July 2020. So nearly 2 years since Hamlin's last DNF.
But TRD has really put that culture out there, and the guys have really embraced it. And you know, lining up 6 wide earlier in the race, or 6 deep in line, was really good and cool to see. But till the end, we'll see what happens.
Well, I know you said you're sick a little while ago because you lost some of those hot rods out there you had in those Toyotas. But you know, from what I'm seeing out of Martin Truex right now, he pretty well can go to the front when he wants to.
Ford's benefits so much from that big wreck at the end of Stage 1.
No, it's just, yeah, just watching that little wreck right before coming on here was a little disconcerting, but, yeah, we have some great drivers in between Martin and still Kurt out there and Bubba, and, you know, Kyle's still rolling around, and I think, you know, being being on the lead lap and just staying in the hunt right now is good. It's a long race still. We got a lot to go, and we'll figure it out. But just excited to be here. The crowd here is
Blaney, Cindric, Buscher,
just so
Harvick,
excited to be in
Keselowski,
this season,
top
and
5.
Hopefully, COVID kind of coasted behind us.
Then
Just get off to
Todd
a
Gilliland
start.
6th, Cole Custer
Fantastic.
7th,
And,
McDowell
just
8th,
really couldn't be more excited for
Ty Dillon 9th after that speeding
NASCAR
penalty,
right now and to get going on this season.
and
Cameron
Chase
TRD
Briscoe
is
10th.
right now here in the Daytona 500. They will all season long in the NASCAR Cup Series, the Supra, the NASCAR Xfinity Series, but
And they're cranking it up on Fox.
Friday night here for Toyota.
Yeah, the new TRD Pro Tundra. A lot of good speed out of it. Ended up just one short at the end there, but it raced really well, and I'm super excited about that. And as we continue to work on
Soundware's
that
going to be a
truck and get it
problem,
back up, we look for good things out of it this year. And
at least until the
TRD
end
was
of
really
this
busy in the
stage.
offseason, and our teams were too, from getting everything ready from show cars, and we did the next
Sunset's
Cup
about
car, the TRD Pro Tundra in the Cup
6:05
Series. We did a new Supra
Daytona time,
for funny
6:05
cars.
Eastern.
Been super busy, and the teams
So
make
once
it
we
really,
get
really hard, but I couldn't be more proud of the
around
effort.
I'll tell you, not only that,
10-15 laps into the final stage, and we've seen those tear-offs come off,
You got to be pretty proud of that new one
and
coming out also.
the visibility
Yeah, the new
for
Sequoia,
these
we're
shires will improve
really excited
exponentially.
for that one to come out here later this summer, and we've got a lot of great product now, and really surprising a lot of people, opening up a lot of eyes to us and our product and the performance that they have, and just can't wait
On board
to
with
get going.
Briscoe
Obviously
and
there's
Logano.
some supply chain issues we're all dealing with, and we want to get some more cars out there. We want to try to help get as many people as possible.
15 laps to
into
halfway
Toyotas, but we'll just
in
keep working on
500.
it, make it get it better as quickly as we can.
Well, Paul, we wish you nothing
Yes,
but the
that's
best
right
for the rest
about
of the Daytona 500 and the season moving
now.
forward.
Thank you guys. Appreciate what you do and the imagery that you bring through the radio. It's really great.
We appreciate you. Paul Dolshaw, Group Manager Motorsports for Toyota and TRD as we continue to race here in the Daytona 500.
85 laps are complete. 45 laps now remain in stage number 2. Ryan Blaney, they're running nose to tail at the moment. Ryan Blaney, Cindric, Chris Buscher, Kevin Harvick, Brad Keselowski, that is your top 5. Then 6 through 10, Todd Gilliland, Cole Custer, Michael McDowell, Ty Dillon, and Chase
So around
Briscoe.
lap
So that's
96, the
your top 10.
Fords should be
Let's
coming
take
to
you just
pit
a little bit
lane.
deeper down the Blue Green Vacations leaderboard. Blue Green Vacations, the official vacation ownership provider
With the
of NASCAR.
Chevys and Toyotas following closely behind.
Create a lifetime of memories and our collection of unique, locally inspired resorts, and enjoy exclusive access to VIP NASCAR experiences. So start your vacation journey today at BlueGreenVacations.com.
Right now, 9 of the top 10 are Ford Mustangs. You got Ryan Blaney showing the way. Austin Cindric is 2nd. Chris Buscher goes 3rd. Kevin Harvick is 4th, when Brad Keselowski is 5th. Todd Gilliland, the rookie, is running in position number 6. Cole Custer is 7th. Michael McDowell is 8th. Then there's Ty Dillon in the lone Chevrolet there in the top 10 in 9th. And Chase Briscoe rounds out the top 10.
All right, we'll give you a complete look at how they are running. Eric Almirola is 11th, Joey Logano 12th, Kyle Larson goes 13th in front of Noah Gregg. He has been quiet but good today. Noah right now running.
I also hate the Taco Bell commercials. Ugh.
Or check that, 14 rather. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 15th, Tyler Reddick 16th, Eric Jones 17th, Martin Truex Jr. is 18th, Bubba Wallace 19th. Kyle Busch is running 20th.
21st is Kurt Busch. Daniel Suarez goes 22nd. Chase Elliott is being scored 23rd this lap. Jacques Villeneuve is 24th. Running 25th is Daniel Hemrick. 26th is Corey LaJoie. 27th, Austin Dillon. 28th, Landon Castle. Cody Ware 29th. And David Reagan is 30th.
BJ McLeod right now is 31st. And the last car on the lead lap. Laps down now, Justin Haley, 32nd, Kaz Grala, 33rd, Alex Bowman, it's been a long day for him, 34th. Now, out of the race, the remainder, that's Christopher Bell, scored 35th, Denny Hamlin, 36th, William Byron, 37th, Harrison Burton, 38th, and Ross Chastain is 39th. A moment ago, I actually saw Greg Biffle come back out of the garage. In fact, he's going to come across the start-finish line here shortly. He is being shown 40th, several laps down. 89 in, Ryan Blaney showing the way.
Race fans, you know that winning on the track is tough. So Mahindra Tractors is bringing all of their toughness from fields across America to the field on race day. That's right, look for Chase Briscoe in the all-new Mahindra Tractors number 14 car. So cheer for Chase. Then race into your local Mahindra dealer for 0% interest or to save thousands on Mahindra, the official tractor of tough and
31 cars on the lead lap, 10 leaders, 16 leaches. There's only 3 yellow flags.
Select models for a limited time only. Go to whymahindra.com for more information.
After 2 years,
3 yellows for 17 laps.
is back and ready for some action. We're talking 5 wide, full throttle, next-gen cars, ripping up laps inside some gorgeous mountains type of action. And the access to drivers and stars? Oh, it's got plenty of that action. So get ready. You don't
So
want
in
to miss out.
about
Well,
5 or 6 laps from now,
weekend at Auto Club Speedway.
we'll be seeing green flag stops start up. We're at lap 90 right now.
40 to go in the stage, 110 to go in the race. Ryan Blaney has his Ford Mustang out front here at Daytona. Austin Cindric, Chris Buescher, Kevin Harvick, and Brad Keselowski. That's your top 5 from Daytona International Speedway. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
If you suffer from heartburn or other digestive disorders,
commercials.
there is a new, better and natural alternative.
This is one of the only sports that cuts away from the action for commercials. This was fine in 02, but we're in 2022 now. Can you just knock it off with the commercials? Okay, thanks.
We like to think of it as the multivitamin.
There are just too many commercial-free options out there for these commercials to be cutting in to the action. You're engaged to streaming. Get with the times. Let's get with the times, okay? Okay. Oh my god.
This special radio offer, call now 1-800-829-5688. That's 1-800-829-5688. Again, 1-800-829-5688.
We are 4 laps away from green flag stops. Ford should be coming down soon.
Working lap number 92 of 200. A couple of quick notes here. Ryan Blaney, the race leader. Last time we were here in Daytona in August, he won. 2 drivers making their Cup Series debut. Todd Gilliland running 6th right now, and I mentioned Noah Gregson earlier, Alex. Noah Gregson right now doing a great job. He's 14th.
Yeah, he's having a nice run. Noah Gregson, of course, got into the Daytona 500 by virtue of a good qualifying lap Wednesday night. So Gregson hanging in there right now as we
Noah
get
Gregson
closer and
hanging
closer
in
to the
there.
halfway point of today's race.
Not
While we have
bad.
a moment, we want to take a time to welcome in a few new radio stations to the Motor Racing Network. AM 1590 and 95.3 FM. WSMN AM out of Nashua, New Hampshire.
Stenhouse
In
up
Cohen,
3.
Tennessee, it's
18th.
1440 AM, 94.5 and 95.3 FM, WZYX AM, and 96.9 on 102.5 Keys Talk, WKEZ FM, and WPIK FM in Tavernier and Summerlin Key, Florida. Thank you for coming on board with the Motor Racing Network for 2022.
Hello to everybody listening to us in the Keys, south of Daytona Beach. All right, let's pick them up. Nose to tail, Blaney, Cindric, Buescher, and others.
Of course,
Nothing like
single
a multi-car
file.
crash if you like
Come
laps
on.
to go to settle everybody down, Jeff. They've all hunkered down on that double yellow line at the bottom of the banking and content for the moment to chase Ryan Blaney.
Ryan Blaney is the man atop the leaderboard.
94
Austin
complete.
Cindric basically has been the chief pusher in this drafting process. He was pushing others early. Right now, he is providing assistance to his
29 of 65 complete in stage 2.
In this lead draft, right to the bottom of the racetrack, who turns 3 and 4. It is Blaney, Cindric. They are the top 2. Then Chris Buescher and Kevin Harvick. Austin Cindric, the rookie for Team Penske, works his way around the racetrack in position number 2. Now, a lot of good stories going on here. Austin Cindric, racing lineage in his family, albeit a lot of it from the IndyCar series. His grandfather was the winning car owner with Bobby Rahal in the 1986 Indianapolis 500. That's Jim Truman. His other grandfather built an engine that won an IndyCar race with driver Johnny Rutherford. So Austin Cindric's got racing in the blood, if you will. He's an Xfinity Series champion. He gets the call to come up and drive the famed number 2 car, Rusty Wallace, something you got a little familiar with. And this is the first time in the history of the 2 car that there's been yellow tape on the bumper. First time a rookie's ever driven the number 2.
Yeah, that's true, and he's doing a great job with it right now, but he's getting some pretty good coaching. We've been hearing
Also, one of the few times that the 2 car hasn't been blue.
Radio back and forth, this is true, telling Austin to do this, to do that, basically tutoring him how to draft with him around the racetrack. And Jeff, I'll tell you, that's hard to get that done. I mean, how awesome is that you got a guy lead the race, he can radio back to the team, tell the second place car, his teammate, hey, I want you to bump draft me here, I want you to stay low here, don't do this there. Really tutored him all around, and that's valuable information. And right now they're hooked up in a fantastic draft, running first and second here at the Daytona International Speedway.
Doug Campbell is his spotter. He's on the radio with Austin Cindric. Dave, we talked to Ryan Blaney earlier this week during Media Day as he heads your way. He was very understanding that now he is a leader and a mentor in this team. I think they have a good one. If you want to have a leader, not a bad choice, but to have the leader of the race.
Yeah, he's not the kind that's going to jump up and down and make a lot of speeches and do a lot of arm waving, Jeff, but he does lead by example. A very quiet, very professional young man that is showing a pretty good...
Right now we're on pace for 3.5 hours on the nose.
Right now. Ryan Blaney, his teammate Austin Cindric behind him in the draft. They are running 1 and 2. Third right now, Chris Buescher, Kevin Harvick, Frank Keselowski round out the top 5.
All Fords in the top 5.
Let me check chat for a minute.
Driver Todd Gilliland and Cole Custer, last year's winner Michael McDowell, and Todd Dillon up into the top 10.
I was in Habs went to a shootout, and Habs won.
Noah Gregson, Jeff, that you mentioned a moment ago.
The Canadians haven't been winning much this season. Wouldn't be surprised if they got their shot at Shane Wright.
Today, and both of them having a good showing so far.
Oh, absolutely they are. They have kept their nose clean, keep the car in line, keep the fenders on it, don't do anything too aggressive, and learn, Mike Bagley. There's a lot to learn, and these 2 youngsters are doing that.
What's amazing is that there's so much to learn for everybody, even the most seasoned veteran like Kevin Harvick, and these 2 youngsters up front, and even all the youngsters throughout the field, they're doing a great job today learning this new race car.
Brand new race car debuting here at the Daytona High Banks, and everyone right now is doing a nice job staying in line, pushing laps off at the bottom of the racetrack among the top 25.
All of them at the bottom of the racetrack. So Dylan Welch, how close are we to potentially seeing more green flag pit stops?
Well, I think we're getting close. It was near this lap in this stage earlier in stage 1 when they all came down. So I'm hearing chatter on the radio too, just kind of some crew chiefs and spotters reminding some of the Ford guys specifically about how many Toyotas and Chevys they lost in that big crash at the end of stage 1, so that the remaining Toyotas and Chevys may be pitting with the Ford guys and just reminding their drivers that it's going to be a little bit extra crowded on pit road when they do come down here in just a few laps.
Well, it is Ryan Blaney that will be leading the field off of turn number 4. Austin Cindric goes in position number 2. And the cross flags at the start-finish line. We are halfway home. 100 in, Dave, 100 to go in the Great American Race.
And the leader stormed out into turn number 1. Leading the way is Ryan Blaney. Everybody's still conga lining in behind him as we hit the halfway mark in the Great American Race. It's all Ryan Blaney.
100 down, 100 to go in the Daytona 500.
Have a driver or 2 go rogue, try to jump to the high side, get a lane rolling. Right now, everybody is content, Kyle Rickey, to follow Ryan Blaney and Austin Cindric.
Moving around the lap car of Kaz Gralla, who will slide up high. You see the leaders plenty of room to the bottom of the racetrack as they race off turn 4, chasing Ryan Blaney.
Off turn 4, still single file. Joey Logano, keep in mind, started at the back of the field with a backup car. And Kim Coon had a chance to get an idea about what we would see with a backup car. It might not have been that big of a deal, was it?
That's right. I talked to crew chief Paul Wolf and asked, in the past when drivers went to backup cars, they told us it was good as a primary, but we knew it wasn't quite good as their first car they had prepared for the Daytona 500. Now, teams are so early in the timeline of figuring out how they can make these cars better that Paul said teams didn't spend nearly as much prep time on their primary cars because they literally have not figured out those minutia things you can get to make the car go faster, to make it handle better, all the things that that they're going to learn week in and week out with this new car. On top of that, the majority of the parts and pieces of the car come from vendors instead of being
I have
fabricated
these
by the
guys going
team.
in
So
around lap
the
106
backup
to
and the primary
110
Wolf told me are the closest
on this
they've
run.
ever been and closest they
They'll
ever
be able to
will
make
be.
it to the
He
end of
said
the
it
stage
felt
from
great in
there.
practice based on what Joey Logano was saying. It had the same speed they saw in their primary car. So the 22 of Joey Logano
And they'll
by Paul Wolf
probably come in again around lap 145 to 148.
All right, Kim, thank you very much. We've got pit stops coming your way. A couple of cars slowing
Then
down
there'll
off of
be
turn
a
number 4,
couple cautions
and headed on to pit road.
to go the rest
Austin
of the way
Dillon
on fuel.
would be among those. So that means pit stops are going to be coming up shortly. All the while now, 103 down, 97 to go. 27 laps remaining in stage number 2. We'll pick up this lead draft coming across the start-finish line. Blaney,
Pit stops coming up.
Cindric right there, Buscher, Harvick, Keselowski, top 5. And I would imagine we're going to see wholesale stops coming up shortly.
Here they come into turn number 1. Everybody just kind of
Oh, near collision with a crew member on that 77.
head for pit road. For the moment, Ryan Blaney continues to lead the pack.
24 cars in the lead draft as they all make their way to the bottom of the racetrack. Got some live traffic topside. That's the Casgrala car. Make that the Jacques Villeneuve car. He will go to the outside, and the leaders make their way through down low.
Those leaders include the duo out of Team Penske, Ryan Blaney out front, Austin Cindric in second, then it's going to be Chris Buscher, Kevin Harvick, and Brad Keselowski.
This time off turn number 4, and everybody elects in the lead draft to stay on the racetrack. Ryan Blaney continuing to show the way. He's got Austin Cindric stacked up behind him. This group, Dave, just going to stay right at the bottom of the racetrack.
Yeah, no reason to do anything else. It's worked pretty well, particularly for Ryan Blaney. Austin Cindric continues so impressive in that number 2 position as they make their way off turn 2.
So we've seen the leaders lined up and use the outside line up against the safer barrier. Now Ryan Blaney's comfort level, and perhaps maybe the best where his car works, is all the way down to the bottom of the racetrack, and everybody is lined up behind him.
Will anybody hit the pit lane this time in the lead group? So far, everybody going to stay up to speed off of turn number 4, led by Ryan Blaney.
What a great sight we have here today.
Group not hitting the
Blue
pits.
Skies, packed stadium, the infield, and when you think of super speedways, it won't be long. And it's the Yellowwood 500 at Talladega Super Speedway. And if you like what you see and hear right now, get down to Talladega coming up. I know that's a place you've always liked, Rusty Wallace. Great
do
racing
like it.
here.
And I'll be there too. I'm excited about it. Also, you got next week at the Auto Club Speedway of Southern California, 2-mile D-shaped oval. It's super wide, it's super fast. It's going to be a lot of fun there to get this new race car out there in Southern California on the 2-mile track. Only what, about an hour or so drive from where we were 2 weeks ago at the Busch Light Clash at the LA Coliseum.
And that'll be the last time for Auto Club Speedway in its current configuration. They'll be converting California Speedway into a short track for 2023.
Of Chevys that they may look to blend in with the Fords. Clip Daniel just told Kyle Larson, watch the 12 car. When he peels off, you peel off, and all the other Chevys will. So I think when we see him come down in another lap or two, we're going to see a whole bunch of race cars here on pit road.
As they work their way down the Daytona super stretch right now into turn number 3. They're in formation. This is a part of the race, Jeff, where they basically get in line. Nobody wants to tear up a car like we saw at the end of stage number 1. So this is an opportunity to just kind of get your feel, get in position, get set. You know you got another pit stop, another dash to the end of stage number 2. There's still a lot of racing to go.
Well, I think you just hit it, and that is we still have one more pit stop, and then we will start counting down the laps, Mike Bagley, to the end of stage number 2. We're at 23 now. You figure you get the pit stop in, and then we're going to race to
We
the
got 23 to go until the end of stage 2.
That's the plan, but we'll see if it stays as calm headed to this stage, because it wasn't headed to the end of stage 1. The leaders are back at 3.
And one of those goals is getting to the pit lane cleanly here under the green flag.
One mistake on pit lane can cost you a lot.
Right now, it's led by Ryan Blaney, but here come some of the leaders peeling off.
They are indeed. As a matter of fact, 3/4 of that front draft is standing on the brakes and making the way to pit road. Brad Keselowski's in front of Kim Kuhn.
And he will take tires on this stop. The through to the right side.
Oh, big gaggle heading to pit lane.
As they change to the right side, it will be right side tires only. Joey Logano in for right side tires. Todd Gilliland making his up. Said it feels fuel only. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in. Austin Cindric in. More cars your way. Steve Post.
Eric Jones is in. Going to be Sunoco Racing fuel 2 tires. Ryan Blaney.
Cindric, Blaney, Busher, Keselowski, among those heading in.
It was fuel only for Kevin Harvick.
Harvick in and out.
Chris Busher and Eric Almirola. They all did a pretty good job there. Most of the Fords are all linked up as they leave pit road.
And Blaney, who came in position number 1, was Cindric right behind him. Cindric will not leave pit road second simply because Chase Briscoe backed up right in front of him as he was trying to exit pit road. Kim, we got some Toyotas in.
We do. We have the Toyota Truex Jr. who takes just a drink of fuel on that machine. Also in Kurt Busch. They did take right side.
Toyota's in. Chase Elliott in.
Toyota Kurt Busch. Steve Post, anyone in front of you?
Yeah, Chase Elliott has the Napa Chevy Camaro in. Right side tire Sunoco Racing fuel. Looks like fuel only for Bubba Wallace on his Toyota. Dylan looks a little empty down there.
Truex is fuel only. Bubba Wallace fuel only.
Kyle Busch in down here, right side, and fuel for him. Remember, he was in that accident at the end of stage 1. Team did a good enough job. He's still on the lead lap.
Big disaster for Chase Elliott leaving pit road. Not sure if he stalled the car and took a few extra seconds to get it refired, or potentially had a problem with the new gearbox and the way you shift it and putting it into gear. We'll follow up with Steve Post about what happened.
Oh.
Either way, Chase Elliott has completely lost the draft.
Every sports fan dreams of going pro and wants that feeling of being at the top of their game. So now's your time to stop dreaming the dream and start living it. The team
Chase
at
Elliott
Advent
lost
Health
the
has got
draft.
you. With expert care and
Ooh.
resources, they can help you feel strong, confident, and supported. So get pro-level care with Advent Health, the official healthcare provider of Daytona International Speedway and Trackhouse Racing.
Get ready for the biggest, baddest, most patriotic celebration ever. Join us for the Heroes Honor Festival this Memorial Day weekend at Daytona International Speedway, featuring a star-studded lineup including country legend Toby Keith. This welcome home tribute honors our Vietnam veterans with a grand display of appreciation for our nation's heroes. Everyone is welcome at the Heroes Honor Festival. Veterans, family, and friends, and all Americans. Free to Vietnam vets. Military half off. Open to all. Get your tickets now at
Cindric was backing up. Briscoe was backing up as Cindric was exiting.
Daniel Suarez busted for speeding on pit road a moment ago.
Daniel Suarez busted for speeding.
Orchid Lounge Chevrolet for Trackhouse Racing down pit road. He's got to do a pass-through penalty at pit road speed, which is 55 miles per hour. That'll send him off the draft as well. From Daytona International Speedway, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Looking to rent a scanner? Racing Electronics rentals must be purchased in advance online at racingelectronics.com. No walk-ups will be allowed. With a Racing Electronics scanner, hear uncensored communication from every team in the race, or tune into the live radio broadcast. Don't forget to rent early and save. Your last day to rent for Auto Club is February 25th. Last day to rent for Las Vegas is March 3rd. And the final day for Phoenix is March 11th. Head over to racingelectronics.com to secure your scanner rental today.
NASCAR Coast to Coast is a show dedicated to spotlighting the short track community across the country. Whether it's late models out west or modifieds in the Northeast, this show has it covered. Hosted by Chris Wilner and myself, Kyle Rickey, NASCAR Coast to Coast offers insightful interviews and fun deep dives into the what, when, why, and hows of grassroots racing in America. Offering a new show every Thursday on the Motor Racing Network's YouTube channel. This show serves the heart of racing from coast to coast.
Now, what Chase needs is a yellow.
Still under the green flag here at Daytona, and Brad Keselowski continues to show the way.
17 laps until we see the green and white checkered flag fly to complete stage number 2. Before we get there, though, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Motor Racing Network. 64th running of the Great American Race.
88 to go. Make that 87 to go this time. 11 leaders, 19 lead changes. We've had 3 yellows for 17 laps.
Alongside Alex Hayden and Rusty Wallace in the turns. Dave Moody, Mike Bagley, Kyle Rickey, and up and down pit road, you've got Steve Post, Tim Kuhn, and Dylan Welch right now. Brad Keselowski back out front like he was on Thursday.
And leading the draft. Not in the draft currently is Chase Elliott. After coming in with other drafting cars on his pit stop, he finds himself running all by himself on the racetrack, running much slower than the drafting cars currently. He's up to 20th position, but Steve Post, what happened?
As they dropped the jack on the car, Chase tried to pull out of the pit box and the car stalled, and he had just a momentary lap trying to get the cars started up. You know, Alex, a momentary lapse on pit road is an eternity. He is in no man's land. Eddie DeHaan is his spotter, and they're trying to rally and talk to anybody within a half a lap of him to try to team up, but his problem is he is way out there by himself on the racetrack, and they're counting down the laps to the end of this stage, just hoping they can hang on to the lead lap.
Right, Cole Custer made a stop just a few moments ago, and we'll follow up with Dylan on pit road in a moment. We understand they were not able to get fuel in that car, and that's what Dylan was talking about earlier in the broadcast. So, again, we'll follow up down there.
Well, Dylan, the pit board is back out again for Cole Custer as he peels off the racetrack. This is turning into a bit of a disaster here on lap 115.
Yeah, and I'm headed down there now to figure out what exactly the issue is that they're having, if it's something with the nozzle or something with the tank itself. But yeah, it's something that we talked about, and again, not to
Calamity's tracking for Custer. Oh boy.
Learning with this new car, but we have talked about the fueling problems or the hurdles that they're trying to overcome. So I'm at the box now. I'll get you an answer shortly.
All right. Mike Bagley, it's been a day of Fords at the front of the field. Yes, we've seen some Camaros and some Camrys, but man, oh man, the Fords are rock solid.
And the Fords are probably thanking Doug Yates for providing them all the power that they have here. You know, when Doug Yates puts some engines together and coordinates that power plant effort, you know you're going to get some good juice, and that's exactly what these Ford Mustangs have under them today.
They absolutely do with the Roush Yates horsepower, the FR9 engine.
On board with Kurt
They all
Busch.
come storming back to the start-finish line. If you're a Ford fan, you're liking what you're seeing at the moment. 8 of the top 10 are Ford Mustangs as they all thunder off to turn 1.
Brad Keselowski continues to show the way. Still in hot pursuit is his teammate Chris Buescher. Another great day for RFK. Blaney rides in the number 3 spot.
Brian Blaney right now riding in line. He is 3rd in line on the bottom of the racetrack. Brad Keselowski,
13 to go in stage 2.
and rookie Todd Gilliland behind him.
Gilliland in 5th, and it's Ty Dillon, next car in line. 6th on the bottom with Martin Truex Jr. to his outside. He's trying to rally the outside line to the front with help from Bubba Wallace.
Pretty good racing right now. 12 laps to go in the stage. Dylan Welch, what'd you find out on Cole Custer?
Well, you guys were right. They couldn't get any fuel in the car. Both times they came down. This third time they came down, they said that they did get fuel in. So not sure if they fixed the problem, exactly what that was. They wouldn't tell me, but they did at least get fuel in this time down.
Well, if you're a Chase Elliott fan, you can take a bit of a deeper breath right now because Chase Elliott is no longer running laps 2 full seconds slower than the leaders. He's been able to catch up with 2 more Chevrolets and hook up in a 3-car draft to try to build a little more speed.
Yeah, I just noticed him come by with 3 cars. He's back up to speed right now. He's real close. He won't get lapped by these leaders by the time stage 2 is over with right now. So a big sigh of relief for him. But after he makes his pit stop, he's going to have to get himself back through this field and back to the front, which is something he proved he can do.
With 11 laps to go in the stage, Brad Keselowski back to 1.
And it continues to be follow the leader, at least for the moment. There is an outside lane effort beginning to form. That's
11 to go.
Kyle Larson.
Stage 2. We're at 119 of 200.
Right now he's in 8th. Matter of fact, here comes Kyle Larson. He's going to pull that line up to 7th and looking for more. Lap traffic ahead. Greg Biffle's car on the outside of the racetrack. The leaders will swing to his inside.
Biffle to the outside lane. Leaders to the bottom, led by Brad Keselowski. Then it's going to be the Chris Buescher car, followed by Ryan Blaney. Single file among the top 5. Side by side racing begins from 7th on back.
That's where Joey Logano is on the inside lane. He'll look out the right. Lexan Glass You'll see Kyle Larson, the reigning NASCAR Cup Series champion there. You've also got Michael McDowell in the mix. McDowell to the inside, Larson outside.
Larson going to the whip here, trying to make something happen in that outside lane. He's not had any luck getting any further ahead than the 7th spot. That's kind of a glass ceiling right now for the defending champion.
Some unlikely bedfellows in that top lane. You've got some Chevys. You've also got all of the Toyotas for the most
And
part.
commercials again on Fox. Ugh.
As well.
Come on.
Trying to propel that outside
At least
lane
we're side by
into the
side,
field.
so not missing much. Not missing much.
7th spot. Kyle Larson leading that outside lane and has traffic help from Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Joey Logano.
Pretty good test right here for Kyle Larson and those lined up behind. A lot of people are going to make some notes right now. We are winding down, getting closer to the green and white checkered flag. Can Kyle Larson pull that outside lane to the front?
Well, little by little, he's trying to climb the ladder one rung at a time. He was riding in 7th. Now he's up into a side-by-side battle for the number 6 position. He pulls alongside Ty Dillon.
Slowly but surely, that outside line is beginning to make progress. Question is, can they get to the front here before the end of this stage? Here comes Dillon. That's Ty to the inside of Kyle Larson.
Momentum beginning to shift to that outside lane, led by Kyle Larson and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Ty Dillon on the bottom to Larson's inside. He has help from Michael McDowell.
And this is about the same time as the first stage. At the end of the stage, when we had the big crash, you could tell everybody was getting all jacked up, and everybody was really
Everyone's
tight.
getting
They're not
antsy.
as tight
I
right
fear that's
now,
we're gonna have
still,
another big wreck.
As you get back to the 5th and 6th and 7th place cars, that's where it's too wide. That's where the move's going to happen from. And boy, they got to show a little bit of patience because they don't want to have a big wreck like we had earlier. There's a risk versus reward, Kyle, Ricky, on these drivers. Do you want to get those stage points for the top 10 finishing positions in another 7 laps? Or do you want to just try to save your race car to try to win the Daytona 500?
And that's exactly what we've seen ever since the invention of stage racing a couple of years ago. How valuable are those 10 points at the end of each of these stages? When it comes down to it, at the end of the season, for some of these drivers, they are plenty valuable. But also, do you want to win the Great American Race?
Well, it is risk versus reward. Kim Kuhn, very quickly on Martin Truex Jr., you're monitoring his radio. Is he happy where he's at or not happy?
Absolutely not. He does not feel comfortable in the spot, especially as we close in to the end of this stage. We saw how wild it got at the end of stage 1. He's expecting the same. And he's also noted, I don't have a lot of
You're
help here
approaching
either. Getting
7
teammates
to go. Make that 7 to go. Excuse me.
Back on track, but certainly not near.
Keselowski continues to pace the field.
There's not a lot of Toyotas out there to help him, and he also is not happy with where he is in the pack, expecting some a jarring of the field when we get closer to the end of this stage.
As a matter of fact, 6 laps closer to the end of the stage, and Truex is in that outside lane. He is the 5th car on
here
the outside.
comes
They
Larson.
are, however, about to clear the inside lane at the moment. Truex is now side by side with that first car to the inside, and that's Chris Buescher.
Chris Buescher is down on the bottom of the racetrack. He's got Blaney.
Larson now second to Keselowski. He's broken up the Fords.
To get a little frisky, here comes Larson for the lead.
Kyle Larson has caught Brad Keselowski. He'll pull his Chevrolet to the bottom of the racetrack. He'll pass Keselowski. He will pull up in front of Keselowski. Kyle Larson goes to the lead.
Larson to the lead.
Leader in turn 3, Kyle Larson to the point. Keselowski in second. Joey Logano is up to 3rd. They are single file.
This is our 12th different leader.
All right, so make the
18th
note
lead
official.
change.
It took 5 laps for Kyle Larson to run down the race leader Brad Keselowski. 5
You almost
laps
said
to
Bubba
run him
Wallace.
down and just drive right by him.
Now let's see if it takes him any time to pull away. That's a very difficult thing to do with this drafting package at Daytona. As a matter of fact, he's not even going to keep the lead. Sideways, inside line, Keselowski with a dive bomb move.
And they all come with Keselowski.
Dive bomb move, 6 car around.
To the lead. Right now in second, it's Logano. Truex, Bubba Wallace,
Keselowski.
Cindric, the top 5.
And suddenly,
Back
Kyle
to the lead.
Larson, who was leading this race a lap ago, just trying to hang on to the top
And
10.
Kyle Larson getting freight trained.
Boy, Kyle Larson, nobody liking him right now. They don't want to run with him as he's falling back on that outside lane.
No one's liking
He did
Kyle
all
Larson.
that work on the bottom of the racetrack to go up and take the lead, only to switch lanes, go to the outside, and lose that top draft.
As impressive as the run was for Larson to get to the front of the pack, the move that Brad Keselowski made midway between 1 and 2,
That
was a
dive bomb
strong
move by
man effort as he
Keselowski.
just
What a
manhandled that car to the bottom.
Here comes Keselowski, Logano and company. changing lanes, darting to the bottom of the racetrack on the Daytona Super Stretch, bypassing some left traffic. Joey Logano shoving Keselowski for all he's worth into the corner.
Top two able to break away by a couple of car lengths from Martin Truex Jr.
Oh, this is not going to end well. This is going to end in a spin. I just know it.
Will round out the top five as the front half of the field now once again singles out.
We talk about Kyle Larson going from the front to the back and nobody working with him. Guys, we're going for points right now. This is basically going for a win almost with only 5 laps to go. These points can win you a championship, like I said earlier, and nobody's got any buddies right now. Now they want it all for themselves.
Well, he went from 10th to 1st to 9th in 6 laps. Doesn't take long, Mike Bagley, and you can find yourself out front or running at the tail.
One thing that we are learning, Jeff, the drafting with the new race car, it's very finicky. You got to be in the right spot at the right time and have the right amount of drafting help.
Kyle Larson right now does have some drafting help in the form of Kevin Harvick, Todd Gilliland, and Ryan Blaney, but also just into the top 10, running in the 9th spot right now.
They'll come back to the start and finish line. There'll be 2
Coming
laps
back.
to go in stage number
2 to go.
Daniel Suarez
Stage 2.
pulls off to the racetrack. He'll head for pit lane. Brad Keselowski's got the field behind him, but they've got 3 cars dead ahead.
Yeah, lap traffic is dead ahead.
Lap traffic's going to play a factor here.
Up there, a couple of others as well. Shouldn't be a major problem as the lap machines have been pretty good about giving way to the outside. Chase Briscoe also one of those cars about to go a lap down.
Those lap cars are on the bottom of the racetrack. That's going to force Keselowski and company to change lanes, drivers right. But now Briscoe's going to jump up right in front of Keselowski.
Josh Hill move also to the bottom of the racetrack, and Chase Briscoe's going to jam up the race leaders in turn number 3. Briscoe leads the pack.
Chase Briscoe jamming things up.
Well, this might get just a little dicey with Chase Briscoe trying to stay in front of Brad Keselowski. Brad dove to the bottom and chased through the block. Right now he's going to do it again, going after Chase Briscoe to just put him behind him.
Not going to get the block done this time as Briscoe. Keselowski goes to the bottom, but not very many.
White flag for stage 2.
This might cost Keselowski the lead. It will. Off the outside, Logano to the point.
Here they come now up the back straightaway.
And this is going to end up costing Keselowski the lead. Logano to the front. Half lap to go, stage 2.
Chase Briscoe into 3.
Chase Briscoe staying on the lead lap 4 now. Joey Logano, the race leader. Here comes Martin Truex Jr. and Bubba Wallace as Keselowski continues to fade.
They come off turn number 4. Green and white checkered flag will go in.
And Logano is going to win stage 2.
And the stage by a fender is going to be won by Martin Truex
Oh no!
Jr.
Truex wins the stage.
Truex at the bottom of the racetrack wins stage number 2, doubling up on the stage points today. He also won stage number 1. The rest of the top 10 getting points.
70 laps to go in the Daytona 500.
Brad Keselowski 4th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 5th, Austin
And we are now under the caution.
8th, Kevin Harvick, Kyle Larson 9th, and Todd Gilliland 10th.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive save over $700 on average, and those savings.
Now let's see if Truex can complete the cycle.
So yeah, I used the savings from switching to Progressive 50 years ago to finally buy my dream car. It's a self-driving flying car, but we just say self-flying now. You know, because it's the future, and cars fly in the future.
So switch to Progressive and save.
I've yet to see one flying car.
Can add up in the future. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. National annual average insurance savings by new customers survey who save with Progressive in 2020. Potential savings will vary. Count on the professional parts people at O'Reilly to recommend the best products for your vehicle.
As much as I like the O'Reilly jingle, the commercials can get annoying.
Long life universal pre-mixed antifreeze and coolant, just $3.99 after mail-in rebate. Plus, earn double O-Rewards points. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today or online at O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Caution is on the speedway because of the end of stage number 2. It's our 4th caution flag of the Daytona 500. We've got 68 laps to go here in the Great American Race next time by. Martin Truex Jr. is the leader. The beneficiary of the free pass getting a lap back will be Daniel Hemrick in the 22nd position from Daytona International Speedway.
So Hemrick will get the free pass.
Hi, this is Mike Bagley. Join me along with the cast and crew of the Motor Racing Network every Tuesday night for NASCAR Live. Hear exclusive interviews.
Whenever you're done racing, when you can look back on what you accomplished, that's when you can really appreciate
The best moments from each of NASCAR's premier series.
It will be a victory by mere inches. McDowell wins the Daytona 500.
As well as break down the upcoming race weekend and more. It's NASCAR Live every Tuesday night at 7.
It's your all-access pass to the world of NASCAR every weekday morning with NASCAR Hot Pass.
Man, just unreal to hit the fence, to go to the back, to fix it, to make some huge adjustments, and to be able to run as good as we did at the end there.
You'll hear from the sport's biggest stars as they talk life on and off the racetrack.
Great things going all around. You know, it's cool to come back to Kansas. It's great to get back to Victory Lane.
NASCAR Hot Pass, weekday mornings from the Motor Racing Network.
Today's coverage from Daytona International Speedway is brought to you by Mahindra, the official tractor of Tough, and
I hate these commercials.
by Blue Emu Maximum Vehicle, the official vehicle of NASCAR. It works fast and you won't stay. Buy Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle auto, home, or motorcycle insurance. Visit Progressive.com. Buy Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Visit the best Coke.
Kenseth will be in the booth in Fontana, then Danica for Vegas and Phoenix.
Cautions on the speedway. Pit lane is not officially open. However, Dylan Welch said hasn't stopped a couple of cars coming down pit lane.
Buster is down here again, still trying to get that fueling issue diagnosed. They got the deck raised up on these Ford Mustang. Kyle Busch is a couple stalls down from him. And the plan there is they continue to just try to patch up that right front, just to bring him down now and get that damage as repaired as they can, and then he'll come down again later, presumably with the rest of the field, and change tires. So just a little bit of damage control, if you will, down here for some of these teams still trying to get their race cars to get to the end.
Well, the one thing that we do know is Kyle Busch has the speed to run with the leaders, so you might as well take advantage and try to get that car as buttoned up as you can for the run to the checkers. Most stages now complete. We will have the road open here shortly. We're going to see everybody coming on to the road 2x by inches, taking that stage win away from Joey Logano.
Yeah, it really is impressive to see what he was doing. We heard Kim Coon report a little earlier that he was radioing in saying he did not like the position he was in on the racetrack. Well, he drove around everybody, went up and won the stage. Right now, he's going to bring the field on the pit lane, and he'll make his stop in front of Kim Coon.
And he thanks Bubba
Pits are open, and here comes the herd.
Bubba, a manufacturer teammate in the Toyotas. The team, though, on the right side, they will change tires. Take Sunoco, there will be 4 tires for Martin Truex Jr., as well as 4 tires for Brad Keselowski, 4 tires for Joey Logano, as 4 cars make their way to you, Steve Post.
And you mentioned Bubba Wallace, really happy with the car. 4 tires, Sunoco Racing Fuel. Chase Elliott is in. He did not lose a lap, so good news for Chase Elliott. Kyle Larson in getting 4 tires, Sunoco Fuel. Ryan Blaney getting 4 tires as well. It's like Brad Keselowski going to win the battle.
Keselowski off pit lane first. Most of these are 4-tire stops.
4 tires for Chris Buescher, 4 tires and fuel for Kevin Harvick as well. They had a little hiccup on the right front, and then on the Chris Buescher car, they waited extra long to make sure that car was filled with fuel. They were almost out, talking about having to go to the reserves, if you will, on the end of that stage 2 run. So make sure they got it full this time on the Chris Buescher car.
Brad Keselowski, the first stop of pit road in front of Austin Cindric. That was a duo that worked very well in stage number 1. Kyle Larson off of pit road in position number 3. Followed out by Bubba Wallace and Kevin Harvick. Chase Elliott continues to sit on pit road. We'll follow up there when we come back.
The stress race car drivers endure is unbelievable. That's why Blue Emu has delivered over 200 care kits to NASCAR drivers and teams.
More trouble for Chase.
Amazon and nationwide retailers. Blue Emu, it works fast and you won't stink. The official pain relief cream of NASCAR and MRN. And we're back with breaking news. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan, so make sure Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I meant to try it first.
Everyone knows what it's like to hit a wall. Maybe
definitely after working hard all day. You'll be relieved to find Blue Emu at Walmart, Amazon, and nationwide retailers. Blue Emu, it works fast, and you won't stink. The official pain relief cream of NASCAR and the Motor Racing Network.
Some of the biggest names out of the race early: Denny Hamlin, William Byron, Bert, Ross Chastain. They all went out early on. As a matter of fact, you might think of it this way: your chance to get a Blue Emu care kit. Jump on Twitter and help Blue Emu decide which driver or team needs the most relief. Follow them on Twitter at Blue Emu 1. Back with more in a moment from Daytona International Speedway. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Hi, I'm MRN lead pit reporter Steve Post. Go behind the scenes each week with me and championship-winning crew chief Todd Gordon for MRN Crew Call.
Yeah, I've been blessed with a lot of opportunities to work with great people and great drivers.
We'll talk to some of the biggest names working in the NASCAR garage stalls. This is Cliff Daniels from Hendrick Motorsports. Hello, Cliff. Welcome back to Crew Call. As well as break down the upcoming races and the weekend's best pit strategies. You can download MRN Crew Call each week wherever you get your podcasts.
NASCAR Coast to Coast is a show dedicated to spotlighting the short track community across the country. Offering a new show every Thursday on the Motor Racing Network's YouTube channel, this show has it covered. Hosted by Chris Wilner and myself, Kyle Rickey, NASCAR Coast to Coast offers insightful interviews and fun deep dives into the what, when, why, and hows of grassroots racing in America. This show serves the heart of racing from coast to coast.
This show, Welcome to Flash, is not going to get past its initial order.
Michael McDowell may be one of those that could use a little Blue Emu at the moment. He just got busted for speeding. The 2021 Daytona 500.
McDowell got nailed for speeding.
Another one that's been on and off pit road now twice, Steve Post, is Chase Elliott.
Yeah, Chase Elliott's been in a couple of times. About 40 laps ago, we had that near miss with Kyle Larson and Ryan Blaney down here. Well, Chase Elliott got a little damage as well as Larson's car came down and clipped the right front of Chase Elliott's car. So crew chief Alan Gustafson took this time during this stage break, and they really just wanted to massage, make sure all the brackets, make sure up underneath the right front of the Napa Chevrolet Camaro was good. They did that. They came down a second time. Left side tires on, topped it off with Sunoco Racing Fuel. Chase Elliott's at the back of the pack. They've not been really happy with the handling of the car, so the damage is not the problem. Maneuverability has been a little challenge. They're hoping to improve that as well.
64 laps to go in the Daytona 500, and Brad Keselowski is the race leader as we work under caution.
Hey, Bob. Thanks for inviting me to your ultimate tailgate. I thought we were going to watch the game.
No, I said come check out the ultimate tailgate on my Chevy Silverado. It's the available multi-flex tailgate.
This isn't a tailgate.
Sure it is. It flexes into 6 different configurations to help you work harder.
So you didn't invite me to an ultimate pregame tailgate then?
Would you have come if I said otherwise?
Probably not.
The Chevy Silverado with available multi-flex tailgate. The strongest, most advanced Silverado ever. Find new roads at your local Chevy dealer.
NASCAR Coast to Coast is a show dedicated to spotlighting.
We've had 4 cautions for 21 laps. We're at lap 135 of 200.
Hosted by Chris Wilner and myself, Kyle Rickey. NASCAR Coast to Coast offers insightful interviews and fun deep dives into the what, when, why, and hows of grassroots racing in America. Offering a new show every Thursday on the Motor Racing Network's YouTube channel. This show serves the heart of racing from coast to coast. With the caution, Daniel Hemrick will receive the free pass presented by Mahindra. Race fans, don't forget to cheer for Chase Briscoe in the Mahindra Tractor's number 14 car and race into your local dealer for big savings on Mahindra, the official tractor of top. From Daytona International Speedway, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
If you suffer from heartburn or other digestive-related disorders, then there is a new, safe, better, and natural
Again?
alternative to better
Oy.
digestive wellness and heartburn relief.
What are you gonna do? Commercials get the better of you.
Approach to support better digestion and protect you from harmful bacteria, and also balance your stomach to improve digestive functions.
I have no interest in a Mustang. I'm a GM guy.
It's the only product to combine all natural ingredients known for
No.
the digestive health properties into a single patented product.
Prexit also comes in easy-to-carry packs. Prexit relieves, restores, and maintains a healthy digestive system. Prexit is available here for only $39.95. Shipping and handling is free, and your money back is guaranteed.
Splash and Dash stops for the rest of the field as we get ready for the green flag to start stage 3.
Welcome you back to Daytona International Speedway. It is the Great American Race, the 64th running of the Daytona 500, and it is Brad Keselowski out front. He's led 46 laps of the 137 that have been complete, the most he's ever led in the Daytona 500 in his career.
And he is still looking for that opportunity to win a Daytona 500. He is a restrictor plate genius, not a restrictor plate, a super speedway genius. 6 times he's gone to victory lane. He'd like to add the Daytona 500 to his resume. Cindric will line up to his outside. Row 2, Bubba Wallace and Kevin Harvick. Row 3, Eric Jones and Eric Almirola. Row 4 for the start, you've got Kyle Larson and Ryan Blaney.
Green flag goes back in the air as they hit the Geico restart zone. And Brad Keselowski.
Green flag, stage 3, 63 laps to go in the Daytona 500.
And driven by Austin Cindric, who will fall in on his back bumper and resume his role as the most valuable pusher on the day. Bubba Wallace slides through on the inside line. He will take over third place possession of the number 3 spot.
Now the outside line is led by Kevin Harvick. He's got a driver giving him drafting help that is starting his final Daytona 500. That would be Eric Almirola. You got Truex up there, Ty Dillon, Todd Gilliland, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
Behind race leader Brad Keselowski and Austin Cindric. They're 1-2 on the bottom of the racetrack. Then that side-by-side racing kicks in between Bubba Wallace and Kevin Harvick.
Bubba Wallace is right in front of Eric Jones. They're running on the bottom side of the racetrack. Here comes Kevin Harvick, top side.
Bubba Wallace with a great run. He's 3rd right now. Eric Jones, great run. He's 5th.
For the youngster so far, Dave.
So far, so good for that young man, no doubt. The 3rd-generation driver. It's been a pretty quiet afternoon so far for Kevin Harvick as well. He may be in the business of changing that right now as he's about to bust into the top 5.
Harvick trying to bust into the top 5 right now.
The outside line up front, it's Keselowski and Cindric. They are joined at the bumper with Bubba Wallace looking on in position number 3.
Wallace in 3rd. On the bottom of the speedway, then it's Eric Jones to the inside of Kevin Harvick, followed by Ryan Blaney. He's to the inside of the Eric Almirola car.
And they exit the sunshine, which is over there in turns 3 and 4. As Embry-Riddle University is being lit up in sun. Mainland High School, come back to the tri-oval. It's all shade as this massive stadium and grandstands will block the sunshine. They race off to turn 1.
Sun beginning to sink lower and lower in the sky here at the west end of the speedway. Drivers will have a bit of a challenge in a little while trying to squint their way through it, but right now, no challenge for Brad Keselowski.
He will bring the top 6 now into single file formation. Kevin Harvick and company fading back to a side-by-side battle for 7th. You've got them all stacked up there with Harvick trying to reorganize his drafting help.
Here comes Chase Briscoe to the inside of Kevin Harvick. Noah Gragson goes to the inside. Tyler Reddick, next car.
61 to go.
Kevin Harvick leads the outside lane, but continues to fall back.
60 laps to go in the Daytona 500. Brad Keselowski out front.
Buying a house can feel like you're going 200 miles per hour in bumper-to-bumper traffic with a dirty windshield and the sun in your eyes. Ruoff Mortgage has the technology, expert staff, and resources to simplify the process while speeding up the time it takes to get clear to close. So while getting a loan can seem intimidating, Ruoff Mortgage will have you opening the door to your new home fast and stress-free. Visit Ruoff.com.
Drags into the inside of Harvick.
That's Ruoff.com. Sir, are you aware you were going 40 miles an hour? This is a residential area.
Sure, but I'm on my lawnmower? Wait, am I getting a ticket?
No, I've just never seen anyone top 9 miles an hour on one of those bad boys. And mow their entire lawn in 30 seconds? What got into you?
Well, I did fuel up at Sunoco this morning. At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. We've been doing it for American racing for over 50 years. Fuel your best.
top six
Gregson
right now.
8th right
Off
now.
turn number 2. It's Brad, Austin, Cindric, Bubba Wallace, Eric Jones, and Ryan Blaney from Daytona International Speedway. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Looking to rent a scanner? Racing Electronics rentals must be purchased in advance online at racingelectronics.com. No walk-ups will be allowed. With a Racing Electronics scanner, hear uncensored communication from every team in the race, or tune into the live radio broadcast. Don't forget to rent early and save. Your last day to rent for Auto Club is February 25th. Last day to rent for Las Vegas is March 3rd. And the final day for Phoenix is March 11th.
On board from Truex.
RacingElectronics.com to secure your scanner rental today.
LRN Classic Racing. Terry Bradshaw, the honorary starter, puts the green out, and they are underway. And hear all of the greatest moments in NASCAR history.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. comes back to the Daytona International Speedway, leading the pack, coming to the line. He will win.
From Daytona to Talladega.
But it is over here in Talladega. Dale Earnhardt has won the race.
To the sport's greatest champion.
Darrell Waltrip calling the bluff.
Started 16th. He's now 3rd.
On the Motor Racing Network.
Sunshine Sunday afternoon in Daytona. Now 143 laps are complete. 57 remain in the Daytona 500.
And it continues to be Brad Keselowski out front. Austin Cindric is second. Bubba Wallace goes third with Eric Jones fourth and Ryan Blaney fifth. The rest of the top 10 will see Chris Buescher, Chase Briscoe, Noah Gragson, Tyler Reddick, and Kevin Harvick.
Well, Seth Wilcox joined us right now. Seth is the VP for North American refinish for Exalta, and I know that you came into this particular event with such high hopes. Of course, great partnership with William Byron and Hendrick Motorsports, but unfortunately that didn't work out. But I know you guys are excited about what you guys have got going on.
Yeah, that did not work out as planned, thanks to Brad Keselowski.
Not the output or outcome that we were looking for today, but real shame for William. He was running very fast, as you guys know. But, you know, we're thrilled with our partnership with Hendrick Motorsports. We've been primary sponsors since 1994. Have a legacy of success, starting with Jeff Gordon. We see a similar path with William. You know, young guy. I think what we see most is, you know, his drive and determination to be successful. And, you know, today didn't work out the way we wanted it to, but it's going to be a great season for sure.
Talk about some things that you guys did over the off-season. You got Exalta, William Byron, Hendrick Motorsports. A lot of moving parts there and a very successful off-season leading into the Daytona 500.
Yeah, for sure. It was a very successful off-season. I think different than, you know, last year and the year before for sure. But, you know, I would echo is, you know, we're really excited about the prospects of this year moving forward for sure. I think one of the things we're most excited about is we introduced our Raptor Coatings paint scheme last October. Obviously not running that today, but you'll see that a lot in this upcoming year. Great acquisition for us, and you know, we're excited about that brand.
What time is sunset in Daytona Beach?
I think resonates very well with NASCAR and NASCAR fans.
And you guys are always excited about putting a brand new scheme on the side of that number 24. How many different schemes do you have lined up for 2022?
It's a great question. A few. We'll leave it that way. We want to leave a couple surprises as well for this year.
All right, so if people want to learn more about that Raptor coating, just find out what's going on in the world of Exalta around the world, how do they find out?
Exalta.com or upol.com was the acquisition we did. We're happy to welcome Upol to the Exalta family, and all kinds of great information can be found on both of our websites.
And I know you're going to be headed to California like William will, and we'll wish him the best there. Great to have you with us. Thanks for being a part of it, and enjoy the rest of the Daytona 500.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
You bet. Seth Wilcox, VP North American.
Hang on, I'm looking for sunset time in Daytona Beach.
Byron, Alex Hayden, and others.
Yeah, he was just an innocent bystander in the big crash over there in the Daytona Super Stretch that also took out Denny Hamlin, Harrison Burton, Ross Chastain, and damaged some other cars.
Let's get rid of this Google vignette.
Brad Keselowski continues to show the way. Cindric is second. I'll give you the rest.
Sunset time is 6:17, so about 40 minutes from now.
Eric Jones fourth, Ryan Blaney fifth, Chris Buescher sixth, Chase Briscoe is seventh with Noah Gragson eighth, Tyler Reddick ninth, Daniel Hemrick now back to 10th after being a lap down not once but twice, and then there's Kevin Harvick 11th. Dylan Welch running 12th right now is Eric Almirola. Is everything okay with that race car?
Well, yes, sort of. The backup, or the outside lane, has been backing up for the last few laps, mainly because Almirola, who is second in line in the outside group, can't get close enough to Harvick to really push him, who's the car in front of him, because he's overheating, which is obviously a pretty normal thing here in Daytona or in Talladega. We see that a lot at the draft. You get behind a race car and you can't get out of line to get air on the nose, and so that's the problem that Almirola is facing. But in turn, it's caused that outside lane to lose a
So
lot.
about another 20 to 30 minutes. Sun's not going to be much of a problem anymore.
They're getting down to crunch time now, presented by Progressive Insurance. Drivers who switch and save with Progressive save over $700 on average. So call or click today. Rusty, 3/4 of the race in the books. What do these drivers need to do now?
Yeah, the number one program I talked about was the number one out of 4, actually, from my Progressive race. Number one, the biggest race of the year. Don't get caught up in the moment. Stay focused because of all the pre-race stuff and all the handshaking you did. That's old news right now. They got through that. I give them an A+ now. I didn't see anybody kind of lose it because of that issue. I haven't seen that in the past. Number 2, nail the pit stops. Different types of shifting. There's bigger brakes. Denny Hamlin spun out on 150. You saw that. How in the world can that happen? That was because of the new brakes and things that were different. I will tell you, that's the one I'm focusing on. I've been watching these pit stops today, and to me personally, they look a little bit scattered. We see slow fuel getting into the car. We see shifting issues a little bit. We've seen some broken wheels. We've seen some crazy things going on I really didn't expect. So I would say around those pit stops is something they better get really perfect to get to win this race. They got an opportunity.
Of course, a good gear pump stack.
Before this race is over. And the last one I said, guys, be in position with 10 to go. Well, I'm still sticking with that one. We saw the end of the stages. It was 7 and 10 laps ago, man. All heck was breaking loose. We saw Harrison Burton flip off a turn 2. We saw some wild stuff going on. So that's my Progressive keys right now. They get an A+ on the
50 to go.
And I'm going to give them about a B- on the rest of it.
Well, that's NASCAR Hall of Famer Rusty Wallace. We've had an opportunity now with 150 laps to go up on the scoreboard to learn, just like all the drivers, just like all the teams, like all the race fans, what we were going to see. Trouble off turn number 4. One car gets turned right in the middle of the pack. They scatter. Kurt Busch is involved in the crash.
Boy.
Joey Logano is in the crash. You've got Tyler Reddick. He's now sliding across the outside.
Crash!
Crash up off of turn 4. Greg Biffle looks like he may have gotten just a slight bit of the outside.
Truex got it. Logano, Kurt Busch.
And Joey Logano is stuck in the grass. He is able to drive away, but yet he's unable to drive away because he is simply stuck in the grass. And the same thing is true with Tyler Reddick.
Reddick got some of it.
Stuck in the grass as well. He's trying to roll the back of the car, but these are Goodyear Racing.
Caution.
They will not really grip the grass. Now, Kurt Busch came to a stop on the pit lane. He's put it in reverse, and he's beginning to back his way all the way back towards his pit box. Kim, he's going to be there, but he's coming in tail first.
That's right, reversed it all the way from what is the exit of pit road to his pit box. His crew around the right side. I can't really get a good look at the right side of the car, but it doesn't seem that there's
AMR safety team attending to Tyler Reddick.
Cars got shuffled up. Tires going on the right side. Likely he flat spotted those, braking, and they will put fuel in while they're here as well. Change those left sides. So Kurt Busch, interesting entry to his pit box here.
Right front damage on the 19.
Heavy duty damage on the right front. Tyler Reddick got turned right in front of the traffic. Truex did an amazing job to try to avoid, unable to, and basically hit Tyler almost head on. He escaped. Kurt Busch did not. Joey Logano did not. And here is heartbreak because Logano and Tyler Reddick able to drive away if they could, but they can't because they are stuck in the grass. And now Logano is able to break free. It looks like he has blown a left rear tire. He is nose first.
Right rear tire blown on the 22. Chase Elliott gets away.
Back down into the grass. Not sure if he'll be able to get out of the grass. Tyler Reddick is still sitting in the grass as well. They're going to lose a lap, if not more than just one lap.
We are under the caution flag on lap number 152.
Bundling car and renter's insurance with Geico is so easy, your neighbors are probably already doing it. So why not ask? Just say,
Hey, did
did you get your hair cut? It looks cool. Also, have you saved even more by bundling with Geico? Or maybe, hey, did you get your hair cut? It looks weird. Not weird, cool. Anyway, have you bundled with Geico? Or try, hey, did you get your hair cut? It doesn't look weird at all. Anywho, have you saved by bundling with, hey, easy with that rake? Bundling is easy with Geico. Just ask your neighbors.
Race fans, you know that winning on the track is tough. So Mahindra Tractors is bringing all of their toughness from fields across America to the field on race day. That's right, look for Chase Briscoe in the all-new Mahindra Tractors number 14 car. So cheer for Chase. Then race into your local Mahindra dealer for 0% interest or to save thousands on Mahindra, the official tractor of Top and Stuart Haas Racing.
I feel like this is only the calm before the storm. Whether Truex, Logano, Jacques Villeneuve got it. Kurt Busch also involved.
Back in Daytona, Joey Logano being pushed back to his pit stall. Tyler Reddick being pushed back to his pit stall. We'll follow up on those two and more when we come back. 153 laps are complete. 47 remain. We are working under the caution flag from Daytona International Speedway. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
It's your all-access pass to the world of NASCAR every weekday morning with NASCAR Hot Pass.
Man, just unreal to hit the fence, to go to the back, to fix it, to make some huge adjustments, and to be able to run as good as we did at the end there.
You'll hear from the sport's biggest stars as they talk life on and off the racetrack.
Hang on, I gotta hit the bathroom.
Going all around, you know, it's cool to come back to Kansas. It's great to get back to victory lane.
NASCAR Hot Pass, weekday mornings from the Motor Racing Network.
Check out MRN.com for the podcast series called The Tough Trucks of NASCAR. 25 years and still trucking. We'll take you back to some great races.
Skinner wins it by 2/100ths of a second.
Some wild moments.
Kyle Busch, he's top shelf digging up top. Mooney's vision.
Just bump heads. One of those things that end up being a rivalry.
And the stories that go with them.
Ron Hunter Jr. truly is a character.
Download the shows for free on iTunes and at MRN.com.
Just now, Joey Logano has been pushed backwards into his pit stall. He has lost laps. The frustration has got to be boiling over, Kim Fu.
Absolutely, and when he finished spinning, he did ask his spotter, Colton Presley, when he couldn't get the car to move, can they just push me through the grass? He made it to pit road, but not quite to his spot, so he was towed, like you mentioned, Jeff, backwards into his pit box. So the crew, a little bit different choreography, trying to fix this car. Right now, they are changing tires on what is the left side, but is on the right side of the pit box, and then the crew goes to work to change the flat right side tires, which are closest to the wall, because Joey Logano, again, backwards, and he's actually nose to nose with Truex Jr. The pit box right behind that. Truex suffered right front damage on that. This is his second time down pit lane for some damage repairing from that incident, but Joey Logano, the team telling him, fire it up, go, 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 and as you hear, Joey Logano reversing out of his pit box. He will have to turn it around to get off pit lane, and that's Joey Logano down and away.
And there's a huge roar from the race fans here as Joey Logano is rolling again. He is 2 laps down, though, but he's going to drive by a car that's not moving at all in front of Steve Post.
That's Tyler Reddick's car, and I'm not sure what the problem is. The car would not roll. That's why they had to push it. They were having trouble turning it as well. Once the car got here in the pit box, Randall Burnett reported to the crew that it looks like the bumper has gone through the radiator and water was coming out of the car. So I think right now they're sitting here just waiting for an assist from one of the tow vehicles. So Tyler Burnett, that's a former producer here. Tyler Reddick, one of the contenders for the Daytona 500, is not going to get it here this afternoon.
Well, 3 very strong lead lap cars having a problem, including the driver that won stage 1, backed it up with a win in stage 2, Martin Truex Jr. But again, when we talk about this brand new car, he hit Tyler Reddick head on. I think in the old days, those cars would just, lift them up, take them back to the transporter, take them back to North Carolina. Truex on pit road, new tires, and away he goes.
Yeah, he is missing part of the right front of the race car, but
500. We'll try to get everything buttoned up on all these cars that have had problems out here with this crash. Plus, we expect pit lane to open very soon in what could be the final pit stops of the Daytona 500.
It's the start of NASCAR season, and if you drive a Toyota Camry, Tundra, or GR Supra, that means that
I own a cool car.
Well, yeah, but it also means you're part of an elite team.
I won't.
Elite.
We won last week.
Elite racing team.
The same team as Kyle Busch, Ben Rhodes, and Brandon Jones?
Yep.
Because they drive Camrys, Tundras, and GR Supras.
Yes.
Can I race next Sunday?
No. This season, racing unites us. Follow all the Toyota racing excitement at toyota.com/racing. Toyota, let's go places. NASCAR is a registered trademark of the National Association of Stock Car Auto Racing, Inc.
Wing Nation is the show for sprint car fans. Aaron Evernham, Ashley Strummy, and myself, the postman Steve Post, each have deep ties to the sprint car community. Whether it's a connection to a former great, experience in the cockpit, or a passion and love for all things dirt racing, this show is a source of insight and entertainment for sprint car fans everywhere. Each week we offer a live show Tuesdays at noon on Facebook and YouTube, a podcast every Thursday, and a TV show that airs every Saturday on MAV TV.
From Daytona International Speedway, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Hi, this is Mike Bagley. Join me along with the cast and crew of the Motor Racing Network every Tuesday night for NASCAR Live. Hear exclusive interviews.
Whenever you're done racing, and you can look back on what you've accomplished, that's when you can really appreciate it.
The best moments from each of NASCAR's premier series.
It will be a victory by mere inches. McDowell wins the Daytona 500.
As well as break down the upcoming race weekend and more. It's NASCAR Live every Tuesday night at 7 Eastern.
NASCAR Coast to Coast is a show dedicated to spotlighting the short track community across the country. Offering a new show every Thursday on the Motor Racing Network's YouTube channel, this show has it covered. Hosted by Chris Wilner and myself, Kyle Rickey, NASCAR Coast to Coast offers insightful interviews and fun deep dives into the what, when, why, and hows of grassroots racing in America. This show serves the heart of racing from coast to coast.
Everyone coming down pit lane with 45 to go.
Back at Daytona, pit road is open, Steve Post.
Pit road is open. It was a side-by-side run-off from pit road with Bubba Wallace and Austin Cindric. Not sure who won that one. They were side-by-side. All kinds of different strategies down here. Kyle Larson going with 4 tires. Bubba Wallace with no tires. As Bubba was coming out, Chase Elliott was trying to come in. Chase had to lock it up and come to a stop, so Bubba could get clear. Also had Eric Jones in for pit service here.
This is not going to be the final caution of the day. And I love their use of the George Lopez theme song.
Adjustment for Kevin Harvick. Eric Almirola felt like he had a little bit of right front damage from that accident. It just made contact ever so slightly with one of the cars out there, so they took a look at that. And then fuel only as well for Chris Buescher here in the middle of pit road, Kim.
We had Bryce Keselowski in for 2 tires only. They took left tires and back fuel on that as well. Austin Cindric right sides only. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Todd Gillen both taking 4 tires Sunoco fuel. Also in Chase Briscoe, we'll check to see what that team did.
Our pit coverage provided by Steve Post, Dylan Welch, and Kim Stone. Out of the turns today is Dave Mooney, Mike Bagley, and Kyle Rickey. NASCAR Hall of Famer Rusty Wallace topside in the broadcast booth. Jeff Sprinkle, along with Alex Hayden, welcoming everybody listening on the Motor Racing Network.
We do indeed. As a matter of fact, let's take a moment and welcome in a new few radio stations to the Motor Racing Network family. Jerseyville, Illinois, AM 1480, WJBM AM radio. Biggie Country, 105.5, WBGI FM in Wheeling, West Virginia, and Beaver Country, 98.3, WBJI FM out of Black Duck, Minnesota. And a thank you to each and all of our stations. Take the time now to call or message your station and thank them for bringing you all of the NASCAR Cup Series events in 2022.
Sun beginning to set out behind us, long time before it will get dark, but they actually have turned the stadium lights on, as well as the lights are still on that Toyota Camry being driven by Tim Childress, who is running right now at 70 miles an hour up in the banking of turn number 1. And what can you say about Truex other than frustration, disappointment? Can he rally back? A lot of unknowns right there for a driver that won Stage 1 and Stage 2.
Yeah, but unfortunately, that's kind of how super speedway racing has been in his entire NASCAR Cup Series career. He's had really good runs, and not necessarily the result that he feels like he may have deserved, but he'll continue to come back time and time again. Now, Rusty Wallace, NASCAR Hall of Famer, we've been learning
Checking
a lot
on chat
all
for a
week
bit.
long about this new race car. I think with this crash in particular, we've learned something else.
Yeah, it was a big learning.
And no one in chat.
These cars run so low to the ground. They're only about a half an inch off the ground when they're sitting just still on the asphalt. So when the tires go down, the whole bottom of the car sits on the ground. So if you have flat tires all the way down. So we saw the 8 car having 2 flats, had a crash, gets out here in the crash, and the whole car is laying on the ground. We see Joey Logano the same thing. This is something that NASCAR will go back and they'll take a look at. It's something so simple, and make some adjustments. I'm sure they will, because I mean, when you lose a tire, right now at Daytona, basically this car is on the ground, and they got both stuck in that grass, and it's very frustrating for everybody. They're trying to push Joey Logano's car down pit road, and basically they're shoving it on the bottom of the car. The whole bottom's made on asphalt. But to the positive side, we got a great race going on. These cars are hooked up good. They're handling great. They look awesome out there. And we see Martin Truex coming out pit road right now to make some more adjustments to that 19 Toyota. He's got a bent up front end on it. Hopefully get that baby straightened out, guys.
One more lap and we go back under the green flag. Steve Post, that's going to leave us with 42 laps remaining in the Daytona 500. So what do these teams think about fuel? Can they make it the distance? Let's find out. We're going to sweep pit road. Presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all of your car care needs. Get guaranteed low
So we're going to
prices.
have 42 to go. Excuse me, 41 to go. We're going to go back green.
Jeff, I'll give you a definitive beat, so much so that Kyle Larson just came back down pit road. The pit
We
window
will have had 31 caution laps by the time we go back green.
more cautions. I think some might try to stretch it. Of course, a few more cautions, some might come down and pit two. Very, very tight right now on the edge of that fuel window. Dylan, what do you hear?
Rodney Childers told Kevin Harvick that they were full, but dead on the money, as in they don't have much extra, so they're not extra full. So it's going to be close for Harvick. Micah McDowell was told max save and that they'll probably need some help. Eric Almirola just came in, though, with this wave of cars that did come in. He topped off behind the wheel of that Smithfield Ford Mustang, Kim.
Well, I had Todd Gilliland and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. both come in with that wave to top off because their teams weren't sure, so they got a drink of fuel. Just checked in with the Brad Keselowski team, asked the gas man specifically, are you guys good? He kind of shrugged his shoulders.
Keyword
raised his
there
eyebrows,
is
so I don't know
might
if that means they're unsure,
make it.
or they're just not willing to spill their secrets on what their fuel status is.
Sunoco fuel, good
Oh.
tires. You got to have them both if you want to win the Daytona 500 as the field's lined up double wide in front of Kyle Rickey.
Race fans to my right, the grandstands coming to their feet as the field gets set for the restart. Bubba Wallace will be leading the outside lane when they come to green. To his inside, rookie driver Austin Cindric. Then it's going to be Ryan Blaney to the inside of that second
Heading for the
row.
restart zone.
Then you've got Brad and Chris Buescher, Chase Briscoe, Kevin Harvick, Michael
41
McDowell
laps to
has
go.
rebounded back to
So we'll have
ninth.
had
And how about Kyle
31
Busch,
caution
set to go
laps.
from 10th. They've had an up and down day, but they are
Lap
back
159
inside
for the
top 10.
restart. Pace vehicle is in green flag.
41 laps to go. You've got Austin Cindric, who has done so much for others, leading the field back to turn number 1.
He has been a very willing and a very capable bridesmaid so far today, pushing others to the point, most notably Brad Keselowski, but now it may be Austin Cindric's turn to shine. He's nose-to-nose with Bubba Wallace for the lead.
Meanwhile, on the outside, Eric Jones is shoving Bubba
For the
Wallace
lead.
with a 4-car breakaway, 2 wide, 2 rows deep. They're starting to separate themselves from the field, but Eric Jones is going to slide in front of Keselowski in 4th.
Keselowski in 4th. Now Bubba Wallace leads the outside lane. That lane beginning
Wallace in the Toyota. Ford of Cindric. Cindric has help from teammate Ryan Blaney. And Cindric to the lead.
Bubba through a major block. That really impeded the progress for Chris Buescher. He'll lose a handful of spots. Bubba Wallace still leads the outside lane.
Meanwhile, front of the pack, it is Austin
100 miles to go in the Daytona 500.
40 laps. 4-car breakaway now as they race their way Daytona Superstretch. First side-by-side battle now is for position number 5. That's where Bubba Wallace has fallen into the clutches of that second pack as Chase Briscoe to his left elbow breaks free for 5th.
Chase Briscoe to the 5th spot. Then it's Michael McDowell in 6th. He'll go side-by-side with Bubba Wallace. Then it's Kevin Harvick and Kyle Busch inside and out.
We got 7 Fords, 2 Toyotas, and a Chevrolet inside the top 10. The best of all right now is
the lone Chevy in all of this is Stenhouse.
And he's got his teammate comfortably right
2
behind
Toyotas are Kyle Busch and Bubba Wallace. The rest are all Fords.
Some lessons on how to be buff drafted. They'll fly off turn number 2, first and second.
With Eric Jones right now in 3rd.
About 10 minutes until sunset.
He's up to position number 4. Now he's going to draw up alongside Eric Jones in the battle for 3rd.
And that drafting help from poor Bubba comes in the form of one of his Toyota teammates in Kyle Busch. Also Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in that outside lane and Chris Buescher.
Well, I tell you what, guys, this racetrack is starting to cool down right now. The lights here at the Daytona International Speedway are just firing up and coming on. That means this track's going to have a lot of grip in it when it gets cooled off like it is right now, and it couldn't come soon enough. They're going to need a lot of grip late in this race. If I can feel that they're going to get jacked up, they're all real tight right now.
And I gotta agree with Rusty Wallace on the MRN broadcast here. Lights are coming on, track's gonna gain a lot of grip. Things are gonna get dicey here pretty quickly within the next 5-10 minutes.
Kyle Busch going to cram his front bumper into the back bumper of Bubba Wallace. Bubba to the lead of the 500.
Bubba Wallace to the lead of the Daytona 500.
Austin Cindric back to the bottom. He has drafting help from Ryan Blaney.
Dave Mooney, let's make a note here. You can tandem draft, and it will work. We have seen it with Cindric and Blaney, and Kyle Busch has just done that with Bubba Wallace. Wallace across the start-finish line, and Bubba Wallace leads the Daytona 500.
Job is not done yet, though, because he's got some company still to the left elbow. That is Austin Cindric. Bubba Wallace has him clear on the outside. Will he stay up high? Yes, he will.
He will not abandon Kyle Busch, but that also affords the opportunity for Austin Cindric and company to draw even. That's exactly what they do right now. Blaney shoving Cindric.
Blaney with a push to Cindric. Cindric back to the front. How does Kyle Busch respond?
Third car in line on the bottom, side by side with Kyle Busch.
That shove Blaney gave to Austin Cindric put him in the lead. Outside lane, though, begins to form up again. Bubba Wallace
outside line getting themselves organized.
Inside lane rallies back. It's phenomenal racing in the Daytona 500.
The term bump drafting may not be accurate here. It's more like hammer blows on the back bumper. Back and forth they go inside.
Wallace up that lap.
Cindric down low. Bubba Wallace back to the lead on the outside.
You can tell business is starting to pick up.
Business picking up.
Right now, Bubba's still top side. Bubba back to the lead. Now he's going to get shoved to the bottom. Here's Kyle stepping to the outside in 3.
Kyle Busch will now lead that outside lane. Bubba Wallace leads on the
now do the Toyotas pull away?
Here comes Kyle Busch getting it wound up topside.
Because he's got drafting help there in the form of Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
Stenhouse giving Kyle Busch some drafting help. Here comes Cindric helping Bubba Wallace. He's proven a capable drafting help. A capable drafting aid.
Eric Jones, Todd Gilliland just will not go away. Brad Keselowski running 9th, and Chase Elliott, he's returned. He is now inside the top 10, running 10.
With 34 laps to
that would help my fantasy squad. I picked Chase Elliott today for lap traffic fantasy. I believe I did. Let me check matters on that one.
That'll open the door for Austin Cindric on the bottom.
What a day it has been.
Let me check matters on that.
He has had that Ford at the front of the field almost all day long. He has been in and around the top 5. Right now he goes side by side with Kyle Busch for second.
Not running like your typical rookie, to say the least. He ran the Daytona 500 last year. 15th place finish when it was all over and done. He has put that experience to work. He and Bubba Wallace nose to nose for the lead.
Bubba Wallace and Kyle Busch holding things down for the Toyota camp. They are dramatically outnumbered, but they are maximizing their effort right now. Here comes Kyle again, going to shove Bubba back to the point.
Gives him a big shove into turn number 3, but it's not enough because here comes Austin Cindric back to the bottom. He has drafting help from Ryan
Blaney at the point.
33 laps to go. We'll get you right back out to the action. After we
Oh, I had Chastain. No, that did not work. I wanted to conserve Elliott. I wanted to preserve Elliott. I picked Chastain and that did not work. So
Motor Racing Network live at the World Center of Racing. It's the 64th run.
I'm gonna be behind the 8-ball early.
Alongside NASCAR Hall of Famer Rusty Wallace and Jeff Striegel.
Wait,
My name's
no,
Alex Hayden. In the corners today.
De Benedetto had a good finish on Friday, and Gregson had a good finish
Last time by the
yesterday. So those two are gonna offset the loss.
tenths of a second. That's a half a second to the top 15 running right together, Dave. Cindric and Wallace. That battle doesn't go away. Across the line, a virtual dead heat. Ryan Blaney, Kyle Busch there also.
Everybody giving it everything they've got right now. If the intensity level goes any higher than this, it's going to be a heck of a finish. Downstairs,
Yeah, De Benedetto finished 10th.
Top side belongs to Bubba Wallace.
Still in lockstep formation, side by side, double wide, about 12 rows deep. Up front on the outside, it's Bubba Wallace. Kyle Busch shoving him there. Downstairs, here comes a shove from Blaney to Austin Cindric.
Bubba Wallace and Kyle Busch very committed to that outside lane. Team Penske 4s glued up on the bottom, led by Austin Cindric and Ryan.
Gregson finished third.
Guys, there's so many cars out there that had problems.
Did he get
today.
stage
They got
points?
their act back together right now. One of them, Chase Elliott, that 9 car.
He did get stage
He's got
points.
his teammate and last year's champion, Kyle Larson, right on his bumper. Chase Briscoe driving the old
Benedetto
Coach
get
Stewart,
stage
number
points?
14. He's back in it. He's back up there going, hey, look, there's a lot of guys that thought it was over for him, but it's
Benedetto
not.
did
And
not
this
get stage
field
points.
is tight coming off of turn 2.
Off turn 2 to the back straightaway. Cindric gets a good run on the bottom. He'll take sole possession of the lead.
Trying to bring Ryan Blaney along for the ride as well. He won't be able to do it. Here comes that outside line. Back to the front, led by Bubba Wallace.
Bubba Wallace is the race leader in the outside lane, but it's the inside lane that'll prevail in turn number 3, and a bit of a wiggle there for Austin Cindric. Blaney gets into them. They're okay off the corner.
They are, but they are going to catch their breath and keep it floored to the mat. Here they come, back to the line. Dead even at the start-finish line. 30 laps to go in the Great American Race. This one's still
Boy,
up for grabs.
30 to go.
The Golden Arches in that outside lane. He's up by about a half a car length, but back comes Cindric one more time. Tremendous racing. Nobody giving an inch. They're inches apart inside by side.
8 rows deep of double-wide racing with disorganization behind them when the back of the pack gets themselves together. Perhaps maybe somebody can capitalize up front.
Another number of other drafting partners as well as they try and regroup.
Now we see several drivers towards the back of the pack go to the outside of the racetrack as that outside line begins to stall out. Get some more numbers up there. Perhaps maybe that's what they need to get back to the front.
About a half a dozen or so cars in that outside lane. Includes Kyle Larson, who runs
Penske teammates Cindric and Blaney leading the charge as they take the lead away from Bubba Wallace.
Beginning to drift backwards just a touch. Inside has the numbers, it has the momentum, and it's got Austin Cindric showing the way with 28 laps to go.
Weather looking nasty? Don't change your plans. Change your wiper blades. Michelin wiper blades use advanced technology to hug your windshield, to channel away water, snow, and ice, so you can see clearly and drive confidently. Upgrade to Michelin wiper blades at Walmart. Facebook and Twitter, MRN is there. Follow MRN on social media for all the latest happenings from the track and in NASCAR. Breaking news, video, photos, live races and shows, stats, opinion, and more. Follow along on MRN's Facebook and Twitter.
Get ready for the biggest. That is the most patriotic celebration ever. Join us for the Heroes Honor Festival this Memorial Day weekend at Daytona International Speedway, featuring a star-studded lineup including country legend Toby Keith. This welcome home tribute honors our Vietnam veterans with a grand display of appreciation for our nation's heroes. Everyone is welcome at the Heroes Honor Festival. Veterans, family, and friends, and all Americans. Free to Vietnam vets, military half off, open to all. Get your tickets now at heroeshonorfestival.com.
Cars running at the front of the field are Austin Cindric, Ryan Blaney, Eric Jones, Brad Keselowski, and Bubba Wallace. We'll get you back to the action after this from Daytona International Speedway. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Hi, I'm MRN lead pit reporter Steve Post. Go behind the scenes each week with me and championship-winning crew chief Todd Gordon for MRN Crew Call.
Yeah, I've been blasted
It's your all-access pass to the world of NASCAR every weekday morning with NASCAR Hot Pass.
Man, just unreal to hit the fence, to go to the back, to fix it, to make some huge adjustments, and to be able to run as good as we did at the end there.
You'll hear from the sport's biggest stars as they talk life on and off the racetrack.
Great things going all around. You know, it's cool to come back to Kansas. It's great to get back to victory lane.
NASCAR Hot Pass, weekday mornings from the Motor Racing Network.
Could Austin Cindric win the Daytona 500 in his NASCAR Cup Series debut season?
Go is a great American race, and there's a rookie showing the way on the birthday of his car owner. Happy birthday to the captain, Roger Penske,
yeah, it's
celebrating his 85th.
It's Penske's 85th today.
Here comes the outside line. Kyle Busch shoving Bubba Wallace back to the top of the leaderboard.
Kyle Busch in the second spot.
And I am expecting another big wreck. I'm expecting another big wreck. Don't at me. 25 to go.
Hold on. You can see the back end dancing to the right, to the left as Kyle shoved Bubba Wallace to the point. Cindric back to third. They go nose to tail. They are side by side now for fourth.
I think I called them hammer blows delivered by Kyle Busch to the back bumper of Bubba Wallace a few laps ago. He's upgraded to
You did.
but it pushed them back to the front of the pack.
You did, Dave Moody.
Outside line right now, both Bubba and Kyle have been able to get out enough in front to pull down in front of the inside line. So it's Bubba Wallace, Kyle Busch, Austin Cindric, Ryan Blaney, Eric Jones, the top five.
And the side-by-side racing begins with Eric Jones in the fifth spot. The outside lane getting organized, moving forward, led by Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
Well, I tell you what, guys, you got to be happy for Michael Jordan and Denny Hamlin. Their car leading the Great American Race right now. Something their whole team has worked so hard to get happening. And boy, right now that car looks good. We don't know how it's going to finish, but my gosh, they're up front right now.
I don't think we know how anything's going to finish right now, Dave Moody.
We don't know how this lap is going to finish because Ricky Stenhouse Jr.'s got another idea. He goes to the outside of Bubba Wallace.
He does have some drafting help. Speaking of Stenhouse, he's got drafting help from Chris Buescher and about a half dozen others. So right now, it's Ricky Stenhouse Jr. to the outside of Bubba Wallace for the lead.
That outside lane has made amazing progress.
Wallace to the lead, but not for long.
Led by Stenhouse.
Here comes Ricky Rackhouse. Wait, no!
You think you know who's going to win Daytona 500?
Just when you think you know who's going to win.
Because we have no idea. Now here's one thing we do know, and that is there's a hungry driver running inside row 2, Alex, by the name of Kyle Busch. By all rights, that car might have been on a transporter headed back to North Carolina, caught up in a wreck back on 62, lap 62. The crew worked on that car, and Kyle Busch is driving the wheels off of it.
He absolutely is. There's absolute no quit in Kyle Busch.
Yeah, that car should have been headed back to North Carolina.
Flap just in front of his part of the windshield has broken away, but it's being held on by one of the safety tethers. It flaps in the breeze every time Kyle Busch comes by. And Rusty, that's got to be a bit of a distraction for a driver, or is it?
Oh yeah, for Kyle, it's got to be a distraction to see the thing flopping around right in front of his.
Wallace back to the lead.
It's been happening now for the last 8 or 10 laps. It's something he's learned to deal with. And talking about deal with, what about Kyle Larson? He's been a guy that's been back about 8 to 10, and now he's worked himself up closer to the front. He's up in the 7th position right now, and that car's another car with Hendrick power that's looking really strong right now.
You know, you take a look at the leaders, one of them, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. on the outside. You've got Bubba Wallace on the inside. They go wheel to wheel for the race lead. You know,
Wallace and Stenhouse going door to door for the race lead. Stenhouse with help from Buescher. Here comes Larson.
And Michael Jordan. Then you got JTG Doherty racing with Ricky Stenhouse Jr. And that is Tad, Jody Geshecker, and Brad Doherty. The common link, the University of North Carolina Tar Heels playing at the Smith Center. You got Michael Jordan, Brad Doherty, both of them wore the light blue, the Carolina blue and white. Both
20 to go.
trying to win a Daytona 500 as they work their
Final
way
50 miles of Daytona 500.
Has broken free, that is to the lead. Compliments of Chris Buescher, but here comes the inside line back to the bottom.
Bubba Wallace gets a big shove into turn number 3. Compliments of Kyle Busch. That'll move Bubba Wallace out front with a lap traffic ahead. He's going to try to squeeze around Doc Villeneuve.
Boy, he just now pulled that car below the double yellow line, or we may have had something unfortunate there. All right, across the line they go. 181 down, 19 to go.
19 to go.
Daytona. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. by a car length goes away. But Bubba Wallace just will not quit in that low line. Gets a little bit of drafting help from Kyle Busch. He's on the comeback trail again.
Wild card in this whole equation is the driver sitting third in the outside line. Kyle Larson has gotten himself back to the front of the field. Matter of fact, the front 3 have cleared the inside line, but they stay outside.
Side by side for the 4th spot. Bubba Wallace leading the inside lane. Todd Gilliland goes high. Inside lane, here they come. Back to the front with traffic help from Kyle Busch.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. with the Kroger.
Stenhouse is going to get himself wrecked.
Colors on board his Chevrolet Camaro. He's got the Fastenal Ford Mustang of Chris Buescher, shoving him all the way to turn 1.
And that pair is a very potent tandem indeed. They surge to 1 and 2 now. They've left that inside line led by Bubba Wallace far in their wake. Stenhouse off turn 2 to the point.
Kyle will bail out. He'll go to the top. He'll leave a hole open. Bubba jumps up there as well. That Bubba Wallace-Kyle Busch duo right now sitting about 6th and 7th in line on the outside.
Just behind Eric Jones as the front 5 gets single file led by Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Chris Buescher right there in the 2nd spot. Kyle Larson in 3rd with 4 lap traffic ahead.
All right, it's go time. If you're not running right now inside the top 10, you've got 17 laps to get it done. And there are some big names outside of the top 10, including Brad Keselowski, Eric Almirola, last year's winner, Michael McDowell, Chase Elliott right now running 16th, Truex back there in 20th. So
on board from Stenhouse.
Laps are going to run out if you are not figuring out how to get to the front of the field.
I agree 100%. The laps getting fewer and fewer. Now, that being said, Dave Moody, they've had themselves 184 laps to learn how to draft, to learn how to pass, to learn how to race with this car. It's time now to figure out how you're going to make this move work if you want to win the Daytona 500.
That's absolutely right, Alex. They've been boning up for this final exam all day long, and the final 10 or 15 laps are going to decide who graduates with honors right now. I talked to Ricky Stenhouse Jr. earlier.
Stenhouse leading, 16 to go. This time by.
I like big track racing because when I finish good. He doesn't always finish, but it looks like he might have a good one coming tonight.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. right now with an A+ on the report card. 34-year-old driver leading the field here at Daytona. For the moment, they've settled in line. I don't think that's going to last very long. It can if you're running back from, 8th, 9th, 10th on back. And again, you've got 8th, Cindric, Ryan Blaney, Brad Keselowski completing the top 10. And where in the world is Bubba Wallace? Remember, he had been leading. He's not anymore, Alex.
No, he's not even in the top 10. He's fallen back in line in 11th. So, Rusty Wallace, you've watched this. You've learned along the way as well. You're going to need help.
15 to go.
Pull out and pass. With everybody running single file in the outside lane, who's going to be the first one to pull out? And how do you determine who that person is going to be?
Well, you used to rely on somebody to help you. You're not relying on a teammate any longer. I mean, you can if there's one behind you. But you're going to take anybody you can late in this race right now. With only a handful of laps to go. This is a nail-biter time right now that blood pressure and the heartbeat is getting so high with these drivers. They're actually pretty nervous at the moment because they know this big crash can happen at any time. And they know the guys they've been working with all day long, they can't stay loyal to them any longer. They got to throw them out the window if they need to and go for it for this win. Guys, this point of the race right now.
15 to go. Your friends are where you can find them.
My keys to race 10 laps to go. You better be in your position. And guys, that's about 4 more laps.
14 laps to go. 20 cars on the lead lap. We're going to give you those 20, then get an update on fuel. Stenhouse Jr. out front at Daytona. He's leading over Chris Buescher. Kyle Larson up to 3rd. Todd Gilliland running 4th in front of Kevin Harvick. Eric Jones goes 6th. Kyle Busch still in it. He's 7th. Austin Cindric is 8th. Ryan Blaney 9th. And Brad Keselowski is 10th.
Rest of the lead lap cars in the top 20. Bubba Wallace 11th. Noah Gragson in his Cup Series debut runs in the 12th spot. Eric Almirola is 13th. Chase Elliott 14th. David Reagan is 15th. Ty Dillon Martin Truex Jr. with a damaged right front, still on the lead lap. In 18th, Daniel Hemrick in 19th, and defending Daytona 500 champion Michael McDowell, the last car in the lead lap in 20th.
If you're going to win the Daytona 500, you better have enough Sunoco fuel on board. Let's find out who does and who doesn't. Steve Post.
Said maybe
Fuel
about
update.
20 laps ago, it's still maybe. I think when you look at it, the guys up front, they're obviously burning a little bit more fuel. Kyle Larson came in 1 lap later than everyone else, and they had that thing so full of fuel that they had to remove fuel all over pit road. They chopped it full. He's been running the middle of the pack. Now, I don't think they're out of the woods yet, but I think they're starting to feel a little bit better with that car because they've been running back in the pack, and maybe they can save some fuel, but
Off to go.
nobody's going to pit either, so we'll just have to see how it plays out. Dylan, what are you hearing there?
Well, I'll echo what you said. I think at this point you've made your bet. Now you just have to lay in it, and nobody is going to pit unless there's a yellow. So you just have to pray that you've saved enough, and I think probably some of these teams too are maybe banking on a couple late yellows to try to either top off or save. So right now you've got what you got. You just got to try to get yourself to the front and let fate take care of itself from there, Kim.
Well, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. out front. The fuel economy when you're leading, not as good as in the pack, but Brian Patty came on the radio at lap 184 and said, Ricky, you are all good, meaning he does not have to hold back in terms of how hard he races. And remember, they came down on lap 158 to top off the fuel, so the 47 feeling good. That's not the case, though, for the 2-car of Austin Cindric. Checked in with that team, and they say they don't know if they have enough to go. So again, to Dylan's point, you have placed your bets. We'll have to see how it shakes out.
The field is on the Daytona Super Stretch with 10 laps to go next time by.
And it's Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in the front of the field. They have settled down about 10, maybe 11 cars all in single file formation. Chase Elliott, first car out of line, down low.
And is losing spots up the back straightaway. Now we'll find some drafting help from Cole Custer and Ty Dillon as at the front of the field. It continues to lead Ricky Stenhouse.
Well, I got to give a shout out for a great run out there. Noah Craigson, a number 62 car. The car is we're crashing into the start-finish line.
Noah Gregson involved. Kevin Harvick is involved. Todd Gilliland spinning. Eric Jones is involved. Kyle Larson is going to get a piece of
look out!
Chase Elliott also getting involved. It all happened as they were racing their way back through the tri-oval. Somebody got turned at the front of the field, Alex, and it was on from there.
It was, but you have to make your move. You have to get up there. If you're back
Caution!
back half of the top
Todd
20,
Gillen's
you're not
done.
going to win the Daytona 500 or 10
Winning
laps
it down on the
to
38.
18.
Kyle Larson. Oh man.
Work around some lapped cars.
Not the way he wanted to start his titled events.
They got to the tri-oval so many times. You get the car out of shape here at the tri-oval in the 18 degrees of banking. It's exactly what happened. There were a couple of sledgehammer shots with the nose of the
Harvick got some of it. Noah Gregson had a good run. He's done. Eric Jones is done.
Kevin Harvick working side by side with Brad Keselowski, making their way back to the tri-oval. Bubba Wallace is there. Brad up behind Ryan Blaney. Chris Buescher may have checked up. Kevin Harvick nowhere to go. Into the back of 17, and it was on from there. Todd Gilliland with a vicious hit from the outside retaining wall, and a number of very good cars destroyed here with 10 laps to go.
Blue Green Vacations, the official vacation ownership provider of NASCAR, invites you to believe in the power of vacation. With Blue Green, you can create a vacation that fits your lifestyle, sharing a lifetime of memories at a collection of unique, locally inspired resorts and popular destinations across the U.S. Blue Green owners also enjoy exclusive access to VIP NASCAR packages that deliver the thrill only NASCAR can provide. Start your vacation journey today at BlueGreenVacations.com.
After 2 years, Auto Club Speedway is back and ready for some action. We're talking 5
Chase Elliott, no damage!
ripping up laps inside some gorgeous fountains type of action. And the access to drivers and stars? Oh, it's got plenty of that action. So get ready. You don't want to miss all the, well, you know what we were going to say. The NASCAR weekend at Auto Club Speedway, February 26th and 27th. Get your tickets now at AutoClubSpeedway.com.
With the big crash off the tri-oval headed to turn 1, safety vehicles all over the racetrack down there. So NASCAR has stopped the field short of the start-finish
Red
line.
flag is
Red flag
out.
is out, which means the car is on the pit
with 9 to go.
They cannot work on them while the red flag is out. There are 9 laps to go from Daytona International Speedway. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
When you're on the go, missing the side-by-side action at the racetrack isn't a problem.
Do you believe it? And here comes Alex Bowman, and he will win.
Motor Racing Network brings the NASCAR race to you, wherever you are, so you don't miss one lap of the excitement.
Larson's gonna send it. Larson's in the wall. Larson's on Hamlin's back bumper.
The power of radio to the imagination of the listener.
Bubba Wallace to the lead at Talladega.
Tune in to Motor Racing Network. Visit MRN.com for an affiliate list in your local area.
Looking to rent a scanner? Racing Electronics rentals must be purchased in advance online at racingelectronics.com. No walk-ups will be allowed. With the Racing Electronics scanner, hear uncensored communication from every team in the race or tune into the live radio broadcast. Don't forget to rent early and save. Your last day to rent for Auto Club is February 25th. Last day to rent for Las Vegas is March 3rd. And the final day for Phoenix is March 11th. Head over to racingelectronics.com to secure your scanner rental today.
Back here at the World Center of Racing, sun continues to set. This entire facility now beginning to light up under the Musco lighting as we sit under the red flag for the big crash that took place on the exit of the Tri-Oval. It happened when Chris Buescher was hung out to dry on the outside lane. And when you don't have drafting help, you're running at a much slower rate of speed. While charging up from behind came Kevin Harvick and Kyle Larson. The closing rate was phenomenal. They just got into the back of one another. From there, it was essentially dominoes, and everybody began scattering inside and out. And that's put us under the red flag as we sit right now.
The highs and lows of big-time stock car racing at this level. 1 minute, you're thinking, I may be headed to victory lane. I may have a plaque, my name etched on the Harley J. Pearl Trophy. And the next minute, you head on into the outside retaining wall, spinning down the grass. Rusty, the emotions of Daytona. We talked about it at the top of the program. The highs, the lows, the ups, the downs. You think you're there, then you're out of it. Like Kyle Busch, all of a sudden you're back in it. I mean, how do you maintain the emotions of 500 miles?
First, the emotions, I mean, 10 laps to go. It might progressive keep the race, they get better positions 10 laps to go, and 10 laps to go when they have this wreck. So, I mean, what they were going for, the feel, the excitement out there, you see how well these cars were handling. You almost kind of knew there was something might going to happen. There's at least this big time feedback going on. I was surprised it happened in the front straightaway coming off the turn 4. We've seen many things go wrong on the back straightaway. There's a lot of blocks coming to the draft there. People trying to pass the draft and things like that. But this was just a classic case of bump drafting going wrong. You know, Cal Larson and the cars in front of him are doing a great job. They just got together.
The ultimate way to save fuel is not have the engine running, and that's what's going on right now. But Steve Post, when they do fire up the engines and they're going to go around by normal NASCAR procedure, pit lane will end up opening up. Do you anticipate anybody coming to pit road?
I think those toward the back of the field will come down to pit road. And Alex, initially when this red flag came out, I thought, okay, this is going to help them. But it's really not going to help them, because if we would have stayed caution and ran 4, 5, or 6 laps under caution, that would have helped them because they're burning less fuel. We're going to run those laps, assuming we're going to go 1 to go or at least 2 laps. We're losing a number of caution laps, so I don't think this helps the fuel mileage equation. And actually, this caution, it doesn't make it worse than green flag racing, but it may not be quite as big a help as it would have been if we were remained under caution.
All right, Rusty, thank you. Chris Buescher was involved primarily because of that tag from behind by Kevin Harvick and then Kyle Busch. And from that, Kyle Larson. From that point, this crash was on. What's the update on Chris? Dylan, I know you're monitoring the 17 radio.
Yeah, I just talked with Scott Graves quickly, who's the crew chief, and he said we're close, but we're good. So you know, it's you never really know for sure. You know, and especially with this car, they're not exactly sure what kind of mileage they're getting still, even though it's near the end of the race. But he should be good unless we get a few more restarts on the 17th.
Yeah, and Chris Buescher, again, was the inside lane going at a slower rate of speed and everybody come charging up behind. He didn't do anything wrong at all. It's just part of racing in the draft as they remove the red flag. Yellow back on the speedway. Work will continue now on those beaten up race cars down there on the pit lane.
Jeez, Chase, how'd you escape that?
The Toyota TRD Camry will begin to slowly pull away. They'll come by the start-finish line immediately. 8 laps to go. By rule, they still have to open up pit road for everybody if they want to pit. So there's going to be at least a couple of more laps going away.
Down to 5, maybe 6 laps to put them under the green flag and decide who is going to go to victory lane. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is shown as the race leader. Now, I'm going to say that this is unofficial. I would imagine we're close, but if we know Stenhouse is leading, we know Cindric is second, then Ryan Blaney and Brad Keselowski. Bubba Wallace right now is 5th, followed by Chris Buescher, Derek Almirola, Kyle Busch, Chase Briscoe, and there's that Truex guy. You know what? He has been up and down, down and out, taking a green and white checkered flag. Then you think the race is over. He just won't go away.
No, with the part of the right front of the race car damaged, and even part of the splitter on the right front disappeared from the car after the contact or the crash earlier. He's still soldiering on right now. And again, we talk about it so many times. If your car will roll and continue to race, coming to the checkered flag, it doesn't matter how beat up it is, Rusty Wallace, you've got a chance to win the Daytona 500 if you can just get to the finish line.
Oh, look how many cars we've seen there beat the smithereens and they get in the draft and they still run good. I like front headers, quarter panels off, and my gosh, you're thinking, how can these cars stay going what they do? Only because it's a draft, and especially late in the draft with 5 or 6 laps to go, the speeds are way high. Everybody's jacked up and doesn't bouncing off each other, and it works out. It really does. You can't quit. Man, this is the Daytona 500. We're going to expect these wrecks. We're going to expect this excitement. And you know what? I hope it doesn't happen, but they better think about fuel because with everybody so jacked up right now, you got to believe that something it might happen.
All right, Dave, let's spend a minute. He's not in the race any longer. But I want to spend a minute on Noah Gregson, a 23-year-old out of Las Vegas. In fact, I'll get out to you in just a moment. Alex, what a drive by some of these youngsters making their debuts, and unfortunately, both of them caught up and wiped out, not because of anything they did. Noah Gregson and Todd Gilliland just did a whale of a job all day today.
They earned a ton of respect and earned a ton of eyeballs and ears on them. This is a couple of young race car drivers that have proven that they can run with the best in the absolute business. Had good runs going, and they just simply got swept up once everybody in front of them started crashing. But you're right, Noah Gregson, Todd Gilliland had fantastic runs. Let's go back to the Advent Health Care Center. Kim Coon?
And Kyle Larson unfortunately won't finish this race. What happened, Kyle?
I just didn't realize how close the 4 was to the 17, and was going to pick the 4 up, and I just got him in a bad spot where I got to him right when he was getting to 17 and got him all messed up. So just a product of this racing, but that wreck was on me. So I hate that I did that. I hate that I ended our day and wrong Montana.
That's Kyle Larson taking some responsibility there. The bad luck continues for him on super speedways. Our 2021 NASCAR Cup Series champion.
We have talked to him in our NASCAR Live pre-race show, and he's very clear, very deliberate about his thoughts running at the super speedway. Just doesn't have the confidence that he would have liked. Kim, back to you.
Noah Gregson, his first Daytona 500, had made his way to the top 10 at one point in the race. Unfortunately, not the end you wanted to today. What happened?
Yeah, I felt like we set ourselves up for contention. We did a great job all day, and we ran really hard there and strong, and we were competitive. So that's what I was most happy about, running 6th or 7th there, and then got hooked in the right rear by the 4. Just definitely a bummer. I felt like we were going to be in good position to have a shot at it, at least go for a top 5. But ECR power was great all day. The car drove awesome in the draft. Thanks to everybody at Muir Motorsports. It's a true privilege to be out here. So thanks all the fans for coming out. And, we'll try again at Talladega hopefully.
That's Noah Gregson, also making his Daytona 500 first start, his first Cup Series start, as Todd Gilliland had a great day, stayed up front all day, good flag pit stops. Unfortunately, not a great ending. What happened?
Yeah, that was like the one wreck I thought I had missed. From the beginning, I was going low. I was on the apron, and then the 43 was trying to miss it too, and it looked like he got hit my right rear, just right reared me into the fence. So that's racing here at Daytona. They were joking in the infield care center. This place takes a lot more than it gives. So I feel like I was having a really good day up until then, though. So just take the positives out. I still think this is a pretty good first points cup race. So we'll just keep moving on.
Great attitude from a young rookie, Todd Gilliland.
Yeah, two young drivers that deserve a lot of praise. Noah Gregson and Todd Gilliland. By the
Back
way,
under caution flag. We're getting the one to go at the line.
by Louisville Maximum Pain Relief Cream of NASCAR.
Well, we've just gotten the signal from the flag stand, and Chief Starter Shannon Bednarik, she gave us the one to go signal. So when we come back around and hit the Geico restart zone, there'll be 6 laps to go in the Daytona 500. Jeff, have we seen the caution flag for the last time?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
I don't think we've seen the last of the
I
cautions.
don't know. I'm not sure, but I know 3 guys that have a pretty good idea. So we're going to pick their brain right now. Dave, you're up. What do you think?
You think I have a pretty good idea? No, I don't have any idea at all. I would say, Jeff, of course, to put the money on the guys with experience. The guys at the front of the pack that have been there and done that. I like the looks of Brad Keselowski. It's been a pretty good week for RFK. Mike Bagley, can they go a little bit further with it?
I have no idea how this is going to play out. And normally by now in a 500 we do. I mean, there are some strong cars, but with the finicky nature of this track, how it develops, how it dissipates, you're leading 1 minute, next thing you know, you're 15th. Kyle Rickey, what about you?
Yeah, I'm right there with you, Mike. However, I do like the Fords in the front of the field. They have seemed to be able to get organized much quicker than the rest of the manufacturers, the Chevrolets and Toyotas here this afternoon. Just because they have the numbers, and right now they have the numbers toward the front of the field with Austin Cindric lined up to the inside. Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
The lights on that Toyota pace car driven by Kip Childress are out. Kip will make the left-hand turn and take it back to pit road.
For the perfect setting to end the Daytona 500. The lights are on, the crowd on their feet, and here we go. 6 laps to go. Green flag goes back in the air. On the inside, Cindric. On the outside, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Then you've got Ryan Blaney, Brad Keselowski, Bubba Wallace, top 5 there in 1.
Green flag, 6 laps to go in the Daytona 500. Good jump by Austin Cindric. He's got help from the 12 of Ryan Blaney. That's his Penske Racing teammate.
Coming out of 2 and onto the back straightaway. That foursome had jumped away from the rest of the field.
4-car breakaway front of the pack.
Arrived on the scene. The question is, what do they do with it? Still knotted up for the lead in 3.
Here comes Bubba Wallace in 5th, gets into Blaney, who gets into
Yes,
Cindric.
5-second delay between radio and TV. Here comes Bubba Wallace through 3.
Leader off of turn number 4. Trouble off the corner, cars get together. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. first car to go around at the front of the field.
And he will crash against the outside safer barrier. Chris Buescher gets a piece of it. He'll slide.
Bye-bye, Stenhouse!
Other cars take evasive maneuvers and head down the pit lane. Caution on the speedway
Caution!
for the 7th time for a crash off turn 4 in front of Kyle Rickey.
Yeah, looked like another bump trap gone bad.
End of the line, Stenhouse!
Car off of turn number 4, but the transition to the 31 degrees of banking back to the flat front straightaway. Car got light, got loose off of the corner, spun,
And we're going into overtime.
a whole lot of cars became involved in that incident. Just a couple of cars went spinning to the front stretch tri-oval.
Guys, the Bubba Wallace machine got a piece of that. The entire right front fender is missing off that McDonald's Toyota. So significant blow for Bubba Wallace's bid to win the Daytona 500.
Well, just a moment ago, Alex Hayden said, have we seen the caution for the very last time? I said, I don't know. We do know now. No, we haven't. Yellow flag is out. 195 laps are complete. Next time by, 4 to go in Daytona.
On your ride home, catch NASCAR today to keep up with the latest.
It opened up, the lane did. Matt went to block the 12, and I just barely got inside of him with a huge run.
Every weekday, you'll hear from the top newsmakers in the sport.
I am with Bubba Wallace down here in Victory Lane.
Plus, some fun peeks behind the scenes.
I don't really think it's me timing yet. I definitely don't think it's me yet.
I'm Chase Elliott. Listen to NASCAR Today every weekday right here on the Motor Racing Network.
cockpit, or a passion and love for all things dirt racing. This show is a source of insight and entertainment for sprint car fans everywhere. Each week we offer a live show Tuesdays at noon on Facebook and YouTube, a podcast every Thursday, and a TV show that airs every Saturday on MAV TV.
Well, for Ricky Stenhouse Jr., he could see the finish, and certainly he felt like an opportunity to win was just 5 laps to go. But off the transition, in turn number 4, coming down off the banking, he had Brad Keselowski right behind him. The two got together, bump draft on bad. End of day for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. He still worked under the caution flag from Daytona International Speedway. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
If you suffer from heartburn or other digestive-related disorders,
Again, with these stupid commercials. Oh.
Praxin not only provides relief of heartburn,
Of course, Keselowski Rex Stenhouse.
to support better digestion, protect you from harmful bacteria, and also balance your
Oh.
stomach to improve digestive functions. We like to think of it as the multivitamin of digestive health. It's the only product to combine all natural ingredients known for the digestive health
He
properties.
wasn't the first, and he certainly won't be the last to get wrecked by Keselowski's nefarious ways. Once a grifter, always a grifter, as Slapshoes would say.
Shipping and handling is free, and your money back is guaranteed.
Take advantage of this special radio offer. Call now, 1-800-829-5688. That's 1-800-829-5688. Again, 1-800-829-5688.
Chris Buescher got a piece of that crash along with Bubba Wallace. And of course, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. wiped out in that one. They come across the line, still under the caution. No indication that we'll go back under the green flag, so we are down to what would be 2 next time by. Pit road was open. Nobody came to pit road for fuel.
No, they did not. And we've been close this whole last run here. Dylan Welch, have you heard anything that might suggest these cars are even more desperate right now for fuel?
Well, I'm interested to see because Eric Almirola is the one that I'm kind of keeping my eye on because he came down a little bit later just to top off. So if anybody's going to be good, I think it could be him. Chris Buescher, who we were talking about earlier, was involved in that crash, and he's got significant damage as he comes back in here, but probably not going to be in contention to win. So he's not really a factor anymore. But again, I think it's curious, with this few laps left, whether you're good or not, or whether you think you're good or not, you probably don't have an option. I think you got to stay out here and just hope for the best.
All right, Dylan, thank you for the update on that. We will come around now, and Alex, it would appear as though the NASCAR Cup Series Daytona 500 is headed
to overtime. It is indeed. Green, white checker. If you're new to NASCAR racing, how do our overtime rules work? Well, here's how it goes. You take the green flag. If you race back around without a crash or a caution flag and the leader gets to the start-finish line and takes the white flag, then the next flag will end the race, whether they stay green and come around one more time for the checkered flag at the start-finish line, or there's a caution flag that comes out. Now, if they take the green flag on a green-white checker in overtime, and then there's a caution flag before the leader gets back to the line, then we will slow them down, line them back up, and we'll do that all over again. We'll have unlimited attempts at a green-white checker. Bottom line is in NASCAR Cup Series racing, everybody gets a shot to win in our overtime.
20 cars on the lead lap. Alex, do you think we've seen the caution flag for the final time?
I have no idea. Rusty, I've heard that.
I hope we haven't seen no more cautions, but I got a feeling there's a possibility.
I think we're gonna see the caution one more time.
Everybody wants to go for it, so the chances they're going to take right now are going to be really extreme. So the chances for another crash or possible are greater, are for sure. Stuff like that.
After things have cycled around, Rusty, I need to stand corrected here. 15 cars on the lead lap. The last one, and what a drive for the 77 of Landon Castle. We'll pick out a couple here. A great day for sure. Michael McDowell, he's trying to go back to back. He's 7. You drop down a little bit further. Ty Dillon with his brand new ride and always good on a super speedway. Ty Dillon is 10th. What about that guy that sits 11th, making a little one-off stop here in Daytona?
That's David Reagan. He knows how to win on a super speedway. He's done it at Talladega. Reagan is 11th. Now, if you're thinking about how it's going to take some help in the draft to try to win this thing, look at the manufacturers. 6 of the top 7 are Fords. Bubba Wallace is 3rd. He's in a Toyota. The next Toyota in line is Kyle Busch. He's 9th. Where are the Chevrolets, you ask? Well, Chase Elliott is 8th. Ty Dillon is 10th. Then you got to go back to 13th, 14th, and 15th. Hemrick, Corey LaJoie, and Landon Castle.
And when we were talking about David Reagan and some of those that deserve a tip of the cap, I think you have to add Daniel Hemrick in there, who is 13th. He's been up and down, in and off of pit road all day long, but yet they're on the lead lap and a chance.
So we're going overtime. Green, white, checker. Cars will take the green. If they come around to take the white, next flag ends it. If a caution flag comes up before then, we'll re-rack, try again. Unlimited attempts.
22. Field works behind the pace car. They make their way back to the entrance to pit road, and we look to put them back under the green flag.
Green, white, checker to end the Daytona 500 if we stay under the green flag. Up front, Cindric Blaney, row 1. Bubba in
They're heading for the Geico restart zone. Pace vehicle is off. Green flag is out. We're going to overtime. 2 to go.
A perfect restart for the freshman campaigner. Austin Cindric has the lead. The battle is for second. Blaney now on the inside. Keselowski on the
Blaney versus Keselowski for second. Briscoe versus 23 of Wallace in row 3.
Getting help from Chase Briscoe. Here they come. It is Cindric out in front.
Cindric out in front.
He will lead the field to 3.
Austin Cindric at the front.
Heading for 3. It's Cindric versus Keselowski. Cindric with help from the 12 of Blaney.
It's the rookie
23 of Wallace joining the fray. Heading to the white flag. Final lap of the Daytona 500.
At the bottom of the racetrack. Blaney behind him. Here comes Brad Keselowski on the outside.
Keselowski charging the high line as they race their way in at turn number 1.
Final lap. Here we go. Next flag will end the race.
It's Cindric with the lead off turn 2.
Briscoe is shoving Keselowski. Blaney is shoving Cindric.
Who will get the better shove?
Austin Cindric now will lead by half a car length off the end of the back straightaway.
Cindric still leading. He's about to become a Daytona 500 champion.
Here comes Brad Keselowski top side, but it's the rookie that leads off 4.
A whole bunch of Fords at the front of the field.
He's going to do it. Through 3 and 4 for the final time. Checkered flag coming up. Cindric takes over the iconic blue deuce. And happy birthday, Roger Penske. Cindric wins the Daytona 500.
Happy birthday to Roger Penske, celebrating his 85th birthday today.
Right as the caution comes out.
With his rookie driver,
Wow.
Austin Cindric has taken the discount tire Ford Mustang to Ruoff Mortgage Victory Lane.
Wow. Happy 85th birthday, Roger Penske. Your driver just won the Daytona 500. Austin Cindric. Bubba Wallace second. Chase Briscoe third. Ryan Blaney fourth. Eric Almirola fifth. Kyle Busch sixth. 34 Michael McDowell seventh. David Reagan in 15 8th. Brad Keselowski 9th. And Chase Elliott finishes 10th. Woo! Now that's a Daytona 500 for the ages. Anyway, I'm going to sign off for now. Congratulations to Austin Cindric on his first career Cup Series win. And what a win it was in the Daytona 500. Mike, signing off. Peace out, sports fans. Rock on.